What's up, nerds? How's it going, friends? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to stream. Welcome. Make yourself at home. Gather round the fire, dear children, and prepare yourself for something strange and wonderful. Who's here? What's up, Patrick? What's up, Tex Gum? You're good? I'm glad. What's up, Angel? How's everybody doing tonight? Are you guys all having a good night? I really hope so. You know, it would be cool if you were. I'm having a pretty good night. Oh, what is going on? What lights? Oh, they're in the wrong mode. Come on, guys. Get yourself together. It's time to say hello to the people. Who's here? Hello, hello, hello. What's up, Dangerous TM? Quelques Andu today. Hello. If it isn't S. Obelisk, Rubber Lucy, Matt Thorne, Nick Marsh, Dr. Space Cape Reacts, Ugly Games, Matthew, Tradosio, Hold Action, Sponge. Tradosio, I've been peeking the art you've been making. It's crazy, my guy. You got mad skills. How's everybody doing? Anybody not know what the plan is tonight? Why is my lighting continually being fucked? Let's try something here. I don't like that more. Let's go back to that. Alright, I think that's the move. Or is that the move? Whoa, no, that's not the move. Is that the move? No. The best time to figure this out is when the crazy lights are going. Who's here? Who's new? Anyway, welcome. Oh, I gotta say we're live places. Guys, it's member night tonight on stream. So if you are new, and you're like, oh, I want to be reviewed on member night, consider joining the membership. And if you already are a member, and you submitted some homebrew for tonight, then feel free to go to one of the waiting rooms and come on by, and I'll pull you in stream. And you'll get to talk. Yes, you will get to talk. And we'll talk together about your piece. And we'll try to figure it out. And that's the plan. I think it's a pretty good plan. I'm pro it. You know? Excuse me. What if I do that now? What the fuck? Now I look like a crazy person. I still kind of look like a crazy person. Alright, that's a little bit better. We're going to stick with this for now. Stop messing with your camera, Cinder. Sorry, Cinder. Should have done this before stream. I know. I seem a little lazy. I'm not trying to. Well, be more prepared next time. Okay. I will. Speaking of which, guys, you want to see what the wheel looks like tonight? How many do we have today? I think it's like 26. Not a lot. Well, not a lot compared to the rest of the week. Boom. I'm also trying something new. The first person to notice what it is wins a prize. There's one thing that I changed in this layout. Well, I don't know if I wouldn't know if I'd call it a layout change, but more of a intention change. There's your hint. All right, let's give her a spin, shall we? Oh, Hold Action figured it out first. Instead of just randomly asking you for money, I'm gonna tell you what I'm spending it on, so it feels like you're not wasting your time. So today we're shooting to get a better lighting. I actually need to get a couple different pieces to get the lighting, what I really want. This is going to pay for a backlight, which is essentially a little spotlight that shines a light on the side of my head and makes me glow a little bit. So, like, you know how, like, a lot of streamers have a little bit of that glow, that sheen? If you ever watch any of Ludwig's Mobile Males, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So that, we're gonna get one of those. Okay. Okie dokie. Wait, I need to make sure everything is where it needs to be. This needs to be here. I need to make sure I have Discord where I need it to be. You I don't really need. You I need. Where are you? Oh, I need you later. You go over there. Okay. We're ready. Let's give her a spin. Let's see where she goes. Why is one of my... I gotta fix one. I'll fix something in a second. Dude, bro! You're gonna be first. I gotta fix something first. Here. You guys can listen while I fix something. 1 second. My light's not working. Turn on, please. What's going on? There we go. Okay. We're back. Dude, bro. Let's see what's up with Dude, bro. The thing is, Future Planet. The thing is, with these member nights, where I look at the street, where I look at the things that were given by the stuff that was given in by members, there's usually I usually get through most of them. If there's not 100. All right. Let's see if Dude Bro's in the chat. Let's see if he's online. I don't see him. All right, so let's grab his piece. Stop that. Go back to looking normal, please. Thank you. Dude, bro. Bard subclass. Ooh. Enchanté. Nick Marsh, thank you for the 5 gifted. Very generous of you. Champion. Champion of the arena right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody give a little high five to Zach Marsh for supporting the show. Because Bard subclass, that's meant to give special benefits when you use your Bardic Inspiration. I'm not too sure about the 6th level ability. Be as harsh as necessary. I also want to let you know that you're... Okay, stop giving me compliments, you cheeky son of a gun. But I appreciate them. You thought you could sneak one in there. Usually I hang up on people when they start giving me compliments. Is your submission in? I think I saw it. Yeah, right here, guy. Boom. Right here. You're good. I got you, my guy. Okay. So the one thing that I want to point out that you mentioned here, oops, dude, bro, was that you said this is meant to give special benefits when you give Bardic Inspiration. Now, wait, just I want to make very clear to chat what I'm about to say, because I don't think I'm going to. Okay, so let's talk about what Dude Bro is looking for. They want a Bard subclass that is meant to give special benefits when you use your Bardic Inspiration. I think that's a great way to think about what you want something to do mechanically, but it's also important to know what the vibe is more than that. And because the reason why I want to say that is that is already something that a lot of bards do. Oh my god, Matt said what I said before I said it. But yes, there's already a bunch of bards that do that. A great example of a bard that does that is the College of Creation bard. And the College of Creation bard is a little bit of a complicated one, but it's a pretty fun one. And one of its main subclass features is that depending on what somebody uses their Bardic Inspiration for, it does something special, does something extra. Oh, might be. Here's the link. I got you, fam. Boop. There's the link. I'll send it twice, just to be nice. So, we want to make sure that our subclass is doing enough unique stuff, and that the idea of doing something extra beyond Bardic Inspiration is not the only thing that it's doing. And if that is the only thing that it's doing it in a very unique, distinct way. And we want to make sure those things that those things are uplifting the flavor that we're trying to build. Okay. The College of the Conductor. In the grand symphony of the universe, the conductor bard emerges as a maestro of melodies and harmonious magic. Just like the College of Swords bard, exactly. With every flick of their well, theirs don't actually do special things when people use your bardic inspiration, do they? They just give you special blade flurries. I'm fucking up, guys. My water bottle broke. The cap of it broke. Just spilled water all over the floor. It's fine. It wasn't that bad. No, I know Blade Flurries use Bardic Inspiration, but they were talking about specific... Every bard has something that uses Bardic Inspiration, but what I'm talking about specifically is when somebody expends your Bardic Inspiration in the traditional way, then something else happens, which is different than an alternative use of your Bardic Inspiration. That's what Dude Bro is working on, and that is what we are going to be looking at right now, but that is also what the reason I talked about the College of Creation Bard specifically is because these features all trigger when someone else uses your Bardic Inspiration, as opposed to you expending a Bardic Inspiration to do something special. With every flick of their conductor's baton, they weave an intricate tapestry of sound that resonates with the very essence of their allies. That's a weird phrase. The very essence of their allies is a weird phrase. I don't know if I think it's the right move to use that phrase. Excuse me. Through the very essence of their being is the thing you expect it to be. I don't know. There's something about the singular plural transition there that makes it come out weird in my brain. Through the ebbs and flows of their magic, they orchestrate not only music, but also extraordinary abilities, is fusing their companions with speed, unwavering strength, and unerring durability. This is a... I feel like you don't need both of these sentences. I almost feel like you want to take a little bit of this and replace some of this with that, and then make this the last part. It's also a very long sentence, just so you know. Is Horror here? He made this? He's not in the waiting room. If he comes to the waiting room, I'll pull him in. All right. What are we talking? Oh, sorry. I got confused by something. I'm here. Back. Okay. Let's see what we get. Bonus proficiencies. When you join the College of Conductor at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in the performance skill and one other skill of your choice. If you already have proficiency in the performance skill, you gain expertise in it. At this point, I would just clarify, we don't use the phrase expertise when we're describing the mechanic. We have to express specifically what it does, so you need to list so that it's getting double its proficiency bonus in performance. I'm also going to be honest here. This is like a... I'm not going to call it a cop-out, but it feels like a cop-out power, where it's just like, yeah, you get an extra skill. Is that really the best way to make somebody feel like this? I don't know. I feel like it's not. And I feel like there's probably some other stuff you could do in place of just getting it a bonus expertise. It could just be expertise and performance, but even then, I feel like that's not the move. That feels like that could be a part of any bard. It doesn't feel like it's specific to the College of Conductor. So I would probably change it to make it something that feels more in the Conductor. Like what if it was whenever an ally within some distance of you makes a performance check, they can add your charisma modifier to the check. Something like that. Implying that you're, like, conducting them, you know? That's sort of where my head goes immediately. But I feel like, yeah, we want to make it feel a little bit more inspired. Let's look at it. Speaking of inspired, let's look at Inspiring Overture. When you give your bardic inspiration to an ally at 3rd level, they gain one of the following benefits that you choose. What do you mean that you choose? Does that mean whenever they use a Bardic Inspiration, they can get any of these? Okay, well, let's see what they are first. I don't know how I feel about that. They can expend the inspiration to add the amount of damage. What damage? The amount of damage to their attack equal to the inspiration die and your charisma modifier. Okay, wait. First of all, you got to rewrite that fucking sentence. They can expend a Bardic Inspiration die. I would say they can expend a Bardic Inspiration die and roll it. And add the roll plus their charisma modifier plus your charisma modifier to the damage roll, something like that. The sentence feels a little bit wonky. You choose implies the bard decides, which it is when they give out the inspiration. Yeah, okay, I get that. So it's like, okay, you're getting a crescendo inspiration. I would probably change that phrasing then to something like, whenever you give a Bardic Inspiration to an ally, you choose between one of the 3 following features. The ally gains access to that feature. Something like that. The ally can expend the Bardic Inspiration die in this new way, depending on which feature you choose. Something like that. Horror Dude, if you wanted to come on stream, you're more than welcome to, but no pressure if you don't. Now, if we're getting to do any of these 3... at any time, then I think that we need to make sure that they're not too hectic. My immediate first thought here is I would drop the charisma modifier to the extra damage you do. I think that pushes it a little bit too much. Let's see what Fermata does. If this was limited, I feel like then maybe the making them stronger would be more okay. Fermata, as a bonus action, they can expend the Bardic Inspiration to heal themselves for an amount of HP equal to your Bardic Inspiration die times your Charisma modifier. Just too strong. Here's one where you could do Bardic Inspiration die plus Charisma modifier. I think that's fine. The thing is that you have to keep in mind is that your Charisma modifier, both your Charisma modifier is going to go up over the campaign, and the size of your Bardic Inspiration die. So all of these features are innately not only pretty good, but they're going to grow over time. So yeah, multiplied by Charisma modifier, that's just silly. So this could be plus Charisma modifier, for sure. Legado, Fibonacci, Esperanto, Porto Presto. They can expend your Bardic Inspiration die to double their movement until the end of their next turn. How does this work? Sit in the action economy. So if you want to do this, you have to clarify at the start of their turn, is what I would probably say. If you don't want it to cost anything in the action economy, I would probably say at the start of their turn. Okay. Overall, I feel like in terms of the power balance, this is actually pretty good. I don't think this is totally messed up in any way. I could also see an argument for they can expend your Bardic Inspiration die and move a number of feet equal to the roll of the Bardic Inspiration die times 5. So that way it could potentially be a lot more or less depending on a bunch of circumstances, but that could be another way that you could tie in the Bardic Inspiration die, and I think that would be fine. Yeah, no, this is a lot of healing. The multiplication is silly. Faux show. Faux show. What's up, some random person? If it isn't some random person. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like it a lot. I really like that when you give, it's when you give the Bardic Inspiration, you choose which of these they get access to. That's exactly what I'm talking about when I was talking about this feature, where it's like you want to think about what a conductor does in how you give the feature. So that's great. I think the only thing that's missing really in that is you just need to make that a lot more, it needs to be much clearer in the language that when you give the Bardic Inspiration die, you're choosing Crescendo, Fermata, or Legero and assigning that attribute to that Bardic Inspiration die, or to the character that has the Bardic Inspiration die. Yeah, but they're cool. They're cool. They're cool. I like them a lot. And I understand why you didn't give a super big feature here, because this is still pretty strong. But yeah, we still want something a little bit more specific with proficiency bonus. Let's look at the 6th level feature, disabling retardando. That almost sounds like an inappropriate word. Starting at 6th level, you have learned how to disable those who would do you harm. When you give an ally Bardic Inspiration, you can choose a number of enemies equal to your proficiency bonus that you can see within 30 feet of you and have them make a Charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, not fail, on a failure, they don't say they are dealt, say they take 1d6 psychic damage and cannot move until your next turn. Say at the you need to clarify more than your next turn. You need to say it until the start of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. I feel like this should probably not cost a Bardic Inspiration. I think it should just be a thing you can do. I think once per short rest is fine. I think that it should just be its own thing. I think it should require an action to do. And I think the psychic damage, I have mixed feelings on. I think being able to do a 30-foot radius, everybody stops moving around you, is pretty dang strong. If you wanted to make it Bardic Inspiration, I think you could make it a little stronger in another way to balance it out by basically saying, like, you can roll one of your Bardic Inspiration die, and then creatures lose movement equal to the roll of the Bardic Inspiration die times 5. So it could be something like that too, if you wanted to keep it in. But in its current state, where it just shuts down all of their movement. And this, by the way, just so you guys understand, and I think it's good that it does it, this overcomes creatures that are immune to grapple and restrained, which is a lot of creatures, which is a cool thing, because it's a way to shut down those sorts of creatures. The other thing is that this will drop flying creatures out of the sky, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I like it. I would probably drop the damage, I think. I don't think you need it. It feels like... yeah, it just feels like extra for no reason. Drop the damage, drop the Bardic Inspiration cost. But I like it. Despite it not being D&D speak, what's the difference between fail and failure? Yeah, I think the phrase "a fail" is like an online phrase. 6th level. I don't think it's like real grammar. Upbeat outro. At 14th level, you are now able to orchestrate any battle to your party's side. Weird phrasing. When you give your Bardic Inspiration to an ally, they gain 2 benefits from the Inspiring Overture. So here's the thing. This doesn't really work mechanically with the way you've built this, in my opinion. Because the way you've built this, the language of it is that they use the Bardic Inspiration die when they do the thing. Okay? But they all take up, like, different spots in the action economy. In a weird way. So I feel like you got to think about that a little bit, and maybe that requires rebuilding the language grammatically here on this end, or maybe addressing it slightly differently here. But I think that's worth thinking about. Yeah, because then it's like, how do these things sit in the action economy? So, for example, if I pick Leggero, because this one doesn't take up any space in the action economy, do I just get Fermata for free? Or do I still need to use that bonus action to use Fermata? Or alternatively, if I use Fermata and Crescendo, if I use this bonus action, does this just... what if I don't make it... what if I don't do any... what if I don't hit anything? Is this just on until I hit something? It's just like... it feels a little bit like... I think you need to think about how these things sit in the action economy. Honestly, the easiest way to do that would just make everyone... would make everyone a bonus action, probably. That would probably be the first thing that came to my head. I don't know if that's the right move or not, but that's certainly a way to simplify it. But it's worth thinking about. In terms of what it actually does, I think it's fine. I kind of don't know how I feel about... assuming you change this, I don't know how I feel about all of the features being immediately tied to Bardic Inspiration. Maybe it's because this one feels so bland. But there is part of me that wonders if there was something else that you wanted this this conductor to do, some other piece that could fit into the pie somewhat, if you need to do this improvement. And I'll tell you the first thing that comes to my head. And by the way, we are very much in opinion place here, so like if you disagree with this, that's totally fine. But you already have this thing that slows stuff down. What if you have the opposite? What if you have a thing where like you can start performing a thing, and a certain number of allies within range all essentially are under the effect of the haste spell for a round? You give everyone haste for a round. Like, you speed them up. I think that could also be a cool thing, and it kind of balances with the slow down, the speed up. I don't know. But I don't do that if that doesn't interest you. But that was just something that popped into my head. If you felt like you wanted to do another thing that wasn't tied to Bardic Inspiration. I'm always hesitant to tie every main feature to one resource, just because it's kind of a bummer when you don't feel like you're subclass anymore. Like, even the Battlemaster Barbarian, even the Battlemaster Fighter has a couple features that are not tied to Battlemaster maneuvers. You know, and like every Barbarian has at least one feature that isn't tied to Rage. Because you don't want to be in a situation where when you're out of your main resource, you don't feel like anything. What's up, Prince Quincy? What's up, Bamboozled? Welcome to the show. How are you guys doing tonight? We are doing some homebrew review. Speaking of which, let's give a big round of applause to our dear horror dude bro. Horror dude bro. Thank you very much for sharing the College of Conductor. I think it's a pretty solid piece, my guy. I don't actually think it needs a great deal more work. I think you have some room for that third level feature, and it's worthwhile to think about the mechanics of how they all sit together a little bit. But yeah, it's a pretty solid little guy. Pretty solid little guy. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Bards are fun because there's not a lot of pieces to them, which can feel very constraining. But if they do feel constraining, we're actually going to skip Aton for now, because he specifically said he wasn't going to be on stream till way later. So I'm just going to spin again. What was I going to say? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Oh, bards don't have a lot of pieces to the puzzle. So if you can distill your idea down to like 2 or 3 main concepts, it's actually really easy to make a very fun-feeling bard. It's weird. Bards are not my favorite class to play at all, but they are one of my favorite classes to homebrew. They're my favorite spellcaster to homebrew, I think. Yeah, probably. Blade Roller, this is only... tonight is the homebrew review for members. So your piece is on the Sunday night wheel. Your piece is not on tonight's wheel. Your piece is on for Sunday. Tonight, I have 2 different wheels. I have one wheel, which is the big open one, which anybody can submit to. And then I have one wheel, which is only for my very cool and too cool for school members and patrons. Gotta give some, gotta make the membership worth something, you know? All right, let me grab Ross. I see him in the chat. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Oh, Ross? Oh, I can't hear you for a sec, but I think that's actually my fault. Let me fix my headphones. I think my headphones are being weird. Talk for a second.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Cool. Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm quite good here. You're very quiet. Let me try to adjust something here. How's your day going?
Yeah, I've been pretty good. Just working on that.
All right. Well, what are we looking at?
So I literally just tweaked the immovable rod.
Mm-hmm.
I made it movable in a single axis.
Okay.
And I'm basically thinking if creative players could make this so unbelievably stronger than a normal immovable rod. Because my thinking at the minute, at least to my thought process, is like you can immediately make a zip line.
Mm-hmm.
and it's just like being able to fly with that essentially, and all the ramifications.
Okay, let me take a look. This cylindrical rod is long and metal adorned with a button on one end. Limited immobility. As an action, you can press the button on the rod, causing it to become magically fixed in place. However, the rod remains mobile along the axis running through its length, allowing it to slide or rotate when force is applied. Okay, so it's essentially like it becomes like a straw that's on an invisible, immovable yarn.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Okay. That is interesting. Temporary fixation. The rod remains locked in 2 axes until you or another creature use the action to push the button again. However, the rod can only hold up to some amount of weight. Blah, 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 blah. A creature can use an action to attempt to move the fixed rod. They must make a... Okay, so I have an immediate question for you. And I think that this is going to be what determines if it is too strong or not. How affected by gravity is it when it is on its fixed axis?
So I thought about that, and I specified that it's only movable on axis when a force is applied. And I was thinking I'm going to rule that gravity is not a force applied to it. It'd have to be an external shoving.
So you wouldn't... So I think then the question becomes, because going down then, I mean, is a person, I think the question is if it's angled downward, is a person holding on to it count as force applied? That's one question. Because if that does, then I think it does become a zip line. But if that doesn't, and they need to do something to apply force to it in either direction, up or down, then I think that the mechanics of that should be clarified.
Right, yeah.
Does that make sense? I feel like, for example, because in my head, the way that it works, if I wasn't thinking about it, would be that if I'm holding onto it and trying to go down, it goes down like a zip line, and I just like slide down it. But if I tried to go up it, I essentially would have to make an athletics check, and it would essentially be the same as me trying to muscle my way up a zip line, which would be pretty hard, probably impossible for me to do, but maybe possible for like a very strong D&D character to do. And then at the peak of that, they would just start sliding down again. So I think that you would need to think about it in regard to that. Like, is it another action to then lock it in that specific fixed place? So every single turn, they could like release it, athletics check, and lock it at the top of that. Those are because I think that outside of those situations, I feel like you could apply almost anything to the logic of that in terms of how players would use it in a weird way. But I think that that's the main thing you need to address. What happens when you're trying to pull something up, and what happens when you're trying to pull something down?
Yeah, I suppose like, so if it wasn't affected by your weight and it was only like the momentum, that means going down, you would have to constantly try and like swing to get it to go down, and then that's the same for up.
And if it's not affected by gravity or your weight, then going up should technically be the same difficulty as going down.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's what the way you'd want to do it or not. I think an easy way to do it, if you wanted to make that feel the same, would just make it a certain check. And it could be like, in order to move the rod up or down, you need to make an athletics check. And then you could just tier it. A DC 10 allows you to move it 5 feet, 15, 10 feet, 20 more, or whatever, you know? And if you wanted to have that applied differently, whether you were moving something up or down, I would say you make the DC half for going down. So if going up is a 10, 15, 20, going down is a 5, 10, 15, or 5, yeah, something like it's easy. You could make it like it's literally just an easier DC to go further going down if you wanted to do that sort of thing. And that's probably what I would do if I was going to build those mechanics in.
Yeah, I guess I kind of didn't have a solid idea on what made sense.
I like the idea of it a lot, though. I think it's a very fun item.
Glad. Because if... I suppose gravity having an impact on it is more kind of like... Well, not gravity, sorry. The weight of people that's kind of a more intuitive, maybe a more intuitive kind of understanding of it, and that might. I don't know. I don't know where I'm standing with this. I just kind of thought of it randomly.
I think it's a fun item. I feel like you could do stuff with weight, and you could do stuff with athletics. And I mean, the thing about magic items that's kind of fun is it is a space where you can mess with stuff in that way, where it can come up in a specific game, but you don't need to assume that a game does that, because it's always up to the dungeon master when they include a magic item, how they include a magic item. So if, for example, you made moving it more or less difficult based on weight, then one character being like a 1,500-pound Warforged and another character being, a 30-pound halfling, that being dramatically different using it, I think is totally reasonable. I don't think you would want to put that in a subclass, because then you are not really accounting for balance in those sorts of directions, but it's a magic item, so you don't really need to. The other thing that I would say is all of this stuff that I'm saying is I'm asking it not because I even think you need to include it in the item if you don't want to, but those are the things that would come up with my characters if I gave them this item. They would immediately mess around with trying to use it as a zipline and trying to climb up with it. And also play around with, like, how does it work, like, with a wagon? Like, could I balance something on it, and then I could sort of push that thing along, and it would just sort of move along under that thing, like, as a way to, like, carry something quite heavy.
Yeah, I was thinking of, like, what are they called? Is it like a ski lift, or those?
Yeah, we have those.
Yeah, so just like having all of your belongings hanging under this thing as you just scoot it along the countryside.
Yeah. It's a fun idea. I like it quite a bit.
Yeah, I'll have to go clarify that.
Yeah. Any questions, thoughts, yearnings?
No, I think that's all we've done.
All right, buddy. Thank you for the call.
Thanks for having me.
This is a really fun reinterpretation of the immovable rod. I like it.
Cool. Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah. All right, buddy. See ya. Click. All right, that was Ross with the straw version of the immovable rod. Let's give him a round of applause. Oh, thank you. What a champion. What a champion. What a fun little item. Poof. Clap. Oh, it's the Milky Boy. Let's grab Milky. Oh, okay, we get a roar. We'll see what that means. I think I saw Milky in the Discord. Let's check. There he is. Hello. Hello. Unmute when you have a second. How's it going, buddy?
All right.
Welcome to the show.
Ooh. Oh yeah, welcome.
What are we looking at today?
Roar.
Okay. No. Okay. Enough said. Let's dive in.
Dragon roar. Roar.
Angry
dragon.
like dragon. Roar. All right. Let's take a look. Draconic power. Your dragon has been blessed with the power of a Calm down, Cinder. Your soul has been blessed with the power of a dragon. Choose one of the following damage types to be the type of draconic power that flows through you. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. The extra rage damage you deal, as shown in the rage column of the Barbarian table, becomes the same type. Okay. Additionally, you speak, read, and write draconic. I'm going to point something out here.
Yes.
This is almost a weakness, just so you know.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything good, but it's really flavorful.
No, it's very flavorful, but what I'm saying is because you're doing that, it gives you space to do more good. Because it's not a weakness, but it's like I wouldn't see, like, this isn't saying like you don't deal your rage damage. Like you're still doing that damage, but there's nothing
It's not a benefit.
No, it just basically makes it so some creatures are going to be resistant or immune to that extra rage damage. So I would encourage you to think about... Well, let me read the other features first, but there's space maybe for something else here too then.
Okay.
What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing.
Okay, I apologize. We also can speak, read, and write Draconic. I'm going to tell you exactly what the thing should be in a second because I'm realizing you're not doing it. I know what the thing should be. Whatever the damage type you pick is, you should also become resistant to that when you rage. That's what it should be. So if you pick lightning, you deal extra lightning damage, and when you're raging, you're also resistant to lightning damage.
Yeah.
That's the way I would do it.
I give you immunity to it while you're raging at 14th level.
But that's even more of a reason to get it at a little version at 3rd level, because then it can grow. Okay. We also get Frightful Roar. You let loose a Draconic, and getting one damage type resistance isn't crazy for a Barbarian. You're gonna end up getting a lot of them just from whatever other things you pick anyway. Frightful Roar. You let loose a Draconic Roar when you enter your rage. Whenever you enter your rage, each creature of your choice that is within 10 feet of you and can see you must succeed on a wisdom save or become frightened of you until the end of your turn. When you reach certain levels of this, the range increases 20 feet at 10th level, 30 feet at 17th level. If the creature succeeds at saving throw, they are immune to this feature for the next 24 hours. Isn't this the same as the Berserker Barbarians feature?
No, that is a single target, and it's an action.
Okay.
This is an area of effect, and it doesn't fit into the action economy. It just happens when you enter the rage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I like it. And I will say that I think it's a solid feature. I think you could even up I actually want to say that I think, depending on what else we get, I could see a good argument for the radius being 15 feet at level 3, and then it going to 30 feet, and then it going to 45 feet. Okay. Because 17th level is, like, we take off the wheels and go to space at 17th level usually. The DC is here. Did I not link it? I can link it again.
The DC is...
it's based on charisma.
Based on charisma.
Yeah, which is not the strongest thing to base something off of for a... what do we call it? Barbarians, which is kind of
what the dragon's frightening presence is based off of.
Yeah.
Is its charisma stat.
Yeah. If you want to do that with this, I think it's totally fine, but I think it gives you space to make it a bigger radius. And yeah, we definitely want to get resistance to whatever damage we take on at level 3. Awakened senses. Your draconic senses awaken, allowing you to detect things you can't see or hear. You gain blind sight to a range of 15 feet, and you can still benefit from your danger sense while blinded or deafened. Cool. Is that enough?
I mean, it's quite powerful.
It basically makes you get resistance to... You basically get advantage on all deck saves at this point. That's like the main thing. And then you can mess with invisible things or somewhat hidden things within 15 feet of you.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Tradosio says you should make Frightful Roar based on Constitution. I understand the logic there, and I think that is a totally reasonable thing if you want to do that, just because of the nature of like building something specifically for its class, as opposed to just fully taking inspiration from the thing. And most barbarian,
because you're not a dragon, you're a barbarian.
Yeah, and most barbarian extra powers are tied to con. It's a good way to make them much more make them work better. And if you're trying to figure out how to logic that in your brain, you could argue that a barbarian rage transforming is more intense based on how like visceral their body, you know what I mean? It's like the yell is not coming from you being scary, the yell is coming from you being like meaty and big.
All right.
So think about it.
Just a minute. I gotta do something.
What are you about to do? Oh, you gotta do something in real life. That's okay. Go do what you need to. I thought you were about to like do some... I was like, oh, dude, am I about to have to kick Milky out? Was he going to be weirdo? But no, he's actually doing something. It should be based on con. What's up, chat? Guys, what kind of stuff are you working on in your lives? How's Baldur... Guys, I've been playing Baldur's Gate, The Dark Urge. Oh my god, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. I love it. It's my first playthrough.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I was just talking about some D&D Baldur's Gate, but let's jump back in. But also the Dark Urge, oh my god, is so much fun.
I wish I could play that game, but my computer is not strong enough to handle it.
Mine barely is, but I'm making it work. We're trucking along. We're doing what we can.
I have a MacBook Air, so...
Oh yeah, that's not going to run anything.
Yeah, it'll shatter if I try to run that.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Whenever you land... 10th level, powerful critical. Whenever you land a critical hit with a melee attack, you can deal additional damage equal to double your rage damage. This damage type is the same damage type you chose from your Draconic power. I'm going to say that I think that you should make something different here, almost entirely. And my suggestion would be either a move that you can do more like big, or something that it doesn't happen when you're raging.
Because I wanted something that deals extra damage, because this subclass doesn't really get that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I came up with.
Yes, but here's what I'll say. This is why I would not do this. Barbarians already get extra damage on a crit with brutal critical. Like, that's already a thing that's happening. So I feel like you have space to make something new. You want to give, in my opinion, it's okay to do stuff that happens on a triggering roll, but whenever you can give the player agency to decide when to use their power, you should, in my opinion. So this is one of those things where, like, what if it was, what if you got like mini smites, basically? So it was like, con modifier times per day. When you hit a creature while raging, or just when you hit a creature, you can expend a Draconic Heart charge and deal, an extra 3d6 damage of the elemental type or something like that. Like a mini elemental smite based on your element. Or Philip Thay suggests, or maybe like a breath attack. Like, what if, a number of times per day, you can replace one of your attacks with a breath attack? That could be another thing. But I feel like I would lean towards that if I were you.
I wanted to stay away from a breath attack because Dragonborn already get this.
For sure,
chances are, if you're playing this, you're playing as a Dragonborn. Or at least I would be.
I feel like you definitely don't need to go breath attack, and I like when people go in a different direction than that, because I do think that is the go-to. But I would say think about a way to express the damage in a way that the player has control over. I would make it more impactful than just doubling your rage damage, because that's not a lot of damage. And I would make it limited in use.
Okay.
That's the main feedback. All right, let's look at Raging Dragon. The Draconic power within you begins to flow whenever you go into a rage, unleashing the fury of a dragon. While raging, you gain immunity to the damage type of your choice. Additionally, your rage damage permanently increases by 1. See, here's what I would say. This could be a place where you do the rage damage thing. I feel like you could say, while raging, you deal extra rage damage equal to something. It could be double your rage damage. It could be something like that.
Or
but
equal to your con modifier?
I feel like con modifier would be too much. Doubling your rage damage is going to be at 14th level. What's your rage damage at 14th level? Let's double check.
I think it's like 4 or 5.
It's 3, and the most it ever gets to is 4. So basically, I would argue that that's also still like pretty damn strong, doubling your rage damage on every hit, but it's tied to that elemental damage type, so it's okay to do, just because I think it is going to be a lot more limited in its effectiveness, because it's not, like, you having a magic sword isn't going to make this damage work on a fire elemental,
Yeah.
Yeah. So them's my thoughts. I think it's a pretty cool, solid little guy. Very, very nice. I like the variety of features a lot. I really like the way you incorporated the roar. Yeah, I think, honestly, the main thing I think to do is to play around with the 10th level feature and make it more active.
Okay. More active.
And by active, I mean something that the player has control over when it happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, an action or a bonus action.
Yeah, or a reaction to something, but usually something that's still up to the player determining determining to do it or not do it. I guess a reaction is still kind of in the same lane as happening on a crit, but usually the triggering thing of a reaction is more often than a crit, but it depends on what that triggering thing is. Yeah. All right, cool.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Really nice little dragon subclass. You know what I like about this also? I feel like this does a really nice job of... I could very easily see the way that it's written. I could very easily see this barbarian being a barbarian that legit is transforming somewhat into a dragon when they rage. But on the same hand, I could also just as easily see it as a barbarian who like learns to fight dragon style, quote unquote, and like has no physical transformation. They just gain like the magic of the dragon. And to be able to do both of those spectrums in the same piece, I think is really nice for making something that can be evocative, but also evocative on like a wide scale. Very cool. Very cool.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, man. All right. See you later.
See ya.
Bye. That was the Milky Boy. Milky the Boy. Let's give him a round of applause. This is called The Path of the Dragon. Very fun little piece. What's up, Dragonic Rat? Dragonic Rat. All right, Milky. Let's see who's next on it. Welcome, Dragon. We were just looking at a dragon. A dragon for a dragon. Next is Matthew. We are doing Homebrew Review Night. Matthew, are you here in the chat? I don't see you, so my guess is you are not. Matthew, I see Matt Thorne, but that is not you. Let's see. I'm going to be playing a blind character, and as such, I was looking for an item for him. The regular DOB felt both too strong and boring. What is the DOB? I have no idea. So I reworked it. I'm not sure if it should be common or rare, though. All right, let's see. Dragonic, if you want to submit Homebrew for me to review for Sunday, there's the link. I think that's the right link. Hopefully it'll come up. Somebody tell me if it's the wrong link if you click it. Do blind people have blind sight? No. Daredevil has blind sight. Oh yeah, that's the goal, Charlie. That's very much the goal. Is that it's a D&D show where we don't really play D&D. We talk about D&D, and people can ask questions, and I bring people on sometimes. Like tonight. Tonight is the night where I'm bringing folks on if they are here when their piece gets called. But I don't think that Matthew is in the Discord. So no Matthew, but that's okay. We'll look at his piece. The Dagger of Blind Sight. I didn't know that was a normal weapon. Oh, Matthew, you are here. Okay, cool. If you want to come on stream, go in the Discord, but no worries if not. Dagger of Blind Sight. While wielding this dagger, you gain Blind Sight out to 5 feet. If you already have Blind Sight from another source, add 5 feet of Blind Sight to that total instead. If you aren't wielding this dagger, but it's on your person, you can choose to use a bonus action to concentrate, as if concentrating on a spell, to gain the effects of wielding it. That's interesting. The effects end if you lose concentration or if you choose to dismiss it, no actions required. If this dagger isn't on your person, but you are within 120 feet of it, you can choose to use a bonus action to concentrate, to gain 5 feet of blind sight centered on the dagger. This effect ends if you lose concentration or if you choose to end it, no action required. Chat. Let's talk about this. Matthew, first of all, I like this a lot. In fact, I have almost no feedback except for one big piece of feedback. And I'm so curious if chat is going to spot it before I do. I will give you a hint, chat. Here's the hint. There's too much going on but there's also the right amount of stuff going on. That's my hint. I'm going to give... I see Milky Boy just said something. I'll see if any... I'm going to give you the rest of you a chance. Class, let's see. What Milky said? You're all just going to agree with Milky? Yeah, fine. Milky's right. These two features should just be the same feature. Because the dagger being on your person, having a 5-foot radius blind sight is going to be the same as this. So you could just pick this. So if you get rid of this feature, and you just get rid of the on your person, not on your person, and just say, if you are within 120 feet of the dagger, you have this. Yeah, what Tradosio just said. Exactly. But it's really solid. Here's what you do. Okay, in its current state, if it's just this, I feel like it is... If you make this ability for it to spot things when it's when it's in your backpack, or if you make this concentration ability a one-time a day ability where you can do it for like 10 minutes or an hour or some amount of time, then I think this could be an uncommon item. If you make this ability you can use this as often as you want, I think this becomes a rare item. That's my opinion. And I think if you make it a rare item, there's also an argument for bumping it up to a +1 dagger. This is not blind sight out to 30 feet. It's actually way less blind sight than that. So if you think it serves better as rare, I kind of like that. And I like being this feature potentially being a all the time feature and not limited. Matthew, do you have any questions? I think it should be one of those types of magic items that improve. This could also, that's true. It could start as just this, and then it could grow into doing this once a day, and then it could do this infinitely, and when it does this infinitely, you make this extend from 5 feet to bigger. Yeah, I like it a lot. It's a pretty solid item. I get to start with an uncommon item, so I need it to be uncommon level. Maybe make this away from you feature limited. And then I think you're there. I also think that you could make it farther. I think you could do 10 feet blind sight, 10 feet blind sight, and it'd be fine. How do you have such little criticism for your homebrew? Because it's pretty well put together, you gosh darn hooligan. You done good. $10 feet is super fair. There's also blind fighting, which will get you 10 feet, so this isn't any stronger than, like, that. And to be fair, if it's intended to be on, like, a rogue-type character, 5 feet is a real rough thing for a rogue, because depending on what your subclass is, like, you're going to be really having a hard time getting your sneak attack off if you're blind. So, I don't know who's planning on wielding this, but I feel like it's, you have blind fighting already, Paladin? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like even then, having it go up higher, I think makes more sense. You think it should be able to detonate like Gale? Somebody's... I don't even know what that means. Five feet isn't enough. 10 is fair. If you already have blind sight, it can improve 5 feet. Yeah, I like that. No blind sight gives you 10 feet. If you have blind sight, it extends it by 5 feet still. I think that's solid. Cool. Let's give Matthew a little round of applause. Really solid reinterpretation of a dagger. This is the second... Hey, guys, that's so cool. First of all, nice. Future Planet, am I gonna have to time you out for some fucking Baldur's Gate shit? We're not even playing Baldur's Gate, my guy. You know them rules. I don't want to be spoiled on that. This is the second item tonight that we've looked at that was a reinterpretation of a magic item that already exists. Which I think, by the way, is some of the funnest homebrew to write, because so many magic items have space to be more distinct. Cool. Thank you very much. It's our French friend, Quelque Andutre. Amsa. You keep adding on to your name. It's getting crazier and crazier. Do you want to come into chat, my dear French friend? No worries if not. You do not. All right, I see. A fun spell inspired by improper formatting. Oh, that is interesting. Oh my god. I just got a quick glance. Okay, let's be real. Let's be real. This is pretty amazing. I'm gonna be honest with you, because we're definitely not gonna read any of this part in the middle. But that's pretty amazing. Text gum. I know you would not read this, but that's because you didn't realize that none of this is important. This spell is this and this. So just but showing the whole wall of text is very funny. Wall of text, second level illusion, 1 action, 60 feet, concentration up to an hour. Ooh. You create a wall of floating text on a solid surface within range. You can make the wall... Is this like a wall spell, but it's text? No, it has to go on a surface. You can make the wall up to 60 feet long and 20 feet high and 1 inch thick. Wait a minute. Is this a wall, or are you putting it on... I'm confused. Let's read the whole thing. You can make the wall up to 60 feet long, 20 feet high, and 1 inch thick, or a ringed wall with a... Okay, so it is a literal wall. It's an illusory wall. Yeah, that's the way that I think that's... It's an illusion spell, yeah. I think that... I feel like if I were you, I feel like I would use language that is much... I would use language that more specifically evokes that it is an actual wall, because look at the confusion that's happening in the chat. Some people think you're summoning a wall. Some people think you're putting text on a wall. Because here's what I'll say. The only thing to me that's indicating this is actually a wall is the term floating. And the spell illusory script also kind of uses the same language of floating text on a solid surface. So it's very similar language to another thing like that. I understand that the next sentence says you make a wall, but again, this is a spell called Wall of Text that has a wall of text. I think it is completely reasonable to assume that this is just flavor of the language and not mechanics. So what I would do if I were you is instead of saying you create a wall of floating text on a solid surface, I would say you pick a spot within range and a wall of text erupts from the ground. Like, describe the wall of text as rising and becoming a literal wall in the way you describe it. I think that will go a long way to make it feel more clear. Because the only reason why this is confusing is because wall of text is literally a wall of text, and there are other spells in D&D that put text on things, and they use similar language to this, so I could very easily see it being a wall of text that's not a wall. It's literally just a bunch of text on a wall. It's only because of the flavor of it that this is an issue. I think if you used other things, it wouldn't be an issue, but because that's a flavor issue, I do think that you need to clarify it in the flavor. There's an Easter egg in the middle of the text? All right, well, I'm not going to find it, but I'm glad you will. Let's see what it actually does. Each creature that starts their turn within 10 feet of or inside the wall must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, a creature is incapacitated, unable to maintain concentration until the end of their next turn, as they read through your gibberish. An affected creature is also unable to go through or stay in the spell's area, as it would prevent them from reading it. Creatures that are unable to see, understand any language, or have an intelligence 4 or lower are immune to the spell's effects, although they miss out on free information. A creature can be affected by the spell a number of times equal to the spell's level, as there is more text to read when you upcast it. When a creature is affected by the spell for when a creature is affected by the spell for the maximum rounds or deliberately spends a minute reading it, they learn a random fact. Okay. I like this idea a lot. It is way too strong for a second level spell. This is, in my opinion, a lot stronger than Wall of Fire. Because not only is it opaque, like Wall of Fire, so it's like, if it's in front of you, you can't do almost anything through it that requires line of sight. It completely incapacitates creatures. Wall of Fire just does damage. So this is not Wall of Stone, but it's definitely a bit stronger than Wall of Fire. Unless you want it to be a lot smaller, but it's pretty big. Let's look at Wall of Fire for a second here. Wall of Fire is a 4th level spell. It makes a similar wall, not quite as tall. And it does 5d8 damage when the wall appears. And within 10 feet on one side if a creature spends time in there. Yeah, it's basic. It's like Hypnotic Pattern if you could aim it better and make it a lot more specific. So like I'm saying this is like a 5th level spell probably. Hypnotic Pattern is a cube, yeah. It's not a cone. Confusion is a cone, I believe. And they do similar things, but not exactly the same thing. Kel Ka'an, do you have any questions for me? I don't know if Hypnotic Pattern is stronger or not, because Hypnotic Pattern is still... This is so much more controlled than Hypnotic Pattern. Hypnotic Pattern is just a big square you have to put down. Blomp. This, not only do you control it because you're making it a line, you can draw it across the battle map. It is a wall. So creatures can't see through it. So if I cast Hypnotic Pattern, somebody can still look through Hypnotic Pattern and cast magic and make attacks through it at creatures. If you put this down... People have to figure out getting around it to do most spells that require line of sight or targets or anything like that. So, unless you want to make it a lot smaller, I think it's got to be like 5th level. But I like it. It's a pretty cool spell. Do you have any questions, my dear French friend? My friend from across the pond. I wish I knew a French song I could sing right now. Je ne sais moi te... No, I don't know any French songs. Maybe I'll have to learn one. I'll figure something out. Is it bad to have modified spells on magic items, like cold damaging burning hands? Or gloves of earth tremor in a cone from a hammer? No, I think that's a really great way to do modified spells, and a really great way to make putting a spell on a magic item doing... I can speak French, yeah. We've talked about this. I speak every language. I just don't know any French songs. I feel like a great way to modify spells, a great way to make magic items feel unique is to give them spells that have those spells change in unique ways. It also is a good way to modify spells but limit the availability of players to break the game with those spells, because if you have to cast it in that unique way through the item, then you can limit how often they can be casting it and how much they can make it a part of their core kit. So you can make a really weirdly overpowered version of a spell and have it be once a day and have it be fine. Arian All, I think you're new. Anyway, that was a great question. Friends, let's give a round of applause to our dear Frenchman. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, I've been working on a video that I am so excited to show you. I'm so excited to show you. I'll tell you what. We'll make a deal. If you guys are... let's do a couple more, but I'll show you a trailer of my video that I'm working on, okay? I'll give you a little sneak peek, a little taste, and you'll be like, oh, Cinder, you're so creative. You're so creative, Cinder. No, GM Workshop. Actually, do you guys want to see the trailer for my thing now? Should I show it right now, or should I wait? Because GM Workshop's here, and I want to show off to him. You want to see it now? Yeah, it's not on YouTube yet. Okay, so this is a video that I'm working on. I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but I will show you one part of it that I uploaded onto YouTube as like a test. Okay, let's see. Where's my channel? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. So, the next video that I'm working on is going to be about... Well, it's going to be a bit of a skit show. We're going to do little skits. Little goofs and gaffs, if you will. This is not a whole thing. This is going to be one part of it. But it'll give you guys a little taste of what the whole thing will be. And I think it's going to be pretty friggin' great. Let me... Let me actually do something here. Let's do this. Let's do... Hey, Ludwig. Let's do this. Let's hide my big dumb head for a second. Let's hide you for a second. I'll leave you here, chat. You can stay. I don't want to get rid of you. Make you little for a second. All right, you ready? You guys ready for some action? All right, little preview. I just can't believe it. I know. I just can't believe it. I know. If there was something I was gonna believe, this would not have been it. Yeah, no, I know. Of all the things. Yeah. That I could have maybe potentially seen myself a little bit believing just a little bit of a little slice. This would not be it. This would not be it. That's why I wanted to tell you. And you're sure? Yep, pretty sure. So we do have cloacas. Yep. Huh. Okay. Oh, fiddlesticks, if only we spoke Draconic, we might be able to decipher the beast's evil machinations. Yeah, so that's the thing I'm working on. We'll see how it goes. It's taken me a little while because it's a lot of editing. But I think it's going to be pretty damn good when it's done. What do you guys think? Do you like it? You think you'd watch a 5-minute video of that? I'm a little quiet. I might have been a little quiet in the video, but that's just because I have my audio background a little bit quieter. Am I a little quiet as a person right now? Well, it's going to be good. It's going to be pretty good. Anyway, speaking of pretty good, let's give another round of applause for our dear Frenchman. And guess what, guys? You guys got the sneak peek because you came to stream. The true champions of the show. This music got intense really quickly. All right, I'm here for it. What's up, Cat Roach? Lucy! In the sky with diamonds? Let's see if Lucy's here. There they are here. Let's grab them. Lucy!
Hello, hello.
How are you?
Hello. Wait, let me just... Yeah, hello.
Welcome. How are you?
I am good.
Lucy, you didn't make your piece viewable.
I didn't?
I have to sign in as Lucy to see it.
Damn. Wait, let me just...
Yeah, go change
Let me
it.
just... maybe that would be better.
Yeah, make it publicly available.
Wait, but it's on the Hombrew.
Yeah, but
Oh, do I need to?
But you need to like say you still need to like.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Make it
So
viewable.
let me just do this and then.
Yeah, take your time. Let me see.
Well,
What are you looking? What are we doing? Pirate campaign. You want to make sure your first session is enticing, nice pacing. It's going to be around 2 hours, and you're building this thing with your friend, and you're running the campaign with. Oh, that's cool. Are you guys both? Are you being dual dungeon masters?
We were gonna do like this thing where it's like swapping. So one day it's a DMH and one day it's like a DM. Do you know what a DMH is?
It's like a DM hot sauce. It's like a DM heckler. They stand in the back being like, "Ah, what do you call that? Dice roll."
It's a dungeon master helper.
Okay.
Yeah. It's basically just the dude who works on the monsters just to take off a little weight off of the other dude.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah. I think it should be public now.
Okay, let's check. We'll try again.
Yeah.
Nope. We're not in. But you can tell me about it if you want to. We could talk for a minute if you want to tell me about what you're working on.
Then how do I... Wait.
I have no idea. It says I must be logged into one of the accounts listed as an author of this brew. So you might have it listed as author view only. You might also not be sharing a public link. You might be sharing a you might not have sent me a public link.
Let me just copy all. Can I like send it in some chat?
Yeah, just DM it to me.
Okay.
In Discord.
Message. Yep. I am sorry for the thing. Yeah.
Nah, it's fine. Don't even worry about it, my guy. Listen, it's one of the benefits of having people come on stream when I look at their pieces is we can actually address this if it happens. There we go. Okay, start of the chaos. So this is the first encounter that you're running. Now, is your goal here? Now, just to clarify, is your goal to publish this, or is this the way you're writing it for yourself?
This is the way I'm writing it for myself and for my friends. This is how we understand it.
Okay, that makes sense. So, okay, let's see. So you're not. This is not. No, but none of your players are looking at this piece of paper.
No.
Okay. So what? Tell me what's going on here. What's going on with this adventure?
Basically, it's starting as a pirate adventure, and they get washed up from a storm onto the beach of Beluga Village.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they started, and they see a fisherman. I don't remember even. It's like I don't remember what I said, like what I put over here already. But I remember that we said like, oh, it's gonna be a village. There's gonna be like a mini quest while we figure out the rest of like the idea of the campaign.
Cool.
So this is like the sort of idea of how our players interact with the world. Because we don't know them yet.
Okay, so we find the players at sea. There's a storm. The storm leads to a skill challenge. If they succeed, their ship sustains some damage. So I think having the opening with an issue at sea, I think is really great. Can I tell you what the main thing I would suggest initially is make this shipwreck moment a much bigger deal. Make it bigger. So instead of it just being one skill check, I would probably try to turn it into a group skill check thing where it's like you have.
It's a skill challenge.
Oh, it's a skill challenge. Oh, I misread it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would encourage you to do two things. One, if they succeed and their ship is only partially damaged, the choices that they make should affect how it's damaged. So like the things they do, like the things they choose to save are the things that are saved, and the things that aren't are the things that break. Like, you know, if lightning strikes and the ship catches on fire, it's like, okay, are you putting out the fire by like the steering wheel and the rudder, or are you putting out the fire on the masts? So that way their choices will immediately impact what happens, regardless of whether or not they fail or they succeed. And then on the converse of that, if they fail and the ship wrecks, I think that similarly, there should then be a secondary level of skill checks, which is how are you getting to shore and what are you trying to get from the wreck? And have them get an opportunity to basically get some of the stuff out of the ship so that they're not totally at nothing, but those could be more or less challenging depending on the valuableness or the weight or whatever of what they want to get. And that skill check doesn't need to make it that they drown or not. It's just like what they succeed at getting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So immediately, not only are they in a moment of conflict together and that sort of thing, they also... Good night, Ross. Also, Kelf, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate that. Very, very kind. Very kind. Thank you. It allows them to immediately have some agency over what happens in the story.
Okay.
Okay, so they shipwreck, and they get to the island, and they meet a guy who offers to assist. He's a trader, shows them around the area. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty solid opening. I feel like one of the things that I think is super important is, you don't, if you want them to get to if you want them to get to these sorts of errands, you could sort of treat it like a, you know, when you're starting a campaign and the world is very small, you don't have that many players, or not that many players, that many NPCs yet, they can all sort of care about the same things. So the other thing that I would say is, oh, you guys are still little. Let me fix you. You're still little. There you go.
Oh, by the way,
Mhm.
like completely somewhat unrelated to this,
Mhm.
the rod one, like the rod thing.
Mhm.
I was thinking about making like an NPC, which like makes the rod. It's like a bed, and it just travels around the world, like a
magic flying bed.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. It's a great idea.
Anyways, yeah.
The last thing that I was going to say is you could sort of, these errands, if you have ideas for like all of these different errands and the way that you might want to run them, or like the different types of quests they might be.
Yeah, I have them like on the right side.
Yeah, no, I see. That's what I'm looking at right now. But what I was going to say was, depending on which NPCs they talk to, a lot of different NPCs could have the retrieve a ship log quest, or a lot of them could have the negotiate with a rival trader. So what I would encourage you to do is, whichever NPCs the players meet that they like connect with the most, that it seems like they are interested in helping or getting to know or whatever, whichever one of these quests you want to give them, give it to them from the perspective of that character. So for example, let's just go with the ship log one. There could be somebody in town who knew somebody that was on the ship, and they wanted to see if they were on the ship when it crashed, when it sunk or whatever. So their goal is like personal. There could be somebody who wants the ship log because they just want some of the treasure on it or something, like, or that, you know what I mean? Or they want to know, like, more from a political perspective, like, okay, who was the trader coming in here? So they want to know who owned the ship and where they were going next and that sort of thing. And the reason for getting the ship log or whatever quest you want to do should have a unique, like a personal tie for whoever it is, and you can sort of play with the moral game as to like which ones seem like a good quote unquote reason. And And you could even have them learn of different characters wanting it for different reasons, and then you sort of give the players an opportunity to almost start picking sides immediately and to be like, I want to help this person, whether because I like them more or they offered me something cooler or whatever. And I feel like that is a great way to not only get them immediately invested in the world, but like making decisions that will impact their relationship with people in the world.
Okay, I see. Okay.
And then the last thing that I want to say is, what level are they going to be?
They are gonna be between level 1 and 3. I do not remember.
Okay, I was going to say a plesiosaur is a pretty hard fight for a level 1 party. 68 hit points is a lot to get through, and 14 damage kills everything, including a barbarian, unless it's raging in one hit.
Yeah.
So I would probably not throw a plesiosaur at level 1. I would probably throw it at level 2, especially if you're doing it in water, because water is going to be a lot harder for a low-level party. They're not going to be able to breathe underwater. They're not going to have special weapons that work well underwater. They're going to be quite limited, which I think is really cool. But say that again.
Sorry. I think that I'm gonna make it like the plesiosaur less uses its environment, even though it's cool. But it's gonna go like more over water, where they like go on like a little ship and stuff.
Okay. The other thing that you could do. There's another thing. There's another trick that I do when I'm running my game. If I want my players to fight a monster that's a little bit too hard for them, because I think it's going to be really cinematic, is I go by this rule that they don't have to kill the monster to win the fight. Let's say this plesiosaur is trying to hunt them for whatever reason. It's like, I'm going to eat people now. How many hit points do you think the plesiosaur needs to lose before it decides this isn't worth my lunch?
About like a fourth of it.
So you could play it like it has 68 hit points, but you know, maybe when it gets to 50 hit points, it leaves because it's like, I'm just gonna go hunt orca. I'm just gonna go hunt some seals. You know, like it's like in real life, a wolf will stop. You know, the bear leaves something alone if it thinks the thing is too dangerous, or you know what I mean. So I would have it act like an animal in that way, and that way you don't have to worry about them getting through all 68 hit points. And then the alternative of that is if you are playing an animal and you want it to go till the crazy bitter end, you make it so the players are doing something that like it feels like it needs to keep stopping, like they're attacking its nest or something.
The problem is, I think. Wait, let me just. To in close by. Yeah, no. The innkeeper wants the like sea beast food. Like flesh to cook.
Oh, okay. Well, then the players got to kill it, or invent soy and try to trick him.
Ooh. But
higher level party.
With your idea, it could be like they don't need to kill it; they just need to take its flesh.
Yeah, that could get pretty grisly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so stuff to think about. But I think it's a great idea. I started one campaign with a shipwreck, and the thing that I regretted the most about it, like looking back, it was fun and my players liked it. But what I wish I did more was I made the whole scene of the skill of the shipwreck basically one skill challenge, and I wish I made it more complex, and I wish I made it so the players' choices had more of an impact, which is the main reason why I suggested that, because I feel like immediately afterwards I saw so much more potential for that, especially if they're on a ship that isn't theirs, because then what happens is if the ship starts to crash, like you almost want the ship to crash because it allows them the opportunity to essentially loot things from the ship that they normally wouldn't have, you know? Because if everything is in the sea, they can try to break into the captain's chest as it's crashing to see what's in there, you know?
I see. One last question.
Sure.
No, two last questions.
Sure.
One, what do you think about the map I but like I used a website. Yeah, what do you think?
I think it's a solid map for a little town. What is this wreck that's at the north? What is this?
It's supposed to be like a big boy house.
Okay.
A noble house.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think it's a solid map. I don't use maps like this that often just because I don't have the time to make them. So if I find them, I will use them. But my players do really like it. I think that just for getting a sense of like spacing and like locations, it can be really good, especially if you want the main reason I would give my players a map like this is to give them a vibe of the area, but also if the area is going to be a place that they're going back to a lot, or a lot of the campaign is going to be happening in, it can be good for them to like legitimately get familiar with like where things are.
And the last question, wait, what was it? Okay, the last question was, I'm gonna start sending, like, I think this, like, week I'm gonna start sending my compendium.
Cool.
So just pick whichever class or thing you want to review and just review it.
Okay, you don't have, if you don't pick something, I'm gonna pick probably more at random. Just because I don't have a strong... My goal is to look at whatever you want me to look at, and if you're like, I don't care, look at any of it, then I'm just going to pick something at random, probably. But if there is anything that you want me to look at more, let me know, and that will be the thing that I pick.
You mainly reviewed almost everything in the compendium, except for, like, 2 features that I... like, house rules that I, like, made, which I think are pretty cool. But, yeah, I think that's it.
All right, cool. Oh, dang it! He got me! He got me! All right, let's give Lucy a round of applause. Our dear friend from the Middle East. Brahim Habayin. Selkom Shalom. Tachana Haba'a Ako. Raise your hand if you know what I just said. After you're done giving a round of applause. Maybe 1 or 2 of you. My guess is not many more than 1 or 2 of you. All right, thank you very much, our dear Lucy. Let's change the music up a little bit. Feel like I want to get a little synth wavy. You just speak bad English? That's one of the languages I speak, so don't worry about it. It's loud. Sorry about that. All right, let's spin. What's up, Arcade Avery? How's it going? Next is Kip. Hello, it's me, Kip. Hello, hello. Bob's your uncle and Elbo's your hamster. Twiddle me bits and fiddle me grits. Hey, Cinder, I don't really make much homebrew, so I'm pretty proud of this and was wondering what you thought of it. Now let's take a look. Oh, it's super dark mode. The mode is dark. The mode is bright! The mode is dark. The mode is bright! Dark. Bright? Dark. Bright. Dark. Bright. You better watch your tongue, Kelf. You don't have to gloss over it, man. You're watching the show. You can go back and rewind and watch that part 100 days. What's up, Crazy Moose? Oh, shit! Look at that timing. I just saw him in chat. Did he just get here? Gifting 10 memberships. Guys, we are a third... We are about a third of the way to our weekly goal our weekly member goal. Thank you very much, Crazy Moose. You help me keep the lights on. The lights that I will eventually be getting better ones of. I appreciate it very much, very much, very much. Okay, this is a subterfuge fighter. I think we do light mode, right? Can you guys read this? Is this pleasant? Chat, light mode or dark mode? One day, Kelf, I'll turn the dance parties into a video. Light mode. Okay, yeah. Okay, light mode. A third level. This is called a martial archetype. This is the subterfuge fighter. Though most fighters rely on their ability of physical prowess, some rely on tact and cunning. Again, chat, if you are watching and you've not watched before, whenever you have a sentence that starts with most fighters do this, but some fighters do this, you need to go back, look at what the thing is that some fighters do, and this is where the sentence starts. And you just get rid of this part. 3 moons? Jesus Louises! Crazy Moose. Thank you. You're out of control. I appreciate that. These such fighters, you could just say these fighters, love to use their abilities of subterfuge, whether by using, don't say use and use in the same sentence, a nearby enemy to block an arrow or being shot, at them, or by skillfully removing a piece of armor that has been preventing them from stabbing at an enemy heart. These fighters love it all. These fighters love it all is... This kind of flavor text can be fine. This kind of... Wait, did you want to come on stream? Let me just check if you're in the Discord. I don't think you are. Okay, no, you're not. These fighters love it all. This kind of sentence is fine if you are trying to write something that is kind of jokey or silly with little goofs and gaffs. But none of the flavor text above this implies any goofs nor gaffs. So I would say don't use this language unless you want to make this more goofs and gaffs related. We have a subterfuge thing. Okay, let's see. I have advantage on deception checks while in combat. Interesting. And then we have a DC is a subterfuge DC is 8 plus prop bonus plus subterfuge modifier. Choice between strength and dex. I would just say your choice. This should just be called. You don't need to call. Don't call it your subterfuge modifier. Just say your choice of strength or dex, and then make it let you choose when you get the subclass. I would use the word sunder when referring to the armor bit. Yeah, that makes sense. I agree with that. You can't come on tonight? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. You don't know if you've ever rolled deception check in combat? I haven't either, to be fair. You could also not do that, and you could just give yourself proficiency in deception. I think that would also be pretty reasonable to do. Pretty reasonable to do. My implant's feeling weird tonight. Ugh, top of my lip. I feel like I need to stretch it. I had surgery on my gum. Sometimes feels weird now. All right, whatever. We ignore it. No, we go to the dentist this week. That's what we do. Or next week. Okay. Technique plenty. At 3rd level, you gain access to pocket sand and another subterfuge technique of your choice. You get another at 7th, another at 15th. How often can you use these things? How often can you use this ability? As a reaction, whenever you or analyzer... I think you mean another. Whenever you or analyzer creature... Come, analyzer creature! Come, analyzer! Analyze these enemies for me, analyzer! Analyzer! Tell me of these creatures. Have you analyzed them? Tell me! Whenever you, an analyzer creature, is targeted by an attack from a creature within 15 feet of you, don't say may, say can, you can throw pocket sand into their eye, giving them disadvantage on the attack. The creature is unaffected if it's wearing eye cover or if it's immune to the blinded condition. Okay. Whenever you take the attack action against a larger, smaller creature that is not prone, swimming, or flying, don't say may, say can, you can forgo one of the attacks to sweep their leg out from under them. The target must make a dex saving throw against your subterfuge save DC. On a failure, they're knocked prone and take damage equal to their weight divided by 50 rounded down. Why are we doing this? This is overly complicated. Okay, I'm going to be real honest with you. So far, this just feels like this is just a really convoluted version of tripping attack, right? Oh, I can get very Monty Python, don't you worry. This is too close to tripping attack, in my opinion. And this whole, their weight divided by 50 rounded down doesn't make any sense. Like, I understand the logic of it from a physics point of view, but nothing in D&D works this way. And this means the Dungeon Master needs to be able to calculate the weight of every single thing that you fight, and that's going to be so annoying. Yeah, in general, I feel like this is just too close. So, what it looks like you're trying to do with this is that you're essentially making it so it's like a Battle Master with way limited features. Like, they're not picking a lot, and they can do them infinite amounts of time. That's what this looks like to me. I don't know if they should do them infinite amounts of time, but if you do make it so they can do them infinite amounts of time, I think that you need to make sure that they're not too strong, and you need to make sure, regardless of if you can do them infinite or not infinite, they need to feel really different from Battlemaster maneuvers. Like, another thing that gets occasional features like this would be like the Rune Knight, where they get a couple things that they can do like once a short rest or whatever. And those are really limited in use, but they're also really different than these sorts of features. So the main thing that I'm going to say here is, like, you need to think a little bit more about that. And I'm going to read Fake Out, but currently, I think Pocket Sand kind of feels too strong to be an all-the-time feature, and Sweep the Leg is just way too similar to Tripping Attack. Even basing it off size doesn't make sense, because, like, what if it's like, you know, does an iron golem weigh the same as a flesh golem? I don't know. Fake Out. When you take the attack action against a creature within... don't say when you take the attack action, because say when you attack. When you attack a creature within 5 feet of you, you can forgo the attack to attempt to make them flinch. Don't say every creature. Say each creature within 5 feet of you makes a wisdom saving throw against your subterfuge CC. On a failure, you have advantage on all attacks against that creature until the end of your turn. As well, you may also make a melee attack as a bonus action this turn. This is just way too strong to do all the time. Also, it really shouldn't be against every creature within 5 feet of you. That seems a little bit absurd. I feel like one creature is fine. Even if it's one creature. Yeah, feigning attack is... I mean, feigning attack also already exists. So, like, right now, I think the main... I probably should just... that was the stupidest way to find that. Let's go to the Battle Master for a second. Like, it's basically the same feature. So, I like the idea here, but honestly, I think the main thing that we need to do right now is make this not just a Battle Master, but different. It needs to really feel like its own subclass. Like, currently there's no reason for these not to just be translated into Battle Master maneuvers. We're not even going to worry about the other ones, because I think that this issue is just going to probably... we got to solve it at 3rd level before we worry about higher levels. So I think the main thing to think about for your 3rd level feature here is, like, how does this sit in the action economy? Is it going to be resourceless? Is it going to be resource-based? And then how do you balance it in terms of power if it's resourceless, meaning it's got to fit nice, it can't be too strong. But also, none of these should feel like Battle Master maneuvers. Lean more into roguiness, you think? I guess that's true. The subterfuge does make me think rogue. It's a little bit roguey feeling for sure. Alright, let's look at evasive actions. At 7th level, whenever you're targeted from a ranged attack from a creature you can see, don't say may, say can, you can use your reaction to oppose disadvantage on any ranged attacks until the start of your next turn. What does that mean? You can use this reaction a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain expended uses when you take a long rest. My genuine question is, why would a creature have disadvantage on all attacks it makes if it makes one attack against you? I don't see the logic here. A creature getting disadvantage on ranged attacks against... It's not what's written here. You can make disadvantage on any ranged attacks, not attacks against you. It might be supposed to be attacks against you, but you got to write that out. I mean, yeah, it's a good feature if you want to. It definitely helps, right? It's going to be one that helps you close the distance, or at least you know, makes it so you can be a harder to hit distant enemy too. But you got to clarify attacks against you. I also feel like this shouldn't be proficiency bonus times per long rest. I feel like it should be tied to maybe charisma, honestly. If we're doing something else with charisma up here, we could do it. We could do it for this too. You could also tie it to dex or strength or any number of things. Yeah, the problem with it, for the most part, is so far this really does just feel like an alternative battle master. Flexible tactician. At 10th level, any creature you hit with an attack, At 10th level, for any creature you hit with an attack, you don't provoke opportunity attacks until the end. Okay, so we're doing okay, I'm gonna be honest. We're doing. First of all, you really need to work on your language. There is a feat in the game called Mobile. This does a lot of what this ability does. And this is how you write the doesn't provoke opportunity attacks thing. So write it like this. So instead of for any creature you hit with an attack, you say, when you make a melee attack against a creature, you don't provoke opportunity attacks from that creature for the rest of the turn. Or whatever, however you want to write it. Additionally, that creature has disadvantage on attacks against you until the start of your next turn. I feel like, if anything, this part feels like it should be a resource-based feature. Or, like, this should be... I don't know. Aren't we also getting... Isn't something like that already happening with Fake Out? This is advantage. So much of this is advantage, disadvantage. I don't know. It's a little bit samey, right? Like, there's not a lot of flavor in these mechanics. It's just kind of like... everything feels... How much of this, like... A lot of this is just advantage, disadvantage stuff. Even the sweep the leg, like, the whole point of knocking someone prone is advantage, disadvantage stuff. So, like, there's just a... And same with blinding, actually. Same with blinding. All of this is going towards advantage, disadvantage. It's too much of advantage, disadvantage. Too much. We need to see a little bit more diversity in what we're actually accomplishing. Press Control F and write Vantage. Why? Oh, I see. Because of advantage, disadvantage? Fine. I mean, it's... Yeah. So there's going to be at least... But even still, it's more than that. But it's... Okay, so it looks like 7 different features are tied to advantage or disadvantage. It's a lot. Arguably too much, one might say. Oh my god. It's in the wrong place. Fucking go away, Finder. Where are the conditions? They're nice for dirty fighting. Precision strikes. You begin to notice common weakness in your enemies. Blah, 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 blah. You gain access to different types of attacks. You gain access to different types of attacks on your turn. That's not the way I would write that. Dismantle. When attacking with a weapon that does slashing, piercing damage, you can take a -6 penalty to your attack. On a hit, you deal a crucial piece of damage to their armor. If the armor is heavy, it takes a -2 penalty until it can be repaired. Again, this is falling into the problem that you're bumping into 2 big things. In fact, I don't even think we really have to say much more about this piece. The thing you're bumping into is that you have to be very thoughtful about when abilities require a resource or not. Being able to destroy part of a creature's armor, that should be on a resource, because you shouldn't be able to just hit... When you hit creatures, you can make their armor go down. Even if you're taking a minus penalty to it. That just seems like it's... I just disagree with that from a pretty fundamental standpoint. Yeah, all these extra minus hits. I don't know, man. It's a little bit of a move. Minus 10 to do 4 times the normal damage. You're sort of falling into this place here where, like, D&D is sort of a bell curve. And if you make anytime you get too close out of the middle of the numbers, whether it's really bad or really good, it kind of becomes unusable. So, for example, this piece, getting a minus 10 penalty on your shot, you're going to miss a lot. This is too big of a minus penalty, period. On the other side, doing 4 times the attack on no resource is also too much. So you're in this weird position where I think you are doing too much damage if you succeed, but you're also failing to. Like it's just, this is the thing that we bump up against a lot in D&D, and I see a lot of people doing it, especially in races for whatever reason, where they want to really overload how many cool things the race gets, and they decide giving it weaknesses balances it out. And that is not how it works. That is not how it works. That really, really, really only works for magic items and spells, potentially. But I would, for anybody that's watching, for you, Subterfuge Writer, for anybody, if you want to give a thing a inherent downside, you can, but that downside is not an excuse for giving an upside. That's just a decision that you're making. If you take all of those downsides out, it should still be quite good, and also balanced. Drow says, hello? Hello, Drow. Are you talking about the Drow that they changed? Are you talking about the Drow that they removed light sensitivity from? Your homebrew will be vanquished. Why did you do that? But yeah, it's just too much. It's just too much. So the main thing that I want to say is I think that if you want to do subterfuge, you should think about what subterfuge means a little bit. And if you're trying to, like, these sorts of penalties can be okay if they're not permanent, but like they have to be situational, or not situational. They have to be quite limited, whether that's limited in resource, limited in how long they last, put them behind a saving throw, stuff like that. Giving yourself penalties to attack is not a great way to balance it. If you did want to give a penalty to attack, I would argue that I would encourage you to do something like you don't add your proficiency bonus to the attack, or something like that. Maybe that might be a better way to do it, but static numbers just feels weird and off. At 18th level, whenever you are targeted with a weapon or spell that targets one creature, you can use your reaction to swap places with a larger or smaller hostile, friendly, or unconscious creature within 5 feet of you. The creature must make a dex save against your subterfuge DC. On a failure, you each take half damage, but only they receive any effect. This is kind of a cool feature. This should be something we're getting way earlier, and it should be weaker, and it should be limited in use. We're getting our first unique feeling feature, and it's also the feature that sort of sells the idea. And we're getting at 18th level. That's just way too late to get something that we kind of want to sell the fiction. This also is, again, not that dissimilar from some Battlemaster maneuvers. So what you probably need to do is go look at the Battlemaster and make sure this is not too much of that. And then go look at the Rune Knight for balancing this. Yeah, and those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Kip. Let's give Kip a little round of applause. Thank you. Oh, what the fuck is going on with my computer? My internet is fucked up today. Alright, applause doesn't want to work. I don't know why. We're not going to worry about it too much. All right. Let's try again. Okay, wait. I have another option for applause that we're going to try. Because I don't like not having the applause. I like having the applause. There we go. All right. Applause. Applause, applaused. Thank you, Kip. I'm gonna burp soon. Excuse me. Next is Twin Maelstrom. Hey, Cinder. I'm still working on flavor, but it's supposed to be a mounted style paladin based on the Valkyrie from Norse mythology. The second channel divinity is still up in the air. I want to do something like it, but I'm not sure if this is the right way. Additionally, the Oath spell might be fine, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure I like the 15th level feature, but I wanted something like healing plus a mounted benefit. Finally, I really like the 7th and 20th level features, but they might be a little OP and misworded. All right, let's take a look. Okay, Channel Divinity. I've heard of that. Can you guys see okay? If I do this, is that easier? Let's do that. Okay, Channel Divinity. We're jumping, we're going right out. Yeah, no tenants. They said they didn't have much flavor text yet, so we don't know what the flavor text is going to be. Wings of the Valkyrie and Chosen for Death. As a bonus action, you can empower a creature to be worthy of the champion of the Valkyrie. Using your Channel Divinity, choose one friendly creature you can see. For 1 hour, that creature gains a fly speed of 20 feet. If the creature is being ridden as a mount, it gains a fly speed equal to its walking speed. If the chosen creature already has a flying speed, it increases by 20 feet. I feel like... What do you guys think? I think that's probably fine. Is an hour of fly speed too much for Channel Divinity? Should it be less? Grab your wood elf buddy. That is the one thing that I do think is I want to say I almost want to encourage you to have it so it has to be. I almost want you to list like animals because yeah maybe, and also maybe make it 10 minutes. An hour is a lot, I think. I could also see it has to be a creature that you're mounting. Yeah, you could make it beasts only. That's a great solution, Tradosio. I agree. Yeah, piggyback time. Yeah. There's a lot of ways it could kind of be janked. It's funnier if you don't. Beasts would exclude Fine Steed. I guess that's true, yeah. But I do think that you got to make a way that you can't just cast it on your buddies. Chosen for Death. As an action, you present your holy symbol and create a sphere of life and death energy with a 10-foot radius for the next minute. You need to put a period here. And put this using your Channel Divinity up here. The start of your next turn, all friendly creatures within the radius gain temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus your charisma modifier, while all hostile creatures in the radius take damage equal to 1d6 plus your charisma modifier. I think that if this is going to be on for a minute, I think we maybe even just make it charisma modifier and we drop the d6. Turtle Druid says this should be concentration. I feel like that could make sense. But I also think you should just lower the damage. Or you make it for 1 round. And not 1 minute. Spells, we have Speak with Animals. Shield, find steed, lesser restoration, fly, speak with the dead. Fly feels kind of redundant here. I probably wouldn't do fly. Death ward, find a greater steed, Gaius Hollow. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know shit about Valkyries. You didn't put any flavor text, so it's hard to really judge if this is good vibe or not. So I don't know. Speak with animals feels more like druidy than Valkyrie, so I feel like you could drop that. But yeah. I don't have a lot to say about these. It sort of just feels like random paladin spells plus steeds related stuff. So you get a channel divinity to get a steed and then both the steed spells. This doesn't give you a steed. It lets you make a steed fly. It's basically a way to make your pet find greater steed at as soon as you get find steed. If you think that's good, go for it. If you don't, I would change it. Aura of the Shield Maiden. It's all the same goal. No, yeah, I agree. That's why I'm saying, like, it's a little... There's a level of redundancy there. Like, when you have Find Greater Steed, your Channel Divinity becomes a lot worse. Aura of the Shield Maiden. By 7th level, you have a pull around those who die. You constantly emit an aura that permeates the barrier between life and death. The aura extends 10 feet from you in each direction, but not through total cover. Friendly creatures have advantage on death saving throws. Additionally, when a friendly creature, including yourself, in your aura is hit by an attack, they can use their reaction to add your charisma modifier to their armor class. Nah, man. I'll be honest. I would drop this whole second part and keep the first part. Whole second part is where it's too strong. It's like, here's a pretty good aura. Oh, and here's like a way better version of Repost that everyone has infinitely. Here's the thing that here, now everybody basically has the shield spell. It's a little much. It's a little OP. And by little, I mean a lotta. So drop it. The ability to cast shield infinitely is something saved for like level 17 wizards. Immortal Arbiter at 15th. Starting at 15th level, you are a guardian angel, turning the tides of battle in your allies' favor. Why do you even have the shield spell? Oh my god, that's a great point. This spell becomes completely redundant with this ability, with this feature. So, who said that? Matt. Really good eye, Matt. I guess the idea is that they could stack, but no, they can't stack because both require your reaction. So no, they can't stack. Good call. Good call. Good call. No, dude, just the death saving throws is enough, in my opinion. Advantage on death saving throws is not nothing. You could do something else with death saving throws if you want, but I think that that's what I would do. Just something else with death saving throws. Death saving throws. Starting at 15th level, you are a guardian angel, turning the tides of battle in your allies' favor. When a friendly creature you can see falls to 0 hit points, you can immediately use your reaction to move up to your movement speed towards the creature. Then, if you are within 5 feet of that creature, you can use your Lay on Hands feature. If you are mounted, your mount can use its reaction to move up to its speed towards the creature as well. Additionally, while you are mounted and take the attack action, you can make a weapon attack as a bonus action. My god, you just get rid of this. Why do you keep doing this additionally and then get a completely overpowered thing? How about a bonus to death saves equal to charisma? Then anything above a 20 counts as a 20. That's not a bad idea. Ride of the Valkyries. When you cast Find Steed or Greater Find Steed, don't say may, say can, please. So you can summon an additional number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier. These steeds bond with friendly creatures of your choice, conferring the bonuses described to their chosen riders. What bonuses? As if they had cast the spell. What do you mean? You're saying like they get the Find Steed? While the steed is summoned, all damage dealt to the rider is reduced by an amount equal to your charisma modifier. I would drop that. Additionally, when you cast a beneficial spell that targets only you, you can have this that spell additionally target each steed summoned with this feature. All creatures, all creatures mounted on them. So you're just my mom. Like, this is enough. Each steed. Did I say seed? This is enough. This is crazy too strong. And you see how they tried to balance it by making it only once every 7 days? Disagree. Make it a once a day. Make it reasonably balanced. This one doesn't have an avatar state, and I think that's fine. Kelf, you almost made me spit out water. This subclass made by Billy Mays. But wait, there's more! Yeah. So I think a lot of these features, you got to get rid of, like, the bottom third. Yeah, it's a neat idea. I think that it's a little one note, right? Like, it's kind of like... I'll tell you what. The problem is Finder Great Steed exists. So you're in this weird sort of thing where it's like, how do you give a thing like Find Greater Steed early? And then the question becomes, should you give something like Find Greater Steed early? And how is the best way to express that? And I don't think you're there. I don't think you've sold me on it yet. This feels sort of convoluted. Like, I don't know. I think I almost want to suggest you don't worry about flying at 3rd level, like, at all. You worry about whatever else this thing is supposed to feel like. Some people really liked this feature, though, so you don't need to listen to me there if you don't want to. And then you got to just tone everything back a little bit. And once you have flavor text and tenants, you'll have a better sense of what to do here. DMs already aren't a fan of flying races. Don't know that be fans of flying early. I mean, some of them will, some of them won't. It's homebrew, so at the end of the day, a dungeon master is going to decide whether or not they want to allow it. So I think it's okay to make it. But I do think it's worth making sure that you're not doing too much redundancy. Like, why are we getting shield if we're getting a shield power? Why are we getting fly if we're getting flying powers? Why are we getting speak with animals if we can already magically talk to our steed and our greater steed? Tradosia says, I think the fly speed should just be 30 feet and the improvement should be 20 if it can already fly. Yeah, that could make sense. I could see that working. All right. Thank you very much, Twin Maelstrom. Let's give Twin Maelstrom a round of applause. Wait, that's not a good one. There we go. That's a better one. Thank you. It's not my internet that's messing up. It's my internet facing with YouTube. The tube of you don't like me right now. Fuck, I hate when my lips feel weird. I have this, like, weird feeling where my surgery was. I want to, like, stretch it. Alright, whatever. Databank! Are you in the Discord? Nope. Hey, Cinder. Oh, you said some hey silly name. Hey, silly name. Hey, Binder Slock Callie. Today I'm submitting a spell. It's called the Acid Pool. You want to give it to your wizard. 3rd level. Let's take a look. What's up, Patrick? Yo, Data. Truly. Alright, here it is. Acid Pool, 3rd level, evocation, 1 action range, 120 feet. Clove oil helps with mouth pain. It's not really mouth pain. It's like a weird numbness. The ground with a 40-foot cube. The ground with what? The ground within a 40-foot cube within range. You need to don't start your sentence like that, my guy. You need to say, pick a spot that, you know, at a point you can see. A part of ground that you can see within range. I don't know. However fucking Fireball does it. Write it like that. Or Web or Entangle or any of those spells. Yeah, you create... Yeah, there you go. What Trodosia said. You create a 40-foot pit in the ground at a space you can see within range. Period. It fills with small pools of acid. Each creature in the area... I would say in the area... must make a Dex saving throw. On a failure, the creature is covered in acid and takes 5d4 acid damage. On a success, it takes half and is not covered in acid. When a creature covered in acid starts its turn, it takes 4d4 acid damage. A creature covered in acid can repeat its saving throw at the end of its turn. At the end of its turn, no longer covered in acid on a success. This is not a proper sentence. Put a period there. It is no longer. On your following turns, you can use your action to choose a place within the cube to shoot a cylindric geyser of acid within a 10-foot radius up to 30 feet high. Creatures within the cylinder must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they're covered in acid and take 5d4 acid damage. This is very similar to a spell that exists. Vitriolic Sphere. Yeah. Somebody said it in the chat. Sponge. Extra points. Let's just look at what level Vitriolic Sphere is. So just to give you a little sense of balance here, Vitriolic Sphere is an instant, 20-foot range, 20-foot radius. Each creature makes a dex save, does 10d4 damage, and then another 5d4 at the end of its next turn. So it does a total of roughly 15d4 damage for a 4th level spell in a 20-foot radius. I was not thinking of Vitriolic Sphere. What's the storm one? Maelstrom? Is that what it's called? What's the lightning storm spell? It's like lightning sphere. It's like a 6th or a 7th level spell. Storm sphere? No. It's not called storm sphere. I mean, it's not called lightning storm. It's called storm sphere, yeah. This feels like Storm Sphere. So Storm Sphere is a 4th level spell. It lasts a minute. You summon a big lightning storm that does 2d6 bludgeoning damage when it appears. And then you can use your action to target creatures dealing lightning damage every turn. Or a bonus action to do that. This for a this for a level less does a lot more initial damage in a bigger space and does radius damage continuously. And it looks like it doesn't require anything in the action economy to do this. It just happens. So that's a lot. That's a lot for a 3rd level spell. Like a whole lot too much. Like I would argue way too much. I feel like this is a 5th level spell. Personally. At the very least, it needs to be weaker than Vitriolic Sphere. And right now, it's 2 on par with it. And I would argue that in a lot of circumstances, it's better. because that continual damage is radius. So it is a lot that you're throwing in here, Data. So I think you gotta look at Storm Sphere and Vitriolic Sphere and use those as sort of a barometer to how to balance and scale this one down a little bit. If the goal... calm down. If the goal is to make this a 3rd level spell, it needs to be the initial, like, it needs to be doing less damage than Fireball. Like, you need to look at it compared to something like Lightning Storm or Thunderstorm or whatever. Yeah, so you got to drop all the numbers. Like, everything's got to go down by quite a bit. Yeah, or the size could also go down. Like, this doesn't need to be radius. This doesn't need to be 40 feet. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you could do. 10-foot radius is going to potentially hit 4 creatures. 40-foot cube is going to hit a lot of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff you could tone down here, but in its current state, a little too tough. If I were you, I probably would drop the size, and drop the damage and keep this radius. But I would probably make this... I don't know, man. I'd probably make this 2d4 maybe, or 3d4, and I'd make this 3d4, and I'd make this 2d4. Something like that. More acid spells are always a plus, but you got to figure out how to balance it a little differently. Maybe those damage amounts I gave aren't enough. I didn't do any math in my head, but I do feel like we got to tone it back a little bit. All right. Let us give Data a round of applause. Data, whether or not you think you need to tone it down, I do think looking at Vitriolic Sphere and Storm Sphere are going to be your move to tighten it up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good job, good job. Excellent, excellent. Let's spin her again, boys. We're spinning to winning. And we're winning with spinning. And if you're like, hey man, I'm going to do this wheel, consider becoming a member. Supporting the channel, etc. A simple half feat that is meant to, or help me buy some lights. Help me buy some better lighting. A simple half feat that is meant to help non-prep casters with the limited amount of magic they can fit in their hands. I'm not sure if this is balanced, but I feel like it's not that far from reasonable. I mean, there's already a bunch of feats that do that, right? There's Fey Touched, there's Shadow Touched, there's Magic Initiate. So, like, there's a precedent for those sorts of spells. Usually a half feat means, Usually a half feat means that it's also giving you a bonus of some sort. Yeah. Requires at least 1 class level in a class that can cast spells without preparation. I feel like you got to just list them. What is that? Bard and Sorcerer and Warlock? Is there another one? Ranger? Is there another one? Alright, your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma goes up by 1. You can memorize an additional cantrip. I would say you learn an additional cantrip. And also, of what class? You memorize an additional amount of spells equal to your proficiency bonus. Whenever you level up, you can replace one of those spells you memorized with this feat with another spell you can memorize at that level. Wait, what level spells? Okay, so 2 things. 1, it's not memorizing, it's learning. Get the language right. Second of all, this is really fucking strong. Let's compare this to another spell. Like this is much, much better than Fey Touched and Shadow Touched. Which, oh, hold action! Thank you for the 5. Let's get some of this. Let's get this lighting. Let's let this lighting lit. Let's light it up and light it out. Also, stream elements, please update. I can do it manually if I need to. Do I need to? Really? Alright, I will. no, it should. Oh, it did it. It did. Just took a while. Just took a minute. But yeah, let's look at some feats that already exist. Fey Touched, one of the strongest feats in the game. You get the little boost, and then you get one spell that it picks, and then another first level spell of your choice. But it has to be from a specific school of magic, and you get a casting of those spells for free. I think it's usually an additional. Yeah. For the purposes of giving you extras, you'd say learn. Class features say no when talking about how much you get. Feat that gives you Misty Step, I'll take it. Yeah. Face Touched is amazing. Welcome, Candlemaker. Yeah, so you need to put some limits on this. Like, what class are they connected to? What level? Like, what's going on here? Like, because this essentially turns you into almost like a, I don't know. Like you gotta put limits on this. You gotta put limits on this. Yeah, it's just Magic Initiate, but better. Yes, it is. So that's my main feedback. If your goal is it's I guess I don't understand what the goal is. Like, is the goal that you become a prepared caster and that you have a minor amount of casting that you can prepare? Then I think the way that I would do that, this is what the way that I would do that. I would say, don't tie it to proficiency bonus. So here's what I would say. I would say, you can learn. You get a pool of 3 or 4 spells from this school and this school. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can pick 1 or 2 of these spells, then you have access to those spells for that day. So like essentially you're preparing from a mini list. You could do something like that. But you got to tone it way more down in terms of how open-ended it is, because right now it's just way too powerful, way too open. And those spells should probably be level 1. I don't think they should be higher than that. Or maybe level 1 and level 2. How does Fey Touched work? Yeah, level 1. Yeah, they should probably be level 1. The goal is not you can prepare more spells. The goal is you can prepare spells at all. Because you have to specifically be a class that casts spells that does not prepare them. You learn an additional amount of spells with a total level equal to half. I think it needs to be I don't think it should be based on your level. I think it needs to be a set number. This feat shouldn't give you, 8 spells if you take it at level, whatever, 16 or whatever. Yeah, exactly, Tech Scum. No feat should give you 3rd level spells. Yeah, I agree. I feel like the move is you make it a number of spells. It's a neat idea. You just gotta tone it down and tone it in a little bit. All right, Prince Quincy. I didn't even check if you were in the Discord. You are not though, so don't worry about it. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Prince Quincy. An interesting idea. I think the solution here is to focus more on that idea of setting up the mini game of preparing spells. As opposed to just giving you access to a bunch of new spells. All right. And then you want to look at something like Fey Touched or Shadow Touched to balance it. Yeah, it is a little like the Ritual Caster feat, but just like that, you want it to be really focused on the mechanic and less focused on the access to a shit ton of spells. Who just became a new member? Let me see. Who is that? Oh my goodness, it's Xno Sage. Thank you for the new membership. I appreciate it. Welcome. We have Jay is up next. Where's Silent Bob? Oh my god, that's such a dumb joke. All right, Jay, I don't see you in the Discord, but if you're somebody in the Discord, let me know. I had one item I wanted to talk about. I had trouble coming up with mechanics for it that felt powerful and thematic. Sands of Time. Let's give her a gander. Blade of Pit. Ruin. Elder Plate. Hand of Time. Eye of whatever. World Hammer. I don't see any Sand of Time. Is it Hand of Time? Is it Hands of Time? You said Sands of Time. Alright, I'm gonna assume you mean Hand of Time. Oh, it's you. Oh, you. Oh, Joshmo, did you want to come on stream? If you want to come on stream, you got to go into the Discord. I don't know who you are. I don't see your name in the waiting room. So if you're in the Discord, let me know. These two blade weapons can't make it on tonight. All right, no worries. These two bladed weapons can take the form of long swords, short swords, daggers, etc. Blah, 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 blah. Artifact. If it's an artifact, you probably should pick. You should probably pick. Don't let it... The only time that you really unless they're supposed to, well, we'll see. Maybe they're supposed to transform. If they're not supposed to transform, then you should make them specific ones. The only time I would say that they could be any of these things if it's like a flame tongue sword. Okay. I see. They transform. Okay. These blades are made from ever-flowing sand. The Hands of Time are an ancient artifact. Their very existence helps the flow of time. Be wary to the one that holds fate. That is an awkward sentence. Be wary of the one that holds fate. Works a little bit better. Dial. These items grant a +3. You have to write it out like a fucking item, my guy. Like, have you ever seen an item ever in D&D say plus like this? Ever? The way that you would write this is these, and also you need to say, like, I would say they count as +3 weapons, period. In addition, the hands become anchored to you. At any point, you can summon the hands back to you, or as an action, change one hand to another. This doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm not sure what you mean. So... this is a great example of where I think you need to look at magic items that already exist for how you write your text. There are plenty of weapons in D&D that are returning weapons that come back to your hands. Plenty of them. I'm just going to write the word returning, and we're going to find one. Returning weapon. Nope. Returning weapon. See how that's written? Copy that. And then don't start a sentence with or as an action. This should just be a different feature. So, and it say as an action. Temporary awareness. While you're attuned to the Hands of Time, you always know what time it is. You gain advantage on initiative rolls. Cannot be surprised. You are ruining your piece without using full proper sentences. It's making it so it's hard to read, my guy. Don't type don't type if you're in there. While attuned to the Hands of Time, you always know what time it is. Period. Capital. In addition, you gain advantage on initiative rolls and cannot be surprised. Period. Also, this is so many features. You got to split these up. You gain an additional reaction per round. Per round? And +1 to AC and... So you just put like 6 features in one sentence. Split them up. While attuned to the Hands of Time, you gain the following features. Semicolon. Enter. Bullet point. You have advantage on initiative rolls. Enter. Bullet point. You cannot be surprised. Enter. Bullet point. You gain an additional reaction. You should not get 1 per round. That's too much. Period. Enter. Bullet point. You gain a +1 to your AC and saving throws. Period. It will dramatically change the readability of your piece. Cinder, quick! I need the name of a monster that steals gold when it hits. I can't find it in the short. I don't remember. Sorry. It's a Kobold Press monster, I think. I don't think it's an official public. I don't think it's official Wizards of the Coast. I think it's Kobold Press. Yeah, also an additional reaction per round is really intense, but if it's an artifact, it's okay. Artifacts are allowed to break the game. Yeah, so do that. Don't put flavor text at the end of a sentence. Put it at the beginning. Alter Fate. When you see a creature hit or miss an attack roll, saves, or... What the... Oh, write full sentences. If you're ever unsure how you are writing... If you need help figuring out how to write full sentences, this is what you're going to do. You are going to practice by reading your piece out loud to yourself. It's going to have such a big influence. Let's just read it out loud and you'll see what I mean. When you see a creature hit or miss with an attack roll, saves or fails a saving throw or skill check, as a reaction, you force them to succeed or fail. If they would take half the damage on a successful saving throw, they instead take none. You can hear that that's too long a sentence, right? So do that. Practice that. It is going to majorly impact. Now, let's see. What the fuck does this thing do? When you see a creature hit or miss an attack roll, which basically just means make an attack roll, saves or fails a saving throw, which again just means makes a saving throw, or a skill check, as a reaction, you put the reaction up here. So here's what you would say. Here's how you would write this. As a reaction, comma, when you see a creature make an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, you can force them to succeed or fail, period. Basically that. If they would take half damage. So the other thing that I would say here is you shouldn't... Jesus, I would not do... Okay, so let's talk about what this actually does. It's essentially legendary resistance, but infinitely better, because you can force failures or saves, and it's not limited to you. So, this is insanely powerful. To the point where I would argue this should be once a day, probably. Or you gotta tune some of this other stuff back. Because there's still, like, more that's happening. It should be only on you and 3 times a day maximum. That would also work. And the way that you could just say it is you could say, whenever you make an ability check, saving throw, or attack roll, you can expend your reaction to make the to decide to succeed or fail instead of making the roll. Period. Something like that. Shifting Tide. As an action, you can cause the tides of fate to shift in your favor. For 1 minute, all creatures of your choice within 30 feet gain a d6 to all ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws. This is just the same as this. It's not really doing anything different. In addition, all creatures of your choice that enter or start their turn in the radius. What radius? This? Is this a radius? How long does this last? A minute? Make a saving throw or suffer. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like pick this feature or this feature, not both. They do the same thing. It's just like, it's almost like, why are we getting both? Yeah, it's a little too intense for an artifact, I think. That's why you gotta turn some of it back. Honestly, I would probably drop Altered Fate and keep Shifting Tide. I think if we got a new Prince of Persia game or a complete overhaul remake, you'd play the heck out of it. I never really played any of the old Prince of Persia games, but they do look really cool. You choose two of the forms they take. Secondhand Dagger. When you attack with this, you're able to make another attack. So you get a whole extra attack. It's a lot. As a bonus action, when you hit an enemy with an attack roll, you're able to subject them to the slow spell until the end of your next turn. Alternatively, as a bonus action, you're able to haste a creature you can see with. This is another one of those things where it's like, this is fine, I like this, but you need to write it in a way that is not confusing to read. This is what I would probably do. I would probably say something like, as a bonus action, when you hit an enemy with an attack roll, you can choose to either You can choose to have them make a DC 18 saving throw. On a failure, they are affected by the slow spell. Period. And then I would probably say something like, then this afterwards. Alternatively, you can choose to... I'm actually not sure how I would write this. I sort of feel like you just... I feel like you just dropped the attack thing. Here's what I would say. I would say... as a bonus action, you can choose to cast the... you can choose to grant yourself the effects of the haste spell, or target a creature to be under the effects of the slow spell. And they have to make a DC 18 save. Figure something like that. One turn of haste is a boon if you're not doing it before you take your action. What's up, Dylan? You're off to work early? Welcome, or goodbye. And it's doing more still? Jesus. The Hour Hand is the most powerful hand. It's capable of casting the Time Stop spell once per long rest. I have pretty... Okay, I think you gotta tone this thing back a little bit, my guy. I'm not sure, like... The problem is that... Because these are all things that you can just switch the weapon to become, they're essentially just all things you get. So I feel like if I were you, I probably would not limit these features to the different weapon types. Honestly, I don't understand why these weapons change types. I don't understand the lore of it. I don't think it super fits. I would probably make them a specific item, and that's what they are. And then I feel like you got to just look at all the features as what they are and then cut some of them out. Keeping in mind, this is essentially 4 features. This is way too powerful. And this is essentially 1, 2, 3, 4 features also. I understand the idea is that their hands on a clock, but more so to the point, that doesn't... that's no argument for them to transform. I'm just not buying the flavor there. And I think that you have to ask yourself the question, what's more important? Is it that they transform or that they do time stuff? Because they're doing a little bit too much right now in a couple different directions. And that's my feedback. Do you have any questions? If you do, wonderful. If not, no worries. Yeah, your feet ended up showing up. It was a little bit too strong. Basically, in a nutshell, what I told you to say about your feet was that you should take a look at like the ritual caster feat. Lean a lot more into the ability to prepare spells and remove a lot of the you just get a bunch of free stuff. And they should it should be limited to probably the first level spells if you're giving them extra spells. Data, I didn't look at yours yet, did I? Oh, no, I did. What was your piece again? I don't remember. Off the top of my head. I don't know if I have anything else to say about it. Hey, just tuning in at the volleyball game. Gonna have to... All right, have fun at the volleyball game. I don't think... I see no Schmoes is not saying anything, so... they say, I agree if I was gonna remake it now, it would be very different. Had a hard time with it a couple years ago. Yeah. It's a little bit busted. Thank you for sharing, Jay. Let's give Jay a round of applause, shall we? Thank you. Oh, the acid pool. Oh, yeah. Data, super easy feedback. It was just way too powerful for a 3rd level spell. If you compare it to Vitriolic Sphere, which is a 4th level spell, and Storm Sphere, which is a 5th level spell, I think you will see where I am coming from with it being too powerful. So I think the way to solve the problem, if you want it to stay a 3rd level spell, is to significantly lower the size of things and the damage. Also, we were wondering in chat, did you mean cube or square? I think they meant square. They said square. Cube, ice cream, sandwich, bananas. Snotty. Just a simple monster with a mount. Let's give her a gander. Express your rage however you wish. Let's see. This is nice. I like the piece. I like the vibe of it. I like the art. Really nice little piece. Nice looking art. These wingless kin of sprites are soldiers from the summer court. They take to the skies on their giant dragonfly mounts in service of the queen. Possessing no magic of their own, they receive training with specialized tools and weapons. Each of them forms a single lifelong bond with a giant dragonfly. These creatures serve as loyal mounts, in addition to granting their riders magical protection and the ability to reveal hidden threats. They serve as part of a peacekeeping force, patrolling the outskirts of their city. On the battlefield, they use their dragonfly mounts to dart in and out and reach out of reach, harassing their targets. All right, cool. Praying you don't get picked. Let's see. CR 15, 12 hit points. They're very slow little guys. They have advantage on perception checks. They can make up to 2 rapier attacks, plus 6. Pretty honestly, that's really high damage for a CR 1/2. I might make them just do 1 attack. They can throw a bola, which can do a dex save or restrain creatures. It can use a bonus action to remove the bola, losing the restrained condition. I'd probably make it an action to remove it. You could make it a bonus action, I guess, if you want it to be easy. But the main thing here is I would not give them multi-attack. I'm curious to see how they mix with their mount. I'm not seeing anything in the Dragonfly Rider that mixes with the mount. The layout's nice, for sure. 25, 16, it's 25 hit points. These guys are probably higher than a CR 1/2. While not in complete darkness, the wings of the dragonfly create an optical illusion. Opportunity attacks against the dragonfly. Here we go. And any mounted creature have disadvantage while it is flying. That's cool. I like that. That is pretty strong. The dragonfly can cast Fairy Fire once per day. A creature mounted on the dragonfly can activate this ability as a bonus action. Oh, that's pretty cool. And they do a little bit of damage. Yeah, I like it. I like it. This feels stronger than a CR 1/2 creature, but I understand why it's not a CR 1. I think the move here would probably be to lower the AC and the hit points a bit. And maybe the speed. Maybe it just has a speed of 30 feet, because it's not a big flying creature. It's a little flying creature. But I like it. I really like Mirage Wings. I think Mirage Wings are cool. I think it's good. I don't really have much more to say than that. Get rid of the multi-attack. Get rid of the Mirage Wings. The one thing that I would like to say, actually, is it would be nice if the Dragonfly Rider had some extra features when they were riding the Dragonfly, as opposed to it all just being on the Dragonfly side. Like maybe Unveil is just the Fairy Fire thing, and then these guys have a thing where it's like, while riding a giant dragonfly, as a bonus action, they can have the dragonfly cast its Fairy Fire or make a bite attack. I could see this also working as 1 stat block too, for sure. The one thing about it working as 2 stat blocks is you create the opportunity for the characters to interact with potentially a giant dragonfly, or to knock a dragonfly rider off a dragonfly and sort of hinder both of them, which I think is fun. I always love that. One of my favorite things to do in D&D is to like do a pushing or a pulling attack that unmounts somebody. Yeah, but it's pretty cool. Whatever I just said about the bonus action ability moving here, that would be great, actually. And that would actually be like an alternative to multi-attack, because it wouldn't be a multi-attack. It would be an attack and then a bonus action to have this thing attack. That's my move. That's my suggestion. Other than that, I think it's solid. I like it. It's a fun little guy. I see a good argument for the Dragonfly Rider having armor class of 16 and slightly better armor, and the Dragonfly of having lower armor also. Oh yeah, Ebola is like I'll show you what it is. Ebola is like it's like this. This kind of stuff. Oh, maybe it's supposed to have an S at the end? I don't know. All right, Snotty. Fun little guy, my guy. Let's give Snotty a round of applause, shall we? Ebola. Click. After this next one, I'm going to need to take a little pee-pee break. And then I'll return. Next is Black Raz. I was talking to my brother about a homebrew subclass. It evolved into a strange melee sorcerer build that doesn't feel like a Bladesinger or a Hexblade. Nice. It might be overly convoluted. We'll see. I recently added a few extra spells for the subclass to try to build the flavor, even though sorcerers don't usually get expanded spell lists. That's not true. They do. Check out the new sorcerers. Aberrant Mind gets expanded spell list. Clockwork gets expanded spell list. Hopefully you like it. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff that's happening here. There's too much. I'm gonna tell you right now, this is too many things. No, if you are ever in a situation where you're making homebrew, this is for anybody that's watching at home, and a single feature has more than 4 abilities, you're probably giving it too many things. And it probably means it's time for it to tone back a little bit. It's a JoJo thing? Oh, this is an anime thing? All right, well, we know how it goes with anime stuff. Anime stuff is usually pretty jank and convoluted, so that makes sense. Those of the Joestar lineage are descendant of powerful fighters who gain the ability to manifest their soul and psyche in the physical form called a stand. Okay, let's see. Called a stand to fight on their behalf. Is that like an Echo Knight thing? Okay, wait a second. Is a stand like Echo Knight where it's like it summons a little guy? You need to say that very literally because I don't know what a fucking stand is. Nothing about Joestars gives them a stand. I have no idea. I don't know what Joestars is. I don't know what any of this is. At level 1 as an action, you can manifest your stand in the space you occupy. Your stand has the following traits and abilities. So is it just you? Your stand is a medium humanoid. I'm going to ignore that. Your stand has hit points equal to your sorcerer level. Its armor class is 12 plus your proficiency bonus. Its speed and hover speed are equal to your speed. What is the... It's fly speeds is equal to your speed. Okay, it's speed and fly speed. Just say fly speed. Say it has a fly speed equal to your movement speed. It can move independently from you and can occupy the same space as you. Your stand shares your initiative but takes its turn right after yours. You can use your bonus action. Okay, so a lot of this doesn't need to be bullet points. Like, you got to just look at the abilities about summons. This is just a summon feature. Like, here. Read how this spell works. Let's see. It shares your ability scores except its strength score is equal to your charisma. Oh, you don't need to make this thing a creature. You don't need to make this thing a whole creature. You and your stand can communicate with each other telepathically as long as you're on the same plane of existence. Does it take up space? Is it like physical? Your stand cannot interact with objects or use weapons or shields. Whenever your stand would take damage, except for force damage, you take half the damage, ignoring your resistances and immunities. Your stand has the following condition immunities. Your stance unarmed strikes deal 1d4 plus strength modifier force damage. This is so convoluted for what this is. Holy shit. This should not be a... My guy, go just read Echo Knight and just build it that way. Just please. Yeah, this should definitely be paragraphs instead of bullet points. Maybe with a couple bullet points in the middle. Honestly, the move here is just like Echo Knight. Like, this is just an Echo Knight. So the way it's the Echo Knight is described up here, and then it very specifically says, so here's all the mechanics of it. Here's how to summon it, here's how much space it takes up, here's how far it can move, all that stuff. How to interact with it, how it can interact with the world. And then here's all the things it can do in clear bullet points. So that is the way you should build this, because this is confusing to read. And if it doesn't need, you don't need to explain half of this stuff if you don't make it a creature. You can just give it an AC and a hit point. Doesn't need a lot of or whatever. You know, if you want to make it a creature, give it a stat block. You need to do something in the middle, or you can't do something in the middle. This is just confusing. You can manifest your standard number of times a day equal to your charisma modifier, unless you spend 2 sorcerer points on manifesting it. Unless you spend 2 sorcery points to manifest it again. Your gain all uses when you finish a long rest. Your stand remains manifested for 1 minute unless its hit point reaches 0. Your hit points drop to 0, or use your bonus action to recall it. Wait, if you use your bonus action to recall it, is that just a use? Why is it so limited? I don't know. This is confusing to me. The stand should not have HP. They reflect damage to the user. Yeah, I feel like this shouldn't have hit points. Also, why is this the way we can summon it? Like, this just feels so much more confusing than just having a pet that you can summon. Like, you need to just pick. Okay, we're not gonna break this down any more than that, because it is too much not in a specific direction. Either you look at something like the Drake Warden, or the Battle Master, or the Battlesmith Artificer, or the new Beastmaster Ranger, and you make it a pet, or you look at the Echo Knight, and you don't worry about it having any sort of physical features other than specifically the physical ones, and you very explicitly list what it can do, and that's it, and how it interacts, and that's it. Rex, member for a month, let's go. Pretty cool. Pro tip, marshals should carry multiple weapons. Amen, brother bear. If it's a projection of the user, then it sounds like reflavoring the way the character interacts with mechanics might be a hot take here. I agree, Tradosio. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's the move. Glad, welcome. Yeah, it's just convoluted. It doesn't make any sense the way to do it this way. Like, we're just making it complicated in a lot of directions that don't make sense. Make it mechanics that the user can engage with that have some ability for them to be interacted with monsters in the same way that the Echo Knight is. It gets Mage Hand, Frost Fingers, Earthing Grasp. Why does it get Frost Fingers, or Earthing Grasp, or Vampiric Touch, or Arcane Eye? I understand Mage Hand, and I kind of understand Bigby's Hand to represent, like, echoey, like, projections of yourself that are, like, out in the world doing stuff. The rest of it, I don't understand. I don't see the flavor for. Elemental Surge. Oh, I guess Arcane Eye is like you're sending your eye out. Okay, I see that. I see that, Data. That's a good point. At level 6, when you manifest your stand to choose a damage type, it deals damage of the chosen type. All right, I like that. At 6th level, when you cast a spell, you can deal damage of the chosen type, or when... Wait. And additionally, at 6th level, when you cast a spell, that can deal damage of the chosen type. Just say that deals damage of the chosen type. Or when you cast a spell from your stand list, you can cast it through your stand. Your stand delivers the spell instead of you. Go look at Pact of the Chain. There's a Pact of the go look at Pact of the Chain familiar and Pact of the Chain Warlock invocations, and you will see how to do that. We get a flavor that is a feature that is just reflavoring what you can do, ma'am. That's free. Investment of the Chain Master, yes. Yeah, and Find Familiar, I think, can just do that. So go look at those for how to write that. But again, not really... I mean, it is a feature because this is not tied to Find Familiar, but look at that for how to write it. At 14th level, your stand is manifest. While your stand is manifested, you can use your bonus action to swap places with your stand. This is literally just Echo Knight stuff. Don't do that. Don't just give us an Echo Knight feature. At this point, why aren't we making an Echo Knight? That's like one of the main things you get with Echo Knight. Additionally, at 14th level, your stand can control the wind around it, blowing your foes into poor positions. After your stand hits a creature with an unarmed strike, it can deal bonus. It can use its bonus action to force the creature to make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, it gets pushed away 5 feet of your stand. I like the idea of you getting to do special attacks with your stand. I think that's cool, and I would probably lean way more into that if I were you. Is having things that your stand, like drop whatever this is, and instead of doing just one, maybe at 14th level you get 3 special attacks you can do with your stand. And maybe you can do, you know, when you do them, or like make it cost a sorcery point. You know, like when your stand makes an attack, you can expend a sorcery point to do one of these extra things. It's not a melee sorcerer. It's a sorcerer with a pet. I think that's what they meant. I think they meant that it could do sorcerer things, or that it could do melee things, or it could affect melee stuff. The last feature is just time stop. As an action, you can spend 5 sorcery points to halt the flow of time. No time passes for creatures other than you and your stand, and take a bunch of additional turns. During which your stand can use actions, move as normal, and the following happens. You can still communicate with it. It ignores damage resistances. They crit on 19 or 20. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna. I would not give you time stop, but better as an 18th level feature in general. In general, I would not do that. Secondly, whether or not this is based off of an anime, you are not selling any... I have no understanding of what this is supposed to feel like. It's so all over the place. We're getting a weird pet that we can summon that can punch stuff. We get a handful of spells. Elemental Surge is like, okay, our pet gets better. Okay, I get that. One with wind is like, okay, our pet gets better. I get that. And then suddenly we can stop time. It doesn't make any sense. It feels really out of place. So I think that what you probably need to do is, whether or not this time walk is like a key part of JoJo, I think you drop it for this, and you sacrifice trying to hit every button on the JoJo scale to like make this thing a very specific, to make it feel more like a subclass that can exist and make sense logically if I don't know what JoJo is. Time Walk is like the most iconic ability, but it has nothing to... It doesn't matter. Listen, Kelka Andu today. It doesn't matter if it's iconic for this thing if we don't get any hint or flavor of it anywhere until 18th level at all. I know you agree. I'm not saying this aggressively at you. I'm saying it aggressively to the masses. And the spell Time Stop does already exist. Yeah. If this is a pet subclass, we should get something small and weak. We should get something small and a weak pet at first level that improves with levels. Something unique at 6, big pet improvement at 14, and then another big thing at 18. I agree, that makes sense. Philip says, hot take, having one player take several turns while everyone else twiddles their thumbs isn't fun. I agree. Gladriel, maybe they could make several subclasses that encapsulate everything you want to. That's not a bad idea. One of the things that I've seen done before that I think is a really fantastic way of interpreting that idea of, like, how do I encapsulate the fiction of a thing into D&D is I've seen people do this where instead of them trying to make a Avatar The Last Airbender subclass, they make a bunch. So they make a fire one, a water one, a earth one, a air one. Or they make one that's like a fire one that's more of a fighter, or a fire one that's more of a blaster, or whatever. Like there's a big variety you can go, and focusing in on like a specialist version of the thing is definitely the way to do it. Angel says, I would take a look at the Dragon Ranger for how a pet can improve over time. Yes, the Drake Warden is a great example of that. I think a Sorcerer subclass that can share its spells with its pet is huge vibes. I agree. But right now, this thing needs a lot of work before it feels capable of being that. But I like the idea of a pet sorcerer. Pet sorcerer could be very fun. All right, thank you, Black Raz. Let's give them a round of applause, shall we? Welcome, Kip. Yes, it did, but only because it needed it. It was tore up with love, because I like the idea of a subterfuge fighter, but it's an issue when the subterfuge fighter is just a battle master, but different. We want it to be truly different. Data says, Data, yours is more powerful than a 5th level spell, my guy. the way that your acid one was working as a 3rd level spell only, it doesn't matter. It's a 2-level dip. It's a 2-level dip. It's okay. A 1st level spell shouldn't be stronger than a 3rd level spell. I like the idea of it. The idea is the part that matters the most. Like, balancing, it's the easy part. It's the flavor and the vibe and the execution of the mechanics that's the hard part, and all of that was good. No, I know it's 3rd level, but I was using an example of 1st to 3rd level to illustrate my point. The difference between a 3rd level spell and a 5th level spell should be bigger, I think, in a lot of cases, at least as big as the difference between a 1st level spell and a 3rd level spell. Right, Spongeman is next. I hear you that the size was close to Fireball, but that's why I'm saying it was Vitriolic Sphere plus it was doing what Vitriolic Sphere does on top of what Storm Sphere does. It was like a 4th level spell and a 5th level spell put together. All right. Spongeman is up next. Let's see. Is Spongeman here? He is. Spongeman is here. Hello, Spongeman. Oh, I put you in the wrong room. Hello, Spongeman. Spongeman. Spongeman.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Tell me about this subclass.
Okay, so it's a jazz bard.
Wonderful. What is it supposed to feel like? Jazz, in my mind, is when you're talking about it in a way where you're not making fun of it. It is music that allows space for a conversation between the instruments a little bit more than traditional music. What is going on here?
I was kind of going for, I guess, I don't know if I really nailed down a mechanic vibe very well, but I was kind of going for a little bit of a bit of a chaotic kind of vibe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. College of Jazz. Jazz is a force of expressive chaos. chosen by those who wish to be free. For some, it is unbridled enthusiasm and a demonstration of pure joy. For others, it serves to paint the world in vibrant cacophony. Jazz is magical, my friends. Embrace it. If you're gonna do a tone where you say something like "my friends," you gotta get that tone in way earlier. There's nothing wrong with it, but like it is jarring as a reader to go to jump into that tone in the middle of a paragraph. Knowing your standards. When you reach 3rd level, when you choose the College of Jazz at 3rd level, you find yourself in possession. Oh, I gotta put the link, didn't I? Link. When you choose the College of Jazz at 3rd level, you find yourself in possession of a book of musical numbers. People having lots of arguments about Fireball in the chat, eh? This book, known as the Real Book, that's a good joke for anybody that knows what that is. Holds the keys to collaborative musicianship and allows you to use your bardic inspiration in new ways. When you give a creature bardic inspiration, choose one of the standards for the die. They can use the die for the listed effect instead of the normal way. This is a lot of options. Immediately, I'm thinking 2 things. One, there's a lot of options, and it's very powerful to give players access to any of them.
Yeah, initially I was thinking you would like prepare a certain number of them per long rest, but even then it might be a bit much.
Let me see what they actually do. A creature that has this standard can expend it to impose disadvantage on a triggering attack. Don't say the triggering attack if you haven't introduced the triggering attack yet. You have to say when a creature, you have to write it out like a full sentence. If a creature is targeted with an attack roll, they can expend the use of it to impose disadvantage on the attack roll. Something like that. And also it should probably cost a reaction. I don't know if that was intentional to not include that or not.
Oh, no, I was supposed to put that in there.
Okay, cool. The other thing that I would say is that's not that different from cutting words. So maybe you don't need it. Cutting words is what the lore bar gets by lore bar.
Oh, yeah.
It's basically they get a minus penalty. This does disadvantage. Mechanically, it's different, but it's taken to the same place. Fly me to the moon. The creature has this standard. It can expend it as a bonus action to gain a fly speed of 20 feet until the end of their turn. I like that one. Creature that has this standard can expend it to end the start. Can expend it to end at the start of its turn to end the... Okay, there's weird language. Let's talk about this. What is this actually doing? A creature can expend it to end the charmed, frightened, deafened, or blinded condition on itself?
Yeah, and I guess I was kind of cheekily trying to get around things that have a rider that would prevent you from taking actions or something. So it would be when you start your turn with the condition, you expend the die and end the condition.
So write it like that. Write it the way you just said it.
Okay, yeah.
When a creature that has the standard starts its turn, it can immediately expend the die to remove any charmed, frightened, deafened, or blinded condition on itself. Giant steps. A creature that has this stand can expend it to take the dash action as a bonus action. Mac the knife. A creature that has this standard can expend it as a part of the attack action to gain it. This is doing too many things. So one of the things that happens, I'm noticing a lot when people are, and this has come up. This was true on a couple things that I've looked at tonight. But your goal with giving options shouldn't be to make it cover everything. It should be to give it a little bit of variety in a very specific niche so that they're all still going in the same direction. This is doing so many different things in so many different directions. You end up in a situation where it doesn't feel like it's doing a lot of things, but it doesn't feel like anything. Because it's too many, pulling me in too many directions. Like, I don't know what this is supposed to feel like. Is it supposed to, because it's like, I can impose disadvantage on attacks. I can give myself advantage on attacks. I can remove the deafened and frightened condition. I can dash as a bonus action. I can fly for a turn. What's the last one? I can make smoke. Like, it's too random. It's too random. So I think you need to focus these ideas in a little bit. Like, if you want to make them around combat, you could do stuff like that. But like, it's a little bit too much in too many directions. if I were you, I would. You don't need to necessarily start over in any regard, but minimum what I would do is I would have a conversation with yourself where I'm like, all right, which 3 of these matter? And then you keep the 3 of those that matter and get rid of the rest. And then you say, okay, why do these 3 matter? Well, because they uplift it in this direction. They make it feel jazzy in this direction. Okay, cool. If they don't do that, and you don't feel like they have any direction, then you start again from the drawing board. If I was looking at this, probably the 2 that I would say make the most sense to keep are the fly speed of 20 feet and the dash as a bonus action. I would keep those, and I would get rid of the rest, and I would probably add one more thing that was either movement-based or something that fit in that spot. I don't think that's necessarily what you need to do, but that's the headspace that I think you should look at this at. And this is true for you, but for anybody that wants to give a lot of different options, is that you still want to make this thing feel like it's moving in a direction.
I do actually, now that you, like, I think maybe going in the direction of sort of movement options to be, like, sort of freeing is actually kind of a good idea.
Yeah. I wasn't even thinking about it that way. Those were the ones that were the most interesting to me. Could you make the options a table similar to the Spirit Bard? You could also do that. That's true. That's not a bad way to make it work if you want to put a lot of options, is to put it on a table where when the person is choosing to roll the d6 to make something happen, and something happens based on that d6. And then you could even have that table, go all the way to 12. You make the first 6 expecting things that you get at 3rd level, and then as your Bardic Inspiration die grows, you get access to higher things on the table. You definitely don't need to go in that direction, but if you're like, man, I want more options, not less, that's a great way to do that. And it also, yeah, it's true. It does add a little bit of the random chaos of jazz. It's jazzy.
Yeah.
All right, cut through the noise. Additionally, at 3rd level, you learn how to make yourself heard, even when it shouldn't normally be possible. When you start your turn in an area of a spell or ability that prevents sound, you can make a charisma check against the DC of the caster. I would not say against the DC of the caster, because it won't necessarily have a caster. On a success, you are able to ignore the effects of the spell or ability until the start of your next turn. I would just change this to say when you're in an area of magical silence.
Yeah, I was trying to cover if there are other things that sort of inflict the silence effect, but I think it's really just the silence spell.
I mean, if you say in an area of magical silence, that would include more than the silence spell. That would include anything that makes magical silence.
Okay, yeah.
The only thing that it doesn't include is non-magical. So, like, if you were in, like, a glass orb or something like that, where you just wouldn't, sound just wouldn't penetrate it. Or, like, a loud storm, yeah. So that would be if you wanted to lean into the magical. But yeah, that's how I would change that one. I like it. It's very much a ribbon feature, but not in a bad way. But it is enough of a ribbon feature that I think that... I want to say that maybe you could just be unaffected by magical silence. I don't know. Maybe that's too strong.
Yeah, that's honestly, that's kind of what I was thinking too when I wrote it. Like, someone suggested the idea to me, and they suggested it as just you ignore the effect. And I was like, that might be a bit much.
I don't know if it is. Especially if you do limit it to magical silence. Because the thing is, magical silence can... asterisks around it, can be devastating, but it's pretty situational. Like, I know a lot of dungeon masters and spells and stuff that use silence, but they're not using it every session. Like, this is going to come up occasionally at most, so we might as well let it work well. It's also kind of like, it's also potentially a really fun way to combo this bard with other types of casters, because you sort of create situations where if the bard is close to another caster, an enemy caster, one of your casters could cast silence on them, and then the bard would have the upper hand in that little area. And because this bard is not a melee-focused bard, they're still, like, that's not overpowered. They'd still be putting themselves in danger to do that. But, you know what I mean? Like, there's fun combo potential there.
Yeah.
And Jazz is all about those combos. Improvised section at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, you'll practice with the standards long nights of shedding. You mean shredding? Or do you literally...
No, like, wood shedding is a term used for, like, sitting by yourself, playing and practicing and stuff.
Okay, cool. Did not know that. I only know the animal version. And encroaching madness have led you to be able to make the solo. I'd be able to take the solo. Sentence feels a little wonky, but maybe that's just because I'm not familiar with the jazz terms. Maybe I would get rid of the word the here. You practice with standards, long nights of shedding, and maybe getting rid of the would fix that.
Okay, yeah.
As a bonus action, while holding an instrument, you can begin to play a dizzying array of melodies. When you take this bonus action, and as a bonus action, each of your subsequent turns, get that word in there, for 1 minute, you can direct this energy at a creature that you can see and hear you. A creature that you can see and that can hear you. Within 30 feet, period. Choose one of the following effects: fusion, bebop, and ballad. I really do like the language you're using in here. For folks that are watching at home, this is a really nice... it's a really good way to indicate a connection to the flavor, but also it's one of those things where it's like, you don't need to know what any of these words mean to feel like they are evocative. But if you do know what they mean, it's all the better. But like a good example of this, I think, is oftentimes people are a little bit vague because they want people to understand what they're talking about, but being more specific makes it feel better even if people don't know what they're talking about. So if I say, for example, there was a great forest full of tall trees covered in thick green leaves, that's very vague. But if I say there was a tall forest full of ancient oaks and elderly elms, you don't need to know what an oak tree looks like or an elm tree looks like to feel like that sounds more like you're standing in that space. Even though you might have no idea what an oak tree is, your brain has some idea that an oak tree is a thing, and it's going to put you in that spot more. So what's going on right here is using in these very specific phrases sort of throughout does that in that same subconscious way, which is a very nice. All right, let's see what this actually does. Fusion. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, taking a number of d6 psychic damage equal to your proficiency bonus on a fail or half as percent on a success. Okay. The creature must make an intelligence saving throw against your spell save DC, or it can't take reaction. To say reactions, not a reaction. Take reactions until the end of its next turn. Moreover, on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move, action, bonus. Okay, this is pretty cool. This is just going to point this out. This is so much stronger than this. There's almost no reason to ever do this. Even when you get to really high level, this is way stronger. Ballad. No, it's medium stronger. Ballad. The creature must make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC or be unable to perceive anything except for you until the start of your next turn. Use this feature a number of times to get your proficiency bonus, regaining spending all use long rest.
So something I did want to mention with this one is I was kind of on the fence between having it be a bonus action or an action.
I see why you made it a bonus action, because none of these like feel like they merit an action. Like Bebop, maybe, but I'm okay with them being a bonus action. I'm okay with all of it. I think this maybe should just be a once per short rest thing, though, not a bonus action thing. Or not a proficiency bonus thing, because it's on for a minute. Like, it's not like you're doing it once, right? So it's like I activate this for a minute.
Right.
For the full minute, I can deal this extra damage every turn. Or I can severely limit a creature's action economy every turn. Or I can severely limit a creature's battle awareness, essentially blinding them every turn. So I think if you want it to be something that is on for a minute, you make it a once a day thing or a once a short rest thing.
Yeah, makes sense.
I don't love. I have such mixed feelings about fusion. Can you pick any one of these any turn, or when you start doing it, do you pick a version and then you're in that version for the full time?
You know, now that you mention that, I don't think I like, because I didn't specify.
Which do you think? Which would you prefer? Don't worry about it being overpowered or not. Which one would you prefer?
Like vibes wise, I would kind of prefer it have to be the same one each turn.
Okay, that helps balance it a little bit better. So you don't. I feel like then short rest maybe sits better than long rest. Also, I think that the damage should not be a number of d6s equal to your proficiency bonus. I think it should probably be something like a d8 plus your charisma modifier. I think the dice should be higher, and it should be a single die plus a number rolled. That is gonna... I feel like that sits a lot more comfortably in the growth action economy thing. And it's the kind of thing where it will prevent this from being too weak at lower levels and too powerful at higher levels. We didn't get to the Illithid Barbarian yet.
Yeah, because like 4 or 5 d6 every turn on a bonus action does start to get pretty chunky.
Yeah, I mean, at that point you're level like 17, so it matters less. But one of the things that is a good... Listen, whenever you're making abilities, it's the question of do I make it just dice or do I make it dice plus modifier is a great question to ask. And a good way to think about it is dice plus modifier is often stronger, but whether it's stronger or not, it's more consistently the same. It's like your bell curve becomes a lot more predictable. And
yeah.
So sometimes, like part of the reason why spells never get their modifiers, except for in a couple situations, is basically because of that. Because to help balance the great power is they come with great swinginess. So if you like the swinginess, you could do that. But for class features that are like semi-core subclass features or class features, I do feel like unless it really is trying to emulate a bigger vibe of a spell, I feel like the proficiency bonus, or not proficiency bonus, I feel like the number plus modifier is just better for that consistency vibe. And you see it across the board. It's like the Star Druid basically gets that. I don't know. It's a good way to think about it. If you did want to do dice, I probably wouldn't have it go up with your proficiency bonus. I would have it be a set number of dice, and then have that number of dice get bigger at 14th level. Maybe. I'd probably make it... I don't know. Think about it. You'll think about it.
Yeah.
Free jazz. Do you ever watch Eric Andre?
A little bit. So not recently, though.
I really, really like Eric Andre. He's one of my favorites. And he's like a very talented musician. Like, went to Juilliard, is shockingly good at music. But like, his show is a crazy man. And one of my favorite things is when he talks about jazz, and he's such an awareness of what jazz is, but also such an awareness of how silly it is. And he goes like, jazz, man. It's just the best. Yeah, bird up. Exactly. Trudeau. Okay. While using your improvised section feature, that is this one, right? It is.
Yeah, that's the previous one, yeah.
You can give out a standard die as part of a bonus action on each of your turns. It is a d6 that can only work for your Know the Standards feature and can only be one standard per use of improvised section chosen when you take the action. Oh, I don't like that sentence.
Yeah, hearing it read is...
I would probably, if I were you, what I would probably do is I would go in one of two directions. I would just straight up make an improvement on the improved section feature, just make it get stronger at this level, and maybe allow you to recover it by expending a spell slot of a certain level. Or I would go back to your core, the standards features, and I would either allow you to, I would change the way either you give them out or allow you to give some out for free. Like, what if it was like this? What if it was at 14th level, whenever you roll initiative, you can give creatures you know, I don't know. You have to think of whatever you can, you know, I don't know exactly how to word this, but something along the lines of whenever you roll initiative, a certain number of creatures can use one of your stands until the end of their next turn or something like that. Like, it's like you can just throw it out there, something like that. And may not have it tied to a resource. Just be like, it's jazz time, baby. We're rolling initiative. Everybody gets a little bit of something like that.
Yeah, I was definitely trying to go for the like whole give them a way to use the like inspiration replacement feature more reliably, but that seems like probably a better way to handle it.
I think that just giving them extra access to it and not tying it to inspiration, and also making it so like when you start the fight everybody gets one, is kind of an interesting way to do it. You don't have to do it that way, but however you do it, I'm getting standards. I'm sorry. I do think that it makes sense to not make it tied to a resource expenditure, or if you change the standards in a different way, maybe it just straight up improves them.
Yeah, that was like when you mentioned sort of cutting back on the number of them, I was thinking, oh, maybe that would make it more reasonable to have them get a little bit of a buff later on.
Oh, 100%. Definitely would. Listen, man, for a jazzy bard, it's got some fun stuff going on. Do you have any questions, thoughts, concerns, yearnings?
I think that's everything.
All right, Spongy. I'll see you later. Thank you for the piece.
Yeah. Have a good night.
You too. Click. Very nice piece. What's up? Baba? Baba Black Sheep, am I right? Guys, I need to pee so much. I'm gonna go do that. I'll be right back. Here, you can look longingly at the wheel and wonder what might have been. Actually, here, I'll leave my... Oh, shit. Everything's disappearing. There you are. Where did I go? There I am. Okay. I will be right back. Let me play some different music for you while I'm gone. I've just decided that from now on I'm just gonna lean into burping loud on stream. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I'll be right back. We'll see you in a second. Don't be too sad. Don't miss me too much. See you in a minute. Now, the Crabtown game is a dangerous one. Not because there's anything wrong with making crabs, but because there becomes a moment where I immediately start timing people out for it. And I don't know when that moment is, but there is a little bit of a delay, and as soon as I say it, it doesn't matter if you start spamming it and the delay is like, it's not your fault. It still happens. So, we'll see what happens. I also got a biscuit. I love it. I love the rave. Don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-rave. It just becomes a moment where it becomes a little hectic on an emotional level. You know? You broke your knife. Dang. Dango-rama. Oh, it's Turtle. I saw them earlier. I wonder if they're still here. A shadow tentacle monster. Let's grab them. Hey, Turtle, what's up? When you have a moment, you should unmute. I got you in the Discord.
Yo, yo, yo.
How's it going? Welcome to the show.
It's going well. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well. What are we looking at tonight?
So this is, I'm in a D&D server, and a friend of mine on the server posted this art and was like, challenge, make a monster for this art. And I was like, that's some dope ass art. I have to go make a monster for that. So I did.
Let me look at it. Let's look at the art first, shall we?
It's good art.
Oh, very nice. Oh, you know what? This is a takeoff of a very classic, famous painting.
Is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's Saturn eating his son. I actually love this painting.
Oh, so it is.
Look how sad he looks. And frightened. It's pretty cool. I like this picture. It's a great painting. Okay. Let's give her a gander. Challenge rating 17. All right. When we're dealing with big monsters, we are always asking the question, does it have a specific vibe? Does it feel like it's doing enough that it is powerful and that feels interesting, but not so much that it is losing a specific direction of feeling? And then the last thing, and the more important thing, is how easy is it to run? How many things do you have to keep track of to run it? Let's take a look. You missed the link? I got you, fam. Boom! All right, CR17, beefy, pretty solid AC, pretty solid hit points. Oh, interesting. Very high intelligence. Not what I would have guessed. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a lot of saving throws. I don't know if I would go with that many. I might pull it down to like 4. Athletics, perception, stealth, a bunch of that. All right, let's get into the meat of it. Everything looks pretty solid up there. Psychic static. Any creature who starts its turn within range of the mind behemoth's telepathy and is concentrating on a spell, you should just list that range here. Excuse me, must succeed on a DC 14 con saving throw or lose concentration on the spell. A creature whose mind cannot be read, such as one affected by the mind blank spell, is immune to this. I would just make it a radial effect. Don't make us play Carmen Sandiego to find out how feature works.
Fair enough.
Okay, cool. I like that though. That's a very powerful one. I would probably not call it Can I make a suggestion?
You may. That's why we're here.
I would call it something like Arcane Static. Because it specifically only affects spells and concentration on spells.
That's true.
Psychic feels, I mean, I get it. It's fine, but I feel like it's a little vague for what it does. Weave static. You could even call it something like a distracting static or something like that. But
Oh,
I
yeah,
would
that might be good.
something that ties more into the feeling that it's fucking with concentration. Oh yeah, the DC should be way higher. This is 17. Yeah, 16 or 17. I agree, Kyle.
Okay.
Makes 4 attacks. 2 with its psionic beams and 2 with either its grab or its squeeze. Let's read them in order. Psionic beam, 120-foot range. Pretty solid psychic damage. If it hits, they have to make a con save, or their intelligence score is decreased by 1d4 until they finish a long rest. Dang! Dang! I would drop the +5 to the psionic beam.
Okay, make it like a spell.
I would either
Like a
drop the
firebolt?
+5 and leave it as is, or if you feel like it's not enough damage, I would just make it 3d10.
Okay.
I also probably would make the DC of this con save higher. I also might lower the range of their attacks to 60 feet.
All right.
Maybe. Or something that isn't the same range as their static. Because what that will do is it will create a situation where, because like the way that it's written, I like the idea that creature, like it has to get a little bit close. It has to get creatures within the range of its static for it to start to be a threat. Like let its psychic static be the thing that radiates the farthest.
Okay, I like that.
It also creates a situation where like they're interacting with this effect before they're interacting with its attacks, which I think is interesting. Okay, or it is grab plus 12 to hit. 4d12. How big is this thing? It's huge. Okay, this is a T-Rex bite. Just so you know, I don't know if that's if you feel like this is too. If you feel like this is I would say this is basically the same. It actually literally is the same as a T-Rex bite, isn't it?
Is it? I don't have the T-Rex stat block memorized.
It doesn't matter. No, you don't have to. It's fine. T-Rex bite does 4d12 plus some number, and then their creature is grappled and restrained. So it's very similar. My only thing that I don't think there's anything wrong with it. My question to you is just like, I would use the logic in your brain of a T-Rex bite to determine how powerful you want this grab to feel in the meta of the game. Like, do you want this creature's grab to feel the same intensity of a T-Rex bite? And I don't even mean a numbers perspective. I just mean you can just visualize it. And I think you should make it less if you think it should be less. But if you think, no, that this is a giant, crazy monster claw, a T-Rex bite intensity is exactly the right intensity, then I think it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the vibe I was kind of going for was, like, from the art, the guy's being held in his hand and his fucking head's ripped off. Sorry, for swearing. My bad.
You can curse, it's okay.
I can, okay.
Yeah, man.
All right, I want Tesla limits, though. Yeah, so I wanted the grab to feel like, if you get hit by this and you fail that strength save, I wanted you to feel like, oh, shit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Then can I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Don't make the grab do as much damage as... Make the squeeze do more damage than the grab.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Only because I feel like... I don't think there's anything wrong with the grab mechanically at all, but if your goal is like, I want them to be afraid of being grappled, the grapple is the last part of the grab. That's not going to be what makes the fear. The fear is what happens when they're stuck being grappled. And what they're stuck being grappled with is squeeze.
Right.
So squeeze should be the scary. Grab can still be a little scary. This is a huge monster, CR17, so we don't want it to be nothing, but I think squeeze is where you make it extra hectic. And you can sort of almost think about it like a mind flare, or like any of the monsters that can swallow creatures, where normally the way that it works is there is an initial attack that does some element of restraining, and if they don't break that restrain, then it allows for the next thing to happen. That's how mind flayers work with their like brain eating. There's a couple creatures that work that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer a question from chat.
Please.
For Philip Mead. It does not have legendary resistance, but it has immunity to Charmed, Exhausted, and Frightened. So, like, any sort of spell that incapacitates usually causes one of those as a condition first, so it's just immune to them off the bat.
There's still a good deal of stuff you could fuck with this thing with. Polymorph, banish, come to mind, but yeah, that does cover a good deal of it. But it's still potentially worth thinking about. I mean, it does also have magic resistance, so maybe that's fine.
Yeah, and it has magic resistance.
The main thing that I would say when you give a creature a legendary resistance, more so, this is a weird thing to say, but I think giving a creature legendary resistance is, you shouldn't think about whether or not the creature should have legendary resistance based on power level. You should think about a creature having legendary resistance based on what role you want them to have in the campaign you're running. So if you give a creature legendary resistance, you are essentially putting a metaphorical dungeon master spotlight on the creature to be like, this guy's different. This guy's a boss. This is a cinematic scene. That sort of thing. So a good way to think about it is like, what's the goal of the monster? So, because there's a lot of high CR monsters that don't have legendary resistance, and there's some low CR monsters that have legendary resistance, and it really has to do with, I think, the goal of how the creature sits in the story more so than it does the power. Hot take.
Yeah. I did mean for this to be a unique monster, like there's only one of these. Like I said, I made it as part of a challenge, but if I was going to run this, it would be like the final enemy of like a minor story arc. Like it would be it's like native to the Underdark, so it would be like a town of drow. People have been getting picked off from the outskirts of town, and spells have been randomly failing here and there. Like, they send you to go out, what the fuck is going on?
Okay. Let me keep reading, but I want to suggest a couple other things, potentially. Cloak of Shadows and Poison Shadow. Bonus actions. While in an area of dim light or darkness, the Mind Behemoth can use its bonus action to turn invisible. It loses it if it does any of this stuff that makes things visible, or if it goes into bright light. It doesn't look like it loses it if it uses Pool of Shadow. The Mind Behemoth, along with any creatures it's grappling, dissolves into an area of magical darkness within a 30-foot radius centered on itself, which lasts until the start of its next turn. While in the area of darkness, the Mind Behemoth and any creatures it is grappling have total cover, even against those that can see through the darkness. When the darkness ends, it can choose any point in the radius to instantly teleport them. What is the goal of this feature?
The goal is to capture like the kind of stalker aspect, where it's like you see it in front of you, and then it disappears, and you look around, and it just isn't there, and then it shows up behind you.
I see that immediately, Dragon Gaming. I saw it before you wrote it. Okay, wait, say that again? I'm sorry, I got lost. I wanted to just prove how much I was paying attention to the chat. Here's my thought about Pool of Shadows. My thought of Pool of Shadows is that I feel like the whole darkness but cover thing is weird. I sort of feel like if you want to make it magical darkness, just make it magical darkness. I don't understand the extra total cover thing. Like, I feel like if you want it to be total cover that exceeds magical darkness, then there's a bunch of ways you could do that. You could make it smoke. You could make it a physical barrier. There's things you could do so you don't have to like do a 1 step forward, 2 steps back kind of thing. And I want to suggest that the idea, I almost want to encourage you to change it so it's like the Mind Behemoth, along with any creatures it's grappling, disappears and reappears somewhere else within 30 feet. And when it reappears, it creates a plume of magical darkness in that area where it reappears that lasts for a round or something like that. I feel like that's probably the move.
Okay. Yeah, I do that. I feel you that it's kind of the 1 step forward, 2 steps back thing is it's kind of too complicated a way of achieving the effect I'm going for.
Yeah. It's not even that it's too complicated. I like the idea. I just feel like one of those things that I think about whenever you're making anything is like what is the end goal? And if there's an easier way to accomplish that end goal, it's better to take it, I think.
You know what I'll say what the ultimate end goal of this monster is? Buff Slenderman.
Okay. So yeah,
Hence
I would say lean into
the static imagery and the shadows and the teleporting and the disappearing.
So I would make this less of like an area effect that it can do stuff in. I would make it a teleport and a creating area effect. Either almost like you could almost use like Thunder Step as an example, but not make it do damage. Make it do Plume of Shadow.
Okay.
And then it has Beam or Teleport as legendary actions. I think it's a pretty solid monster. I like it a lot.
Thank you.
What I was gonna say was, if it is a unique monster, then what I probably would do is I would keep Psychic static similar in terms of what it does mechanically. Obviously, when I get the saving throw up, but I would give it a secondary feature where like this is what happens when you're within 120 feet of it, but maybe within a mile of it, if you try to cast a spell, you have to roll a d20. And on a 9 or lower, the spell fails, or something like that. Maybe not 50%, maybe lower, right? Like you could make it between a 1 and 5, between a 1 and 6, whatever. But the idea that like it has an effect on the environment around it on a larger scale.
Okay.
That way you could have it be like affecting a town that it's near, you know?
Yeah. Actually, what does Galadriel says? Lair and lair actions. Maybe the Pool of Shadow could be a lair action instead of a bonus action recharge.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. For sure, that makes sense. I like that idea. Do you have any questions, concerns, yearnings?
I get... My main question is, what's the name of the song you played over the break? Because it's dope.
I can tell you in 1 second. I played a couple. One was called Reasons, and one was called Call Out, I believe.
All right, awesome.
By a band that just goes by AGST.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
All right, very cool monster. I feel like you accomplished the goal of making it feel like a thing. The last thing that I would say is you should make... If you're down to make Psionic Beam a little bit less intense and to maybe do some stuff with the damage, I feel like it's reasonable to turn Squeeze into like Dismember and have it be able to potentially tear limbs off.
That would fit better with the art.
It also becomes a thing where it's like that would be totally cheesy to do to a low-level party, but once parties are level like 10 or 11, I think having something remove a limb is pretty fair because there's spells like Heal and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right, Turtle. Thank you very much. Really cool piece.
Thank you.
All right, peace. What the hell did you say? So, I'm a sorcerer with a homebrew dragon race. I can shapeshift into a human dragonborn at will. Is this a good idea? I have draconic ancestry, by the way. It depends on mechanically what it's like. If it gives you like a lot of crazy powers, it might be a little too strong, but the idea that you can sort of switch back between looking more or less dragony, I think is mostly vibe, and I think that's pretty cool. All right, who's ever a Tradosa you're about to drive, that probably means you're going to get spun on the wheel. That's usually how it goes. How would that even work? I think you would have to talk to your... so it's not a character you're playing, it's just an idea that you have. I probably would just pick a Dragonborn to be, and then I would say, hey, Dungeon Master, in our game, could we have a thing where, like, I can make myself look more or less... I can sort of pull back my dragon features to be more human or push them out more. We could say it's a bonus action, and it wouldn't be like I can look like anything. It would be like I just have two different forms that I can sort of bounce between, and I would make it mostly flavor, and I wouldn't worry about it much beyond that. Let's give Turd a round of applause. You could also reflavor a shifter. Yeah, what Databank said. A shifter has kind of that power. A changeling would be good too if you want to just be able to do it all the time. A shifter would be better if you wanted it to have a mechanical benefit. Ivy, I hardly know thee. Can't catch stream, but I wanted you to look at this zombie pirate monster I made. Hell yeah. Inspiration is a mix of vampire coast, zombie pirate, gunnery mob. No idea what that is. Skaven warplock Giselles. No idea what that is. The idea is that it's 2 monsters, where one does all the attacking and the other does all the defending, tanking. Then I hope it's 2 different. I would say it should probably be 2 different stat blocks. The only reason you should make 2 monsters 1 stat block is if you. Oh, it is. Okay, good. I was gonna say the only reason you should make 2 monsters 1 stat block is if the goal is for if one dies, the other dies. They share a pool of hit dice or something. The masses that make up the drowned deck crew were once marauding pirates, prestigious naval officers, aspiring merchants, and even humble fishermen and women. But why did I say that like that? What's wrong with you, Cinder? But now these shambling corpses serve the will of their evil captain. Press ganged into their crew for eternity. What does press ganged mean? That's weird. Is that like language I don't understand? Deck crew are magically bound into their teams of 2. A deck gunner and a deck hand. Deck gunners have a double-barreled musket infused with necrotic energy. Their fumbling undead hands struggle to load the weapons. However, with the aid of the deckhands have one arm free to aid the reloading musket. The other hand has a large tower shield permanently attached to it, while the deckhand is vulnerable to focusing. Okay, too much flavor text. Let's get into it. It has a drowned gunner and a drowned deckhand. It just boosts my strength, intelligence, and health. Plus, I can fly and use my shedded scales to make armor for my human form. Would be normal stuff, but I am a sorcerer because of your bloodline. Have you played D&D before, Yang Dragon Gaming? Because several of the things you've said are literally just a part of being a dragonborn sorcerer. So I'm not sure what you're talking about with it just boosts my strength, intelligence, health, plus I can fly. Like a dragon sorcerer gets a flying ability. Okay, so pull your expectations back a little bit. If you want to be the first thing that you should do is talk to your dungeon master. Because a lot of the things that you just mentioned are just things that a dragonborn sorcerer, a draconic blood sorcerer just gets, right? They get extra life from being a dragon sorcerer. They get extra armor from being a dragon sorcerer. They just have those things all the time. So you wouldn't need to do anything with that for different forms. I would not let you get a bonus to stats in one form and then have that form be infinite in use. I wouldn't do that. I strongly, but another thing I could do was use my claws for stronger spells. Again, it's like, if you're building, like, you need to temper your expectations at least a little bit, because what you're describing is the kind of thing that a dungeon master might allow you to get access to at higher levels through a magic item that you quest for, or a mission that you go on for a dragon or a god or something where they like give you a magical boon. But traditionally, the way that D&D works is that whatever your race is, it should not get any crazy powers after level 5. And it really shouldn't do that either. It should pretty much give you a couple things at level 1, and then sometimes they give you very little at level 1, and then a little at level 3, and then a little at level 5. Beyond that, they shouldn't do much more. 99% of your power should come from your class. So you're going to accomplish most of your dragon stuff from being a dragon sorcerer. So you don't need to squeeze too much of it into the subclass, or into the race. Like, if you like the idea of being somebody that is attacking with doing melee spell casting and being really vicious up close, there are spells that will help you be good at that. So this is why as a spellcaster, a lot of the stuff that you want to get, you're going to accomplish with your spells. I looked out behind me. Everything's fine, Baba. But hi, how are you? Thank you for the 10. It is very generous of you. We are one step closer to getting some nice, to getting a new little backlight. Good night, Kelka Andu today. Okay, let's look at this drowned deck gunner. Yeah, I respond. Listen, if you're gonna throw me $10, I'm gonna play your game a little bit. I'll dance. I'll be your dancer. Drowned deck gunner. They have a bunch of hit points, some armor class. All this stuff looks mostly fine. Are they undead? They probably. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Usually, undead are immune to being charmed. Usually. Maybe that's not true, actually. Eternal crew members. It's magically bound to a drowned deckhand who defends it with their eternal life. The deck gunner shares its initiative with the bound deckhand and can choose to act before or after the deckhand on each of their turns. Does this one have the same thing, probably? Yep, okay, that's cool. I like that. It ignores the loading property on its weapon if there is a drowned deckhand within 5 feet. Does its weapon... I thought you said this... Oh, it's the... I see. If damage reduces the drowned deckhand to 0 hit points, it must make a con saving throw. Okay, so this is just undead. Undead stuff. I mainly wanted that for the scales and claws as something to boost my spell power, but yeah, you don't think it would work. Why do you need to boost your spell power beyond what you... What do you mean by boost your spell power? Do you mean just you want bigger numbers? You want bigger numbers? Most players usually start D&D with worrying that they need their numbers to be really big, but you need to remember is that your Dungeon Master is building your game for you, okay? When you're playing D&D, it's not like a video game. You don't need to figure out the most powerful build to be the most powerful. Your Dungeon Master is going to help build the game to an appropriate power level for you so that it feels challenging for you at your power level. So what I would say is if you have cool ideas for what you want to do that is a little bit homebrew, you should ask yourself, is this adding something new or is it just making me stronger? If it's just making you stronger, then I would say it's not the move. If it's adding something new, then maybe keep it. It was a fun idea, but as something to like speed it up, make it longer range, stuff like that. Yeah, that's just called meta magic. You get that as a sorcerer. All of the things you're describing are just literally abilities you get as a sorcerer. When it comes to making creatures, should they abide proficiency bonus around their CR? Yes. That is exactly what they should do. Okay, so we get this ranged attack, +4 to hit. It does a good chunk of damage, 2d12. And then on a hit, the target may have to make a con saving throw, or they can't regain hit points. Then it's a little cutlass. Okay, it's kind of actually not the highest. Its plus to hit is so small. Why is its plus to hit so low? I feel like it should have a higher than a +4 to hit if it's CR4. That's really low. Drowned deckhand. Yeah, look up meta magic. It's one of the key components of being a sorcerer. It grants half cover to an allied creature within 5 feet. Any drowned gunner within 5 feet of it have advantage on saving throws against effects of turn undead. Excuse me. The irony here is this creature... Oh, no, it does. Okay. Something really cool you can do with the sorcerer is when you get to really high levels, you can take the shape change spell and temporarily become a dragon. Yes, this is true. Or true polymorph. Gunnery, which is not polymorph. Polymorph, you can only turn into beasts. But true polymorph, which is a really high level spell, you can turn into dragons. Dagger takes the helps the gunner take aim, granting an advantage on its next attack roll. Shield bash does a little bit, knocks things back. I can force an attack against it. I think these are all interesting features. I feel like your numbers are a little wonky though. Like I like everything with eternal crewmates. I like the Jesus fucking Christ, guys. We're not done looking at it. Calm down, peanut gallery. But the damage is like this is gonna be here's the thing. This is gonna be an annoying thing to fight. And the question is, what do you want this to feel like to fight? Because the way it's written, these things are gonna be missing a shit ton of their attacks. or doing very little damage, and they're going to be really hard to hit. Which basically means you're going to be missing a lot, and they're going to be missing a lot. Which is, quite frankly, a little bit dull. So, I think you got to change it up a little bit. What I would probably do if I were you is I would make the soul shot musket hit harder than it does now. Harder than it does now. It should have a much higher plus to hit than +4, but make it a once around feature. Make it require a reload unless there is a drowned deckhand within 5 feet. Now, with the drowned deckhand, I feel like half cover to an allied creature is fine. Interception is fine. Most of this is fine. But again, it's still falling into that situation where it's like, you got to either lower the hit points or up the damage. Like, it's sitting in a weird spot. I think new monster designers make AC way too high. I say, as a previous new monster designer. Yeah, the AC is pretty high, but it's not unreasonably high. But I do think that we're in it. That's going to be the main thing that you're going to want to be thinking about is like, how do I make sure that this is going to be a fun fight as opposed to just a tedious fight? The other thing is that there's this weird sort of thing where does the drowned deckhand not roll initiative? And the drowned deck gunner is the only one that rolls initiative? I don't know if that's something that's worth clarifying or not. Or is it like each one rolls initiative and whoever has the higher one gets to take it? Because then it's sort of also creating a situation where both creatures have advantage on initiative, essentially. So I kind of like Data's, where maybe you're forced to use the lower one. I kind of like that idea. Undead are most commonly tedious, but great to use with elemental challenges. Maybe low CR ones, but even some of them, like, once you get... Honestly, actually, you know what, Kyle? I disagree. I think once you get past zombies, they're not. A Minotaur hits really hard for its level. An undead Minotaur. Skeleton Minotaur hits really hard. The bigger ones, they all have interesting either spellcasting effects, or they're going through walls, or they're doing a hard, you know, they have things they're doing that are more interactive. Yeah, I think it really depends on the undead. I like the idea though of the two creatures that work together. I think that is a lot of fun. I think that you got to tone them back in some way or another, or tone them up offensively. All right. I don't really have much more to say, Ivy. That's a fun little combo of creatures. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. You're a champion, true champion of the arena. You didn't expect it to be that good? Yeah, I thought it was pretty good, right? They did. You know what the thing that Ivy did that was really key is there wasn't an over-complicatedness of the interactivity between the two monsters. They both had sort of mimicking mirrored features that just like basically explained the rules of them interacting, and it was very simple and straightforward. Aside from the initiative thing, that needs a little bit of clarification, but it was like pretty solid. Nothing overly like, oh my god, this is annoying to run, which is like the key when you're trying to make something that's a little bit odd. Yeah, making monsters work together is very good. I agree. It's time for Future Planet. Future Planet, did you want to come on stream? Let's see. You did. Let me grab you. Hello. Hello, Future Planet. Unmute when you have a second. The brood feature is very confusing and is... Hello, how's it going?
Hi, I just went to bed and rushed out of it again after I saw myself on reveal.
Oh, do you want to stay up and talk about your piece for a little
Yeah,
bit?
yeah, definitely.
Okay. So tell me what you're going for here. The Paramite.
So,
this is too long. You know it's too long. You already know.
I know it's too long, yeah, but a lot of people told me that. But the kind of idea is that you have a race that is just really customizable, but not too overpowered. And if it's too much, the DM can choose to remove the optional features, so it's less.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look. A host of a Paramite will eventually turn into a wandering colony of insects, feasting on the mind and taking over their host's body. A Paramite is the queen, and in rare cases, king of a Parahive. They burrow into the skull of their humanoid host and slowly take over their brain. After that process is completed, they are controlling their hosts as if they were it. I would say they control their hosts as if they were it. English is stupid.
Okay.
Over time, the new body will begin to dry out, grow weak. Okay, so it's like a swarm of insects that takes over a body.
Yeah, exactly.
choose
Basically,
a
you're
humanoid.
the queen.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So ability score. Anything with ability score, we can kind of drop at this point because that's not how D&D races are built anymore. They all just get like a set thing.
Like those 3 points, right?
Yeah. So we can just.
Yeah, I split them up over all the.
No. What I mean is D&D races now. They're not limited. So no, every D&D race now basically just says you either when you pick this race you put 2 points in one thing and 1 thing in point in something else, or 3 things across the board. So I would do that.
Yeah, I see. I just remember you said earlier today that you don't like negatives.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Well, no, let me rephrase that. I am not a fan of negatives if the creator thinks they excuse something being extra strong. They don't. So you can give a negative you want to, but the negative goal can't be to excuse something being extra strong.
But that's kind of what's happening, yeah. So let's just continue.
So from a fundamental level, then I'm going to disagree with parts of it, but that's okay. Again, at the end of the day, if you don't ever have to listen to any feedback I give.
I wouldn't give it if I wouldn't want to hear it.
Yeah. Okay. All this stuff doesn't really matter. Size, age is sort of whatever. Creature type is monstrosity. Nice. Size of the host makes sense. The Paramite is not hindered by its body and will thereby retain the speed of its host. I would probably not do this only for the purposes of you find yourself in a situation where whoever is going to play this is just going to try to find an Aarakocra, you know? Like...
Oh, I didn't think about that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'd probably just give them a walking speed.
Yeah, that
leftovers.
makes sense.
You can choose one trait not yet listed of your host and replace it with this one. What does that mean?
So if you have like dark vision on your host, you can take it and remove leftovers and take this one.
Oh.
That's basically.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That feels a little too open-ended for sort of the same thing that I just said about Aarakocra. There are several racial features that are so much stronger than other ones, and they're balanced, or at least sometimes balanced, by the race not getting that many other things. For example, the half-orcs orcish endurance thing, or the Azamar's avatar state, or the Tabaxi's double speed. So I would probably limit this, and I would use the Reborn as an example, or the Warforged, or maybe the UA Reborn, where it's like, if it came with a skill proficiency, you could get that, something like that. But like I wouldn't let it be anything again, because I think customizable is good, but too customizable it becomes nothing, and it becomes open-ended in a way that could very easily be taken advantage of, and will make people frustrated at the table.
I see. Yeah.
Texgum says just use Ancestral Legacy. I actually agree with that. So
what is that?
There's a book called I'll show you right now. Let's see, what's something with Ancestral Legacy? Dampier, I think. So basically, there's a handful of D&D races that are essentially like you are a changed creature, where it's like you used to be something. So and they have something called Ancestral Legacy. If you replace a race with this lineage, you keep the following elements of that race. Any skill proficiencies you gain from it, any climbing, flying, swim speed, etc. So it's basically something like that. So I would probably go in that direction.
That is very cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna use that.
So here, take a little screenshot or whatever. Nah, it's yours. Boom. Okay. Let's see what else we're getting.
Thanks, Gun.
Yeah. Listen, Chad is often smarter than I am. Withering body. There is no blood left in your veins. Your skin is very leafy and dry. Leafy, just so you know, is with an F, not a V.
Okay.
You are vulnerable to fire. I see. All right. I'm gonna say I don't like this, but you again ignore me if you don't want to.
Not yet.
Choose 2 of the following features to represent your brood. When you die, a swarm of insects, monster manual page, will emerge from your current position. I probably would. I would change current position, and I would say your corpse.
Okay.
That swarm of insects will have all the chosen features of the brood as an ability. You can just say chosen features of the brood. You don't need to say as an ability.
Okay.
They will be hostile to everyone. Oh, that's fun. So basically, when you die, like a swarm of insects just comes out and starts attacking everybody.
Yeah, exactly. And also this brood feature extends to all other things that you might want to pick, so it's also important if you don't die.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is the most confusing picture.
Oh, you put them in this. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing here because this is a slightly different format, but the problem here is this is a very specific piece of information, but I think it's good for in general and also for anyone that's formatting stuff at home. This type of text block is something where you would put like a note to the dungeon master. You should not put features in this text block. So the way that I would write this is I would take these bullet points and I would literally put them under this. Say, and put like a semicolon or put a colon and then build these as bullet points under this, because if I see this, it sort of feels like this is like the place where it's like, note to dungeon masters, paramites love chocolate or whatever.
Yeah.
So when you pick this, so you choose 2 of these features, and you get access to these features too, or just the swarm of insects inside of you?
That makes sense, yeah.
Wait, say that again. So do you get access to these, or is it just the insect that's inside of you?
That's the swarm, not you. You don't get... Yeah.
Okay, so it could either be amphibious or have extra AC, or
it's actually 2 of those, so you can pick 2.
Yeah. So it has or it can glow, or increase its speed, or increase its con. I probably I feel weird about changing. So this is not affecting you at all. It's just affecting the stat block of the swarm.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of fine. I probably wouldn't do the con increase. I probably would just give them a number to boost the hit points by, if only for the ease of use, for like not having to calculate stuff.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
Okay. I don't know how much you care about this, but like power gamers will go in certain directions here. Like there's like no one.
Yeah, that is fine.
Okay. If you don't care about that, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Evolution. Each paramite starts off with the same possibilities, but decides as soon as it takes over its host how it will form the body to better suit its needs and what role the brood will play, if any. You choose one evolution now and one at 5th level.
Yeah. It's
how many evolutions did you come up with? 1.
It's everything else that follows.
3. Okay, so do they each do 3 things? That's a lot. I feel like you might be doing 2. Well, let's see what they do. It might not be too much. I'm gonna skip the optional one and go through one that's not optional.
The optional one, the first one, is quite important. It allows you to take 1 additional evolution instead of an ability score increase.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's optional.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at any of these first, because the thing is, at the end of the day, if any one of these is in balance, the whole thing is in balance. So we're just gonna focus on one for now. Let's look at awareness. Any attacks against you are met with counterattack. Your brood is always watching, so you got lots of little eyes sticking out of the pores. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make using perception. There we go. So for anyone that's watching, that's how you write expertise. Nice. You do not just sleep. Nice. Instead, you meditate. After resting in this way, you gain the same benefits of a person normally. Okay, so you basically get Sentinel. Alright, getting expertise in perception is very strong immediately. So immediately my thought is like, okay, we shouldn't get that much else. It's like one of the best skills in the game. Creatures provoke opportunity attacks from you even if they take disengage action before reaching your leaf. That's very strong too. Not being awake immensely damages your neural patterns and confuses your brood. Whenever you fall asleep, your hit points are reduced to 1 and you take 3d6 psychic damage.
Or you take 3d6 psychic damage.
Oh. Who's picking that?
You. Sorry, the player.
Okay. You should clarify that. So essentially like spells like sleep hurt you? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, exactly. Or a potion of sleep. Yeah.
All right. I don't know, man. I don't. Here's what I'll say. This is pretty strong. Like,
yeah.
This feels more like we're getting things closer to feats than we are subclass features. Both of these almost feel more like feat features than subclass features. And this is so situational. Like, so situational.
You probably should drop Vengeful, I think. Yeah.
Well, maybe change it. Like, here's the other thing is, like, like, anytime that you do something like this, like, if you want to give a feature like Vengeful, you can just say that you can use this feature like, make it so once you use this proficiency bonus number of times per day, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Like, anytime that you want to give a feature that feels like it's a little bit too much, unless it really is too much, you can always put it behind a paywall, you know? You can always put that thing. Now, I'll tell you what's making me nervous. What's making me nervous is you, at the simplest, are going to get 2 whole things of essentially this power level. You're getting one at 1st level and then another one at 5th level, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that. I would probably drop the 2nd evolution. Almost immediately I say that, just based on the power of this. Or make each evolution much smaller. Like, to give you an example of something else that gets something like this, the closest thing I can think of is the Simic Hybrid.
Yeah, that one French guy who has this one name that you can't pronounce.
Quelques Andu today.
Yeah, that guy, exactly.
But,
yeah.
So this is how this one works. So, like, at 1st level, they either get Manta Glide, Nimble Climber, or Underwater Adaptation, and then at 5th level, they get one of these 3 things. Now, none of these things are bad. Like, some of them are good, right? You could get a climb speed equal to your walking speed and just a +1 to your AC, or you could get, be able to basically glide, or extra grappling, or a pretty cool acid spit. But it's one thing each. And I think that if you can, you should boil each of these things down into one feature.
Yeah.
And build it similarly to the Simic Hybrid. You don't need to make it so some you get at 1st level and some you get at 5th. But if you did, it kind of allows you to put some of the stronger ones behind that 5th level paywall.
Yeah, splitting them up, that would make sense. Yeah. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Wait, does the Hive come into play in other situations that I just missed? I guess we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah, the Brood comes into play in Hive's Fury and One Mind.
Okay, let's read Hive's Fury then.
Yeah.
You care about your brood, and it cares about you. I like that. You will feed it, and it will defend you. Your brood matures as they are now ready to be truly territorial. When you choose this evolution, you get the following. Feed the swarm. As an action, you can choose a portion of wood or other biological matter that you can see within range that fits within a 5-foot cube that is not a creature. Your brood consumes that matter. Oh, that's fun. And you regain temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier. Sure. This action reduces hunger as one ration would. Oh, I like that quite a bit. The way that I would probably say that is I would use it similar to the Goodberry. Goodberry satiates you for a day, and it uses very nice language for that. Let's see what it does.
Yeah, I haven't seen Goodberry in a long time.
Goodberry says it provides enough nourishment to sustain a creature for a day. I would use that language, and you are
that
provided.
That was very nice.
Yeah, I would use that language.
Yeah, that's very sexy. I'm gonna take that. That's cool.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know a lot of things, but I have a somewhat encyclopedic memory of random D&D spells and abilities. Okay, I like that. Feed the Swarm is light. I like Feed the Swarm a lot. You can do this equal to your proficiency bonus. This is just a cool feature. I like it. Very pro it.
Thanks.
Brood Mother. You choose one of the following things that your brood gets, so your brood gets extra things. So this is immediately, this is where I'm like, now we're making too many choices. Now there shouldn't be two separate tiers of customization that we get just from a single thing that we pick. Like, that is where it gets to be a little bit too much. I'm not even going to go too deep into these because I want to see how we use our brood first, because how powerful this is or isn't, I think, kind of depends on that. As an action, you can alarm your brood for 1 turn. While alarmed, any creature that ends its turn within 15 feet of you gets attacked by a bite from your swarm of insect stat blocks. Oh, shit. Okay, see, now that kind of makes things messed up. Because if our brood attack can get stronger, there's too much stacking of features here. So, like, for example, what I would do if I were you, I would say, I would probably make it so. How long?
Difficult.
How long does this feature last for?
1 turn. It's an action.
Oh, for 1 turn. I see. Like, I would just make this a number. Like, why do we need to build a custom stat block? Go look at what its numbers are. Do that math. Why not just put it in the stat block? Any creature that ends their turn within 15 feet of you until the end of your next turn has to make a dex saving throw, or they take 1d6 plus your proficiency bonus damage. You know? Like, this is one of those situations where I think that it's less important to how we get to the end goal, or rather it's more important to how we get to the end goal. Because the end goal here of this ability is creatures that get too close to you take damage. So what's
exactly.
So let's build it to do that. I agree. I kind of agree with Matt Thorne. We are now. This is like almost enough for a subclass as opposed to a race.
That's kind of what I was getting there too. Yeah, it's just too much. Definitely.
So what I would probably do, yeah, and if you're like summoning your insects. Yeah, it's just a little bit too much, I think. If I were you, what I would probably do is keep the insect swarm that comes out of you when you die. If you want to, that's cool. Keep any downsides you want. But get rid of all of these things, and I don't mean burn them to the ground, but figure out what aspects of them are the ones that are the most important, and turn them into one feature each, and then either give you access to picking one of them at level 1 and then another one at level 5. And I would also just, again, try to look at what the end goal is and find the most direct way to accomplishing that mechanical goal. Not worrying about going through a subclass to imagine this with. Or not a subclass, excuse me. Not imagining, like, not going through a stat block to imagine, to do this with. And then the other thing that I would say is I'm seeing a couple things here that are they just feel a little too much. There's a little too much. Yeah, I don't know. Like getting a summon as a part of your racial feature is just like, even if you could just summon this in this form without any bonuses, being able to summon it at all is a little bit much.
Yeah, but creatures have advantage on attacking you.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
No, like having a creature, like there's so many things you can do with a creature, right? Like there's a million ways you can use a creature that have nothing to do with combat. Or the fact that, like, you know, it's like they, like, it doesn't, like, if they have advantage on attacks, it doesn't really matter. They're still drawing attacks away. You know what I mean?
I see. Yeah. How would you make it so that you can? I mean, it's kind of one of the coolest part of being a Wandering Hive, obviously, to summon your swarm. Would you even make that a thing, or?
I would probably go in one of two directions. I would probably either, if I was trying to make this fit into a race, I probably would do a thing where you could make your body go unconscious and leave it as a swarm. And you could,
that's a cool idea.
And your body would go limp. And maybe even it would register as a corpse for the purposes of spells and abilities. Like, it's truly a corpse. And then while you're a swarm, you could go... You wouldn't be super strong, but you basically would have the benefit of being a swarm, which is, like, you can squeeze through stuff, and, like, there's a lot of benefits to being a swarm. Like, any of this, like, all the condition, I mean, there's, like, a lot of good reasons to be a swarm. And then I would probably have it so you could use this feature once a day. I wouldn't make it more than once a day. And then I would probably make it where if you drop to 0 hit points in your swarm form, one of your insects can make its way back. Some of your insects can make its way back to the corpse, or maybe the queen stays in your corpse, and it takes, you know, a minute or 10 minutes or some amount of time to, like, reanimate and repopulate your corpse if the swarm dies outside of it. Something like that is probably how I would do that. And then if I did that, that would be
nice
like
idea.
that would be like the main feature. Like, it would not have many features other than that. I think that if you wanted to give it more features,
thank you a lot.
Yeah, sure.
I think there's not much more.
Cool. I love the idea. Listen, this is a great example of, like,
I don't hear you anymore.
You can't hear me anymore? Can you hear me still? Hello? Is my mic not working?
Hello?
I think it's on your end, my guy. I think Shaq can still hear me.
Yeah, that is quite weird. I just don't hear him.
Oh,
well, anyway, I guess I got most points anyway. If you hear me, I'm just gonna go to bed now.
All right, go to bed. You're wonderful. All right, get out of here. Bye.
Thank you a lot.
All right, Future Planet. What I was gonna say to you, and hopefully you'll watch later, is that this is, first of all, thank you for sharing. Really fun piece. Let's give him a round of applause. But what I was gonna say, and hopefully you'll listen to later, is that this is a fantastic example of having a really clear idea from a flavor perspective and building it to meet that flavor as high as you can go. The next step after that is to then pull it back into something reasonable. But this is a fantastic first draft, because what ends up happening if your first draft is way too powerful or has too many things going on is it's a lot easier to get to the second draft because you're not needing to build a lot of new things. What you're doing is you're picking and choosing of the things you've built and then sort of refocusing them. This is something that I don't know if it's true or not, but people that are on the Wizards of the Coast game development team have said, and I kind of agree with them. So I now say it, which is that it is easier to edit something down than it is to edit something up. So, really, really fun idea. I love the idea of a hive, an intelligent hive that possesses a corpse. Really fun idea. Much fun. I might need to get another biscuit soon. Good night, Future Planet. You're wonderful. Oh, Aton. I don't know if you're here, but it's late now. So if you are here, if you're not here, I don't know what to tell you. It's late. So we're going to do your piece now. Stream starts at 2 a.m. for you. Okay, let's do some math here. So if 7 o'clock is 2 a.m., we started at 7. It's now 11:30. So 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. So 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. So it's around 6:30 Aton's time. I feel like that is still pretty early. Oh my god, he literally popped in. Let's grab him. Good morning, Aton. I can't hear you. Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Boker Tov Hayom Hayom.
Hi. Happy Oshana Rabba.
Yeah, to you too. Shana Tova. How are you doing?
Good, Baruch Hashem. I'm great.
Welcome to the stream. Dude, I love when we have our little moments where I can... I love this little... Where some people are like, I know what they're saying, and other people are like, what the fuck are they saying? The power of international audiences. So what are we looking at? Circle of Metamorphosis?
Yeah, I hate all the names I gave the abilities and everything.
Okay,
So
fair.
renaming is welcome.
Okay.
I really wanted to name it Circle of the Moon. Unfortunately, that's taken.
Yeah. No, I
But-
understand. So what is the goal of this? Regardless of names, what is the goal of this?
All right. So the basic concept is this is a druid subclass
Mm-hmm.
that can use his wild shape on his friends and enemies.
Oh,
That's
okay.
that's
That's a fun idea. Oh, I am so curious. Okay. I'm in it. That's a great, first of all, great elevator pitch. Let's see. Opening flavor text is pretty solid. Let me take a look at it. Places that are said to run with wild beasts and monsters are sometimes protected by the oldest of druidic traditions. The druids form communities that run the expanses of their... the druids form communities... Don't... the apostrophe is weird here, but that's fine. I would just make it... get rid of this apostrophe. The druids form communities that run the expanse of their domain using nature's transformative forces to reshape friends and foes to protect the wild. While the curse of lycanthropy is whispered about in the lands surrounding their territory, their powers are often more subtle and benevolent. I like this. I almost feel like the second sentence should be the first sentence.
all right. Okay.
Druids of the Moon form communities that run the expanse of their domain, using nature's transformative forces to reshape friend and foe to protect the wild. Yeah, maybe make that sentence the first sentence. Maybe.
Okay.
But I love the
All right,
idea. The idea is very fun. Okay, we got some circle spells. Let's fucking go. Alter Self, Enhance Ability, and Large Reduce. We're getting 3 leveled circle spells at level 3. Interesting.
Right, because I looked at other druid subclasses, and a lot of them got a cantrip, but there's no, change how you look or change someone else or whatever kind of cantrip. So I thought it might be safe to give you 3 first level spells. If not, I can take one off, but I don't know which one. Honestly, they're all like, roll, like flip a coin. I don't know, like they're all.
Oh man, I want to suggest something weird. Could I suggest something weird?
Suggest something weird. Suggest away.
What if you picked? So what if when you get to 3rd level in this class, you pick 2 of Alter Self, Enhance Ability, and Enlarge Reduce, and they get added. So put it up to the player. Say, as opposed to you just get 2. Is that too weird?
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, yes, but it's not broken, so it's good.
No, I think it's good. I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah. That is really fun.
This is nitpicky, but should circle spells come after 2nd level? That's how they usually work. Name is druids get spells. These are the levels that they get those spells at. So circle spells, any innate subclass spells, whether they're druid spells, paladin spells, anybody spells, those are not tied to those tiers. Oh, Alter Self is 2nd level. Actually, all of these are 2nd level spells.
Yeah. I couldn't find anything 1st level. Right, sorry, I said cantrip. I meant cantrip and 1st level.
Oh.
Like there was literally nothing. Like I scoured the entire thing, and I was like, why? Honestly, Alter Self should be 1st level, but whatever. That's just me.
Yeah, drive safe, Troducio. Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution is there. Maybe the solution would be to pick one of the 3. So you're getting less, but you're getting a higher level spell. I'm not sure. That's an interesting thing, but upping the levels of them is not a small deal. So and you're sort of doing it across the board. Like haste are 3rd level spells, not 2nd. These are.
Oh, did I misread all the levels of all the spells? I might.
Let me check something. Let me just double check something because I genuinely don't remember. Let me grab a druid.
All right, but for the 1st and 2nd level spell, though, here's an idea. For one of those, right, instead of just getting them all at third level, and you get
nothing. No, you did it right. You did it fine.
All right.
Third level's a finish.
How about out of those 3, you choose one, and you get to cast it, once or twice a day. At 2nd level already, and it's slated from your list, and instead you get to cast it for free once or twice a day early.
You could do something like that. If you do too much like that, you're sort of turning the circle feature, the innate spells feature, into essentially just a core subclass feature. So you want to be careful not to overdo that too much. I feel like the circle spells is entirely a formatting question. Oh, I see. What was your formatting question? The second level ability is written after the circle spells that start at third level. Oh. Is it? It is interesting. Yeah. So from a formatting perspective, you would go second level spells, and then you would put the leveled spells, and then you would put. Oh, that's weird. All right.
No. So there's one druid subclass who doesn't get a second level circle spell. I can't remember which one. There's one though, and they did the same. I mean, like I could also just flip the order, but I'm pretty sure there was one other one, and they did it this right. Like that's just where circle spells go. You know, that's like the
that makes sense.
The slot for them.
Forrest, things are going good. I'm glad you're feeling good too. High five, Forrest. Shout outs. All right, let's put these aside for a second. I think that I'm not sure what the solution is for the third level. It might be you get less at this level. You just pick one of these three to sort of balance it out. But I could go in a couple different directions there. But let's move past it and let's see what else we're getting. Starting at second level.
If chat throws out an idea for a first level spell, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, chat. Yeah, more than welcome to share, chat. Forrest is Ivan. Okay, good to know. Starting at second level. Oh, do you mean Ivy? Maybe you mean Ivy. Starting at second level, you have learned to regain some of your transformative powers. Once per day, you can use your action to expend a spell slot. Wait, once per day, you can use your action to expend a spell slot of first level or higher to regain an expended use of your wild shape. Oh, interesting. So you get one extra wild shape a day. Yeah, I kind of agree with Tradosio. Primal Savagery would be a good one for a cantrip.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Okay, I think I like this. It's a once a day extra wild shape. Like, I mean, let's see what else we get with our wild shape, but so far I feel like that's pretty chill. We're already getting our 2 wild shapes every short rest. So yeah, I think it's probably fine. Let's look at Union of the Wild too. Wait, what were you gonna say?
Basically, because this subclass uses wild shape a lot, I felt like it needed an extra wild shape. So it was either that or giving the next ability, the Union of the Wild one, instead of having it be its own ability, just say whenever you wild shape, you can do this. Or like there had to be something.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
You need extra wild shapes in this subclass.
Let's see what's going on with Union of the Wild. Starting at second level, you can share your transformative powers with your allies. You can expend a use of your wild shape to allow a willing humanoid to turn into a beast as though they are a druid of your level. All benefits and restrictions of the wild shape apply to the transformation. They must consult the beast shape. Okay, cool. So literally you can just throw your wild shape on someone else.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. It's a lot of words to say that.
Cool. No, I like that. Okay, so yeah, if that is all we're getting at second level, then getting the extra wild shape for a spell, I feel like feels pretty reasonable. Let's keep going though. But like, yeah. I like this, and I think that it's pretty well worded too. I think you need to decide. I think actually one thing that is missing here that I think is pretty important is what the range is on it.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. All right, yeah, that's important. I would do it mid-range, like 30 feet.
Okay, so yeah, I would put that in there. Tradosio says if we can wild shape others, I think it needs to be concentration. Otherwise, spell casting and the allies features become too strong. Is that true if you still are wild shaping pretty small into smallish stuff? I don't know. Like what features are talking about? I guess
all the restrictions still apply. They can't cast spells.
But Tradosio isn't talking about casting spells. Tradosio is talking about like wild shaping a rogue into a spider.
All right, and then what's the problem with that?
Now they still have all of their class features. So they're still getting sneak attack. They're still getting all their subclass features. They're getting extra attack. There's a lot of stuff. Like one of the main differences between polymorph and wild shape is that when you wild shape, you keep all of your class features. So if, for example, you wild shaped a paladin, if you cast polymorph on a paladin and turn them into a rat, they're just a rat. But if you cast polymorph on a paladin and turn them into, or if you cast wild shape on a paladin and turn them into a rat, they're a rat with a protection aura. They're a rat with smite. They're a rat with a fighting style. It becomes a lot stronger of a feature, which is a good point. I think that is a good point.
I semi-disagree. First of all, druids are allowed to multi-class, so like it's not totally out there.
But that's the whole thing. Is it's like you're making a sacrifice if you're doing that. You're choosing to be able to wild shape into less powerful things. You're choosing to be a less powerful spellcaster. There's a lot of choice that you're making when you're choosing to multi-class. I agree. In fact, I love a multi-class druid for that very purpose. But this is there's none of the downsides of multi-classing when you do that.
Typically worded to not work, right? Like you can't smite, for example, in wild shape, and you can't. I don't think
you can smite in wild shape.
No, it's a weapon attack. It's got to be a weapon.
Wizards of Coast has very clearly expressed that weapon attacks now count for any of that stuff.
All right, fine. All right, I stand corrected.
Yeah, all of that stuff. Sneak attacks, smites, all that stuff works.
Okay, I mean, you're still a rat, which is less powerful than a human.
No, like, but think about how easy it is to get places as a rat or a spider or any of those things. Like it's all of the versatility of wild shape now on top of a whole other class worth of features. So maybe the solution isn't, if you really don't want it to require concentration, maybe it's much shorter. Maybe it doesn't last as long. Maybe it only lasts 10 minutes. Maybe it only lasts 1 minute. Those are the types of things that I would think about. But it's got to be concentration is probably the easiest way to do it. But if you're like really not into that, then I would say you got to think about other limiters, and those limiters are going to be things like time limits.
All right.
Texcum says either it's concentration or they can't use their class features. I'm going to be honest, Texcum, I want them to be able to use their class features. I actually think them getting to be able to use their class features is really cool. Tradosio says concentration, he feels like that's fair for getting a better version of polymorph at second level. I kind of agree there too. I really think the move, if I were you, honestly, if you're really anti-concentration, make it short. But I think concentration is an easier way to maintain all of that, for sure.
Yeah, all right.
But if you made it last a minute, I don't think it would necessarily need to require concentration. Chat is more than welcome to disagree with me there. But if you made it short, I don't think concentration needs to happen. Because I really the thing is, I don't want to encourage you not to be able to have your allies use their class features. That feels like half the point of this, is that like you can be doing cool combos. Like when I was using the rogue and the spider, I want to do that. Like, this is cool because I can turn my rogue into a spider and they can just walk right up to the mayor and assassinate them in the middle of the town and climb off and no one will notice, you know? Like, that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. The truth is, when I was designing this, I was thinking, oh, well, wild shape wouldn't work with anything, right? Like, everyone else is already powerful enough as their class that this wouldn't be, right? And then I was thinking it's more of a utility thing than like.
Well, then I think the solution is you make it more like polymorph, where like what Texcum said, where they while in their polymorphed shape, they don't have access to their class features. So that way it does sort of sit more in that place that you're imagining, which is they don't get access to that. And I think either of those paths can work for sure.
All right. So now that you say it, I would go the concentration path. But here's a question: because I like this idea, but tell me what you think. The like for sneaking around and whatever, druids already have reasonable dexterity. Should you be able to, just for this thing, to expend 2 uses, wild shape 2 of your friends, and then and maintain concentration on that as if it's one thing?
I would make that the 10th. I would probably make that the 10th or the 14th level. I would probably make that the 10th level feature.
All right.
So normally, if you give a unique way to use wild shape as a druid, if it gets an upgrade, it gets that upgrade at 10th level. So 10th level is like where the Moon Druid can turn into the elementals. It's where the Star Druid starry form does more damage. So that's usually the way that happens. So 10th level would be the move there if you wanted to do that.
All right, like I'd have to think about it because that ability is extremely niche. It's like basically for a party, like again, you're sneaking around. Your party has 2 heavy, heavy armor buddies,
Dude, yeah, I mean, I'm imagining you use it, you turn the Barbarian and the Paladin into ants, and you put them in your hair, and then when it's time for the fight to start, you, like, whip your hair and, like, polymorph them back, and they, like, explode into their full form in the middle of the ballroom, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was imagining also, right?
Yeah.
Like, instead of Pocket Sand, you have Pocket Paladin.
Yeah.
Possibly someone's face.
Ethan says, hey, Cinder, are you planning on doing more call-in streams in the future? I am, Ethan, but I also need to talk to my mods to make sure it's a little bit moderated, because I've had a couple incidents of people coming in and trying to get me in trouble, and I don't want to deal with that. So I gotta arrange it with my mods. We have to organize it a little bit better than I have in the past. Speaking of which, if anybody is watching and is interested in becoming a mod in my Discord, I'm gonna be asking for new mods pretty soon. I want a couple more. Not because I need you to do a lot of work, but because I want every mod to not have to do that much work. Okay, let's look at Lunar Curse. Starting at 6th level, you've learned the most terrifying of old magics, the Curse of Lycanthropy. Once per day, you can use your action to try and force a target to use your transformed pack ability. The target must make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, it is transformed into a wolf, as though using transformed pack. Once you reach level 8, the target transforms into a dire wolf instead. The target follows your verbal commands.
Name for the Union one. It's again, I don't like any of the names.
So, this is I'll tell you what my first thought is. I feel like it should force a transformation. I don't like the idea that it does mind control and force a transformation. That feels like a lot for a 6th level feature. It feels like a lot for a feature in general.
Okay.
Sure does. I'll hit you up. Yeah, I don't know. Like that. Like, not only are you hitting, that's not even hindering an enemy. That's hindering an enemy and turning them into an ally. At the start of each of its turns, the creature makes a wisdom save against your spell save DC. On a success, no longer following your command, the creature uses each of its turns to attack randomly. Creature continues making wisdom saving throws against your spell DC. Okay. After regaining control, the creature makes Constitution saving throw again against your spell save DC. Start of each of its turns, ending the curse. This is a little complicated for a feature. What is the most important part of this? Is the most important part of this the wolf thing, or is it forcing an enemy to transform?
It's forcing the enemy to transform. For sure.
If I were, this is what I would consider if I were you. I would consider making this feature just now, instead of just being able to use your Union of Wild on willing creatures, you can attempt to force an unwilling creature to transform with it. And they get to make a Constitution saving throw or a Wisdom saving throw. And if they fail, they transform into a creature of your choice. And I would probably allow them to continue to remake that save at the end of each of their turns. Or maybe it lasts a minute and they can attempt to make a save if they take damage. Or something like that. But I feel like that would make more sense. The mind control part is feels a little out of left field. I understand it, how it ties to a werewolf, but there's kind of two different things happening here at the same time. Tradosio with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Very generous, my friend. Very generous. Very, very generous. And I like both of the ideas, both the werewolfiness and I like the forcing a creature to transform against their will, but I feel like they don't sit together super. They don't. I don't know. I feel like they don't sit together in a way that makes sense. Like I feel like this shouldn't be. If you want to force somebody to turn into a werewolf, I don't think this should be tied in any way to Union of the Wild. I think it should be like very dramatically different.
All right. How would you do that? Like I kind of like the. So what I like about this feature is that basically in the beginning you get a sort of like not very powerful ally, right? Like the wolf and dire wolf are not like the strongest thing around at that, right? Once you're at 6th level, you're not, right? And then, but there's a chance that it'll turn against you, right? And that's sort of what I, right? Like,
so my question, So my question is like, does that fit this subclass? Because I just wasn't getting any sort of like. The first part almost feels like the opposite of being a werewolf. It's like it's like, you know, it's like there's an element of control there, and I don't know, like I don't mean control, I mean like like there's not a crazy monster. It's like, no, you can just turn into an animal. This could be the 10th level feature. If you wanted to do this, I could very easily see you could expend 2 uses of your wild shape to attempt to force a enemy, a hostile creature, to transform, and if you succeed, then you can sort of manipulate them. Or maybe not, you don't manipulate them, but they go crazy like a werewolf and just start attacking anything in any direction. I would see that. I could see that as a 10th level feature if you wanted to make that cost 2 uses of wild shape. Some people in chat were also suggesting maybe not having this have anything to do with wild shape, and just making it like a once-a-day feature that doesn't expend any uses of anything, or is like related to using spell slots. But the saves are a little bit much, and I think that's where I'm getting tripped up. Like, I feel like they should transform, and while transformed, they should be ravenous. You shouldn't have control over them, but they shouldn't have control of themselves, so it's truly random. So it's the kind of thing where it's like, if you use it on the guy in a group of archers, they're just going to start killing all their friends, but if you use it on the guy right in front of you, it might not be super helpful. And then the transform back should probably happen at the same time as the control back. Like, I feel like it should all be based on one save and not this tiered saves, unless you really care about that. But if that's not super important to you, I would just tie them together. Okay.
Yeah, going straight into the.
I think it's just easier to keep track of, honestly. If you really like the tiers, you can do that. But I think it's just easier to keep track of. Yeah, so basically what Robbo is saying is, so essentially what you're doing is, it is a combination of casting Polymorph on someone and Enemies Abound, sort of at the same time, is basically what's happening, is the way that I would build it more specifically. I think if you want to be more focused in control, I'm not sure what the move is. I don't know. I like the idea that it's like, it also kind of makes sense for them to go crazy, because it's like, if you do it on a willing creature, it's like the transformation is like a two-way street. It's pleasant. Like, they're with you, you're with them. But if you force it on a creature, they're fighting back against it. And fighting back against it kind of makes madness happen, you know?
Right. Like, the inspiration I was pulling from was the demon summoning spell from Tasha's, right? Where if you break concentration on your summons, it doesn't go away. It just goes nuts and attacks everyone, and you might be the everyone.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I like that.
Right, so you get this like helpful ally, but at a cost, because, you know, if they make their save, then there's a dire wolf right next to you, and you're screwed.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I like that. Make this the 10th level feature, and make Wildkin the 6th level feature. Just switch them. Wildkin is that you or another creature transformed by your wild shape, whenever they reduce a creature to 0 hit points, they can use their reaction to gain 1d4 temporary hit points, move half their speed, and make 1 attack. So here's what I would do. I would make this the 6th level feature. Instead of it being 1d4 temporary hit points, I would make it a number of temporary hit points equal to half your druid level. So when you first got this feature at level 6, it would be 3, and then it would grow up to potentially 10 at max. So it would get better, and then I would probably drop the extra attack part, and maybe the movement part. So I would lean into the temporary hit points as the feature, and away from the extra attack.
Okay. And would you tie it to killing someone, or tie it to something else?
I think tying it to killing something is good. I think you could make it something else if you wanted to, but I don't think you have to. I think it's fine. Especially if you're going to be creating situations where the goal is like comboing this with other cool things that those characters could do. You could potentially also just make it like, if you wanted to keep it at 1d4 hit points, you could just make it a reaction that they can just always do. So you could always have potentially 1 to 4 temporary hit points in your wild shaped form. because that's so few. 1d4 hit points is temporary hit points is nothing. Like what past level at level 6 even it's nothing. So like if you wanted it to be, I would say it could just be an infinite use reaction feature, where it's like it literally or not a reaction. Yeah, I maybe make it a bonus action, not a reaction, if I was gonna do that. And either I would do that, or I would keep it tied to the killing stuff, but have it so that it's a little bit more temporary hit points and less other stuff.
Right. Yeah, because 6th level is defensive and 10th level is offensive.
That's not always true, but I think here the most valuable part of this puzzle is that is the temporary hit point boost. Just because I feel like you're gonna, as soon as you're dropped to 0 in your wild shape form, you're back to normal. So gaining temporary hit points is also a way to keep you in wild shape longer.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Tradosio brings up a good point. Another reason why not to tie things like Lunar Curse or other things to using your wild shape is because they become infinite at level 20. Because you have infinite wild shapes at level 20. Now,
right.
It's okay for the game to be a little unbalanced at level 20 because that's the nature of the game, but you don't want it to be. Druids are already unquestionably the strongest class at level 20. We don't need to do that. We don't need to help them anymore, you know?
Yeah, they need to calm down a little.
Yeah, if for folks at home, if you're ever playing in a PvP game that's level 20 and there is a druid, the game has 2 levels. Level 1 is everybody kill the druid, and then level 2 is everyone have a little bit more of a balanced fight. But if you don't start by listen, if you watch Critical Role, season 1 Critical Role, they did a special level 21 shot, and the only player that was making any sense, the only player that was thinking strategically at all was Travis, and he was yelling at people that they needed to team up and kill Keyleth, or it was going to be over. And they didn't listen, and it was over. You can't fight a level 20 druid. It's impossible. They're unstoppable. Let's look at Lord of the... Because they have access to all their spells and an infinite health pool. You have to take away all of their wild shape health and all of their regular health in one turn, or you can't kill them.
Wait, they can cast spells at higher levels in wild shape?
Yeah, that's the 18th level druid feature. It's
Sorry,
it's so late game that it doesn't matter most of the time, but it will matter if you're doing PvP.
Yeah, all right.
At 14th level, when you use your Lunar Curse, you can choose to give the affected creature and yourself resistance to 1 damage type, or resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage from non-magical attacks not made with silvered weapons. Resistance to this lasts until the creature is no longer affected by your Lunar Curse. In addition, the creature is affected by your Lunar Curse. It cannot attack you. I'm going to be honest. I would probably completely get rid of this feature and make this where you can cast it on 2 creatures at the same time.
All right.
This is a really fun idea. I don't know. Oh, man, this is a weird one because it's so cool to be able to turn a friend into your wild shape. Like, I like that so much, and I think it has so much potential. And I genuinely don't know if it's too much or not. Like, I don't feel like it's too much, and I feel like if you keep the rest of the stuff kind of toned down and like more focused, I think it's going to be fine. It's a pretty fun idea, though. Chat, what do you think? And also you, dear Aton, do you have any questions, concerns?
Yeah, just about the last thing. You said at this level, right at 14th level, you would be like you can do.
Yeah, I just feel like getting a couple damage resistances is kind of like whatever. Like, there's a lot of things that get that. Like the Twilight Druid gets this. There's a bunch of stuff that gets this. I feel like the more interesting thing.
If you're transforming 2 buddies, should it be 1 wild shape or 2? Right, because at 14th level, all right, like you want something that with right, this is your capstone, 1.
Yeah, maybe it's fine with 1. I don't really know, actually. I feel my gut is it should just work with 1, but maybe that's me being crazy.
right?
Maybe that's crazy.
Yeah, like the thing that I'm sort of like the thing I'm apprehensive about in general with this subclass is that the core feature, right? Your buddy can wild shape on your wild shapes is so situationally useful, right?
Yeah.
Like there will be some parties where this is the most insanely broken feature in the entire party, and in other parties it's sort of like, like if like everyone in your party are like rogues and druids, like wild shaping it's okay, it's all right. But if you're full of like paladins and fighters, then even the core feature is broken, and putting it on two people would be just like, what are you even doing? And like it really
maybe that makes it fine. People are saying some interesting stuff in the chat also. I like the idea that at level 2 it has a range of touch, and then maybe at level 14 or level 10 it has a range of 30 feet. That's also kind of a nice idea. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, but then I do something extra also. Maybe.
Yeah. No, I don't think it should be the only way it grows. I think the turning 2 people into 1 is fine. I think that's fine.
All right.
I like it a lot. Because again, it's still never the enemy that crazy. Like the highest CR a creature you can turn somebody into with this is a CR1 monster, CR1 beast. So it's like, it's fine.
Right.
Like it's not gonna break the bank to turn into a CR. I can turn. Most powerful thing is probably like two giant owls or 2 giant eagles is probably like the biggest deal of what you could turn someone. There's 2 brown bears, which is not going to be crazy. Like the more useful part of this is going to be like 2 ravens or 2 spiders is going to end up being what's more powerful, I think.
Yeah, especially at later levels, like people are outclassing beasts, left and right. It's mostly a utility feature.
Yeah,
right?
Tradosio was saying,
what do we do? Oh, everyone's gonna wild shape and scuttle out. That's it.
Yeah, Tradosio is saying, anytime you get temporary hit points is good. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opportunities for it to be. I also feel like, it's like if somebody's tied up, turning them into a bird, they're free. If somebody, there's a million ways that it can be used in pretty neat ways. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. I like it.
Instead of protocol, just wild shape everyone into birds.
Yeah, I like it. It's pretty solid. Any final thoughts or questions?
Not really. This is gonna be like a series of I'm doing subclasses based on an adventure I'm writing. So
cool.
There will be more in the future. I think the next one's a bard, maybe.
Cool. All right, man. Well, thank you for sharing. A lot of fun.
Yeah, great.
Is it really 6:30 in the morning for you?
No. At this point, we're already at 7:10.
Okay, you're so awake for so early. We live different lives, my friend. Different lives.
This is my tired voice. You should hear me when I'm awake.
One day, listen. It's been a while since I've been to the Middle East, but I'll make it back there at some point.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right,
I'd
buddy.
love to see you.
Have a great one. Thank you for the call.
Thank you.
Click.
All right.
And then we click. This is a really neat idea. Also, pretty solid execution of a really bizarre idea, right? Like, let's be honest. I want to lean back. But when I lean back, I'm not center screen anymore, and I look kind of like a crazy person. I'm gonna sit up. I gotta sit up. Really solid execution for a very interesting, sort of bizarre idea. Yeah, I hear you, Tradosio. Makes sense. Undine. Another barbarian subclass with an ultra great sword. What is that going to be? Is this... let me grab you. Hello, ahoy hoy. Greetings and salutations. Unmute when you have a second.
There we go.
Welcome. How's it going?
It's going pretty well.
So what are we looking at today? Hand of the Titan. Is this like a... You walk quietly and carry a big stick kind of guy?
You carry a normal stick and it grows when you rage.
Cool. That's what she said. All right. Teen striped Titan steel grip. Wait, let me read this. Let me read the flavor text first. Before you, most weapons are twigs, and before your wrath, those in your hands grow to branches and trunks. I would probably say something like. I would probably say something like a twig in your hand grows to a mighty branch or a trunk with your rage or something like that. The bounce of this sentence is a little wonky.
Yeah, it's what is it called? Like passive voice or whatever. It's not the best.
No, you're getting the idea across, but I feel like you could just make it. You're sort of like what you want to say is like most weapons in your hands are twigs, and when you rage, those twigs become branches. Something like that. Hand of the Titan Barbarians have learned a butchery of the Giant's runes and have learned to apply them almost instinctively. Oh, that's interesting. How do you feel about the fact that the Path of the Giant now exists? Does that make you upset?
I thought about it. I was like, man, that's getting in the way of things, but it's fine. It just means I have more to work around.
Yeah, fair. I made a path of the Behemoth Barbarian a while ago,
and this plays nothing like it. So that's
and then the Rune Knight came out, and it was like exactly the same as the Rune Knight, and I was so salty. I was salty. I was like, fuck, god dang it. All right, let's take a look. When you choose this path, you learn to speak, read, and write Giant and one other language of your choice if you already know Giant. All right, cool. Additionally, you can use weapons with the two-handed property with one hand, so long as your other hand is not wielding a weapon or a shield. Oh. And you can use the two-handed damage option wielding versatile weapons in one hand. Okay, so what's going on here, I have a question about, because this second part, the benefit is obvious. You could have a shield in one hand, a versatile weapon in the other, and still get all the power of the versatile weapon. What's going on here with the second part?
I will admit the first part is significantly more niche. It's mostly me being like, that sounds really cool, but I don't want to allow the shield or a weapon because I don't want it to be. I feel like that would be completely overpowered. And I think this subclass is strong even without adding that. But
the reason why I'll tell you the reason why I ask, because quite honestly, if I was playing this subclass, I would have a hard time emotionally, because what I would want to do is be the guy that carries a great sword in one hand. But it would be really hard for me not to be the guy that's fighting sword and shield because of how good that is.
Maybe bonus. I allow like a light weapon, but I don't let you attack with it. I give you like a bonus of some type for holding it, but not. I feel like a two-handed weapon in one hand with a shield is too much.
No, I agree. I'm almost wondering if it would make sense to like I almost want to suggest you make it so
maybe you get like a +1 AC if you don't have anything in the other hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say something like that. Like, what if you drop the second part entirely? So what if it's like you can wield a two-handed a weapon with a two-handed property in one hand, and if you wield a versatile weapon in one hand, it deals damage as if it's holding two things. If you do this, you can't hold anything else, and then you get a +1 to AC, something like that. But I think that could make sense for sure. I think that makes sense for sure. Because the flavor is so much cooler with a two-handed weapon in one hand than just being a guy that's holding a sword and shield. Yeah. Okay. Let's look at massive armament. When you enter your rage, your very will carves runes into your blade. I would probably say this is one of those funny things where less is more. I'm going to read you this sentence in two different ways, and I want you to genuinely tell me which one you like better. Okay. When you enter your rage, your very will carves runes into your blade, empowering your weapon, period. When you enter, that's the first version. Class, listen up. When you enter your rage, your will carves runes into your blade. In my opinion, the second one is better.
I like the second one more, but I used empowering your weapon because it's shorthand that I can use for the rest of the class.
Gotcha.
So, an empowered weapon this, an empowered weapon that.
Gotcha. At the very least, though, take out the word very.
Okay.
A good example, like people use the word very to emphasize something, but it has this weird, like, counterintuitive thing to it where it's like you start to like, it's sort of like when a little kid says it was very, 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 very big. It's like it starts to not mean anything. So just saying it was big can sometimes feel more impactful than it was very big in a weird way. It really depends on like the flow of the sentence and the context of where it sits in the piece. But
yeah, it wasn't meant to be used like, oh, your will in such a like a the amount of will so much as like the intensity of it.
That's what I mean though. Even with intensity, like it's not, and there's not a wrong answer here. It's fine. But it's really worth, whenever you're writing, it is worth, if you ever put words like that in your piece, it is always worth it to take 3 seconds, take the word out, see if it feels different or the same or better. If it feels the same or better, keep the word out. If it feels different in a way or that's weaker or it messes with the rhythm, then put it back in.
Maybe your will itself.
Your will itself is, I think, is better. I like that better.
Okay.
Your weapon becomes large, but you are ready to wield it, and it gains. I would say your weapon becomes large and it gains the following effects. I don't think you need to say it, but you are ready to wield it. I think that's fine. I think you get that. And then these you should put bullet points in front of.
Okay.
So that we know
I had
that
bullet points in front of them at one point, and then I read the giant barbarian.
The reason why I would put bullet points in front of them is it sounds like these are all specifically tied to your weapon growing, and it makes it clear that all of these are happening at the same time, in my opinion. You don't have to. Wizards of the Coast doesn't always use the thing is, I don't always agree with Wizards of the Coast when it comes to formatting. This is just my opinion. Your weapon deals an extra 1d6 damage on a hit. It increases to 1d6 level d12 at level 10. This should probably not be every hit. It should probably be once per turn.
Yeah, so the idea behind it, and I understand that it's too much damage, and that was what I was grappling with for a lot of this, was I wanted to capture how when you see in like, because I make a lot of monster stat blocks, and you see when you like increase their size, the damage die doubles. And I knew that was just completely out of the question. That was too much. But I wanted to capture like for whatever weapon you use, roughly it's going to be half again to twice as much damage. So maybe instead of having it increase size, just let it be 1d6 on each hit. Because for barbarians, it's usually 2 at most, unless something else gets in.
The closest amalgamation to this that I could think of is either there's the Rune Knight, there's the Zealot. Those are the 2 main ones that get extra damage, I think, and both of them are Rune Knight is fighter, I know. But they're 1d6.
They're once per turn. Yeah.
They're once per turn. Once per turn is just a little bit of a better way to balance it. I think the damage increasing is probably fine. I probably wouldn't have it go from a d6 to a d12. I'd probably have it go from a d6 to a d10, or a d6 to 2d6.
That's fair.
Okay, so that is one thing that happens. Another thing that happens is massive force. Once per turn, when you hit a creature no more than 1 size larger than you with your empowered weapon, you don't need to clarify that it's with the empowered weapon if these are all features of the empowered weapon. It must make a strength.
Yeah, especially if you only use one weapon at a time. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it must make a strength save, or be pushed back 10 feet. If it fails by 5 or more, it's also knocked prone. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, I did it with the roar from the Oath of Bahamut. I was like, I want to do that more. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, that's fun. I like that.
And then the last feature, it comes in with because the weapon is officially large. Normally, you would have disadvantage on it, so this kind of clears that up. A barbarian can already do that with a reckless attack, but I wanted them to have at least one.
With your empowered weapon have disadvantage unless you move 10 feet directly at an enemy before attacking. Okay, I have a solution to this, I think. I think you drop the categorizing it as large thing, so you don't have to worry about the disadvantage. I think that you tie Titanic offense. I think you either tie maneuvered momentum to either massive force or Titanic offense.
Could you explain that a little more?
Instead of having Titanic offense be your weapon deals an extra 1d6 damage on a hit, it could become, if you move at least 10 feet directly towards an enemy before making an attack, it deals extra damage. So it like triggers off of it. Same thing with massive force. If you move at least 10 feet towards an enemy before attacking them, that triggers off of it. That way, that's probably actually I like that. I think that if if you put the extra damage, don't do it to massive force, because if you put the extra damage behind the paywall of moving 10 feet towards an enemy, that might balance out the weirdness of getting it multiple times, maybe.
Okay. Because the idea was you use the fact that this weapon is so large, you can't wield it just by standing there and swinging it. You need to keep moving to keep the momentum of the weapon going.
Yeah, or you can wield it, but no better than it would normally be. In order to wield it better, you kind of are running with it a little bit. I like the whole idea here. I like a lot. I love the knocking creatures back. That's always fun. Any knockback, maybe it's Baldur's Gate 3, but I love knockback, man. Knockback is so much fun.
I've always been about knockback. I live and breathe by it. A lot of DMs don't like that. And by a lot of DMs, I mean one in particular who had too many edges to the battlefield that he was not thinking about.
No, but that's why it's fun. My favorite, I played Overwatch for a long time. I haven't really played it in a while, but I used to love it. And not Winston, Wrecking Ball was the only character that I really played. And it was entirely because I wanted to knock people, boop them, knock them around.
Yeah, I respect that.
I tried to get good at Lucio. I couldn't. I couldn't handle I got too good at playing pinball, and I wasn't good at playing Wall Rider. Trudeau says, if I take this, I want to feel like a Monster Hunter character, just throwing around huge weapons, like it weighs as much as a stick of butter. Yeah, I feel that. How much longer am I streaming for? I don't know, 100 years. Depends on how long I make a living doing it. Oh, you mean tonight? What time is it, 12:30? At least an hour. I got energy. And I'm going to have to go get another biscuit in like a couple minutes, so that'll keep me going. I also didn't look at any homebrew yet this week, so we're going to make tonight's stream and Sunday night stream a little extra to make up for it. Oh, also, I'm probably streaming on Saturday, guys. Okay, let's look at Wall of Steel. Wall of Steel. You've begun to experiment with the wielding of your weapon. I would say you've begun to experiment with how you wield your weapon.
Yeah, that's better.
Becoming accustomed to how to manipulate its bulk. Becoming accustomed to manipulating its bulk. Anytime you can get rid of words but keep the thing like how to, you don't need, right? Accustomed to manipulate. It'll just sound a little bit better. I feel like as writers, we get into this habit of using a lot of filler words because we are used to having to write papers that we don't care about, where they have word limits. So not only do we not care about what we're saying, but we're trying to say it in the most long-winded way possible. And it's a really hard habit to break, but it is a weird thing because it is like you learn how to write in a counterintuitive way in school because it becomes associated with sounding intelligent when you're writing and being grammatically correct, when actually a lot of the time it sounds more intelligent and grammatically is much smoother when you say things way more concisely. It's a hard habit to break, though. Yeah,
I've gotten bad into it.
Are you in college or out of college?
I'm working on my accounting degree.
Okay, man. Yes, you're in the thick of it. So listen. Don't change these habits for school because you want to get that fucking word count in. But remember, for yourself, for the things you write for yourself, this is what you don't have to shake it. But I'm gonna say a hard truth right now. When you write something for yourself, you have to abide by your own standards, and you have to set what those standards are, and you have to live with yourself with those standards. That's all I'm gonna say. You can make the standards whatever you want, and no one else can judge you based on the standards that you set, but you can judge yourself, and a lot of that judgment I think can come from knowing how much you want to push yourself, how much time you have, what things you want to change, and if you hold your personal projects to a higher standard, not only are you going to improve in all things, but I think it leads to a certain amount of self-respect that I think that is sort of taught out of people in school. And I would say that there is nothing wrong with acknowledging that you're writing in bad habit mode. There's nothing wrong with continuing to. There's nothing wrong with saying, I don't have fucking time to do this right now. I'm in the middle of accounting school. But I do think that at a certain point in your journey, you have to ask yourself the question, which is like, what am I doing any of this for? What is the point? And I don't mean that in terms of like making money tomorrow. I mean like the larger point. Like what do I want to get out of my existence in terms of the experiences that I have, in terms of the ways that I grow, and in terms of the ways that I impact the world. And when you are thinking about those three things, it is good to have a sense of personal standard. You don't need to meet it, but it's good to have something to strive for. It's almost like knowing that you have something that you're aiming for, but giving yourself the room to fail is the best, it's like the best lane of growth, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Writing / life for a minute.
That hit heavy, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Poopy, butt, fart, poopy. All right, let's see what we get at 6th level. Wall of Steel. You've begun to experiment with the wielding of your weapon, becoming accustomed to how to manipulate its bulk. While in your well-practiced hands, just say in your well-practiced hands. In your well-practiced hands, your blade is sword and shield. I would say your blade acts as sword and shield. And I would even go a little bit against the grain and maybe make the word "and" italics. Maybe. Protecting, because it's like sword and shield. Protecting from damage and absorbing the shock of your enemy's assault, period. You could also potentially just cut this whole part out.
I know, it was fluff text, but I liked it.
No. If that's the thing is, if you like it, keep it. As a reaction to taking damage, you can interpose your blade between yourself and the effect, allowing the effect to push you back up to half your speed and reducing the damage by half your barbarian level rounded up. Round down, not up. You don't have to. That's opinion, but I think rounding down is better. The movement is considered forced movement for the purpose of opportunity. Oh my god. What a cool...
I was like, if you're getting shit,
No, I love this.
Around,
Okay. No. This is fun. This is fun. So you can knock yourself back. This is like, oh, I like this a lot, actually. It's so... Is it a reaction? It's a reaction.
It's a reaction, yeah.
Advocate Chaos, I'm going to delete your message. I don't want people putting fucking...
The reason databank that I made it based on speed is because I know barbarians get a boost. So they'll get at least 40. So it comes out to at least 20. But it does mean you can multi-class to get more.
The better your speed, the more you're pushed back. Wrong way to do so, but this is the best feature. The imagery is cool. The imagery is really cool. I love that you lurked, but I don't want you posting links in the Discord, like links in the chat, man. People are going to start clicking on shit. That's a bad habit to get into. You want to submit Homebrew for me to look at, go through the correct channels. You'd make it a flat 10, you think?
I think if I was to do it, to make it a flat number, it'd probably be 15. Because that's half. A normal person's speed and a barbarian will have 40 by this level. Well, or next level, one of the two.
I would say make it 20.
I'll take that.
Maybe 20 is too much. I don't know. I'm not against making it a flat number. The other thing is it could also grow with barbarian things. So it could be like 5 times your rage damage modifier or something like that. You could also do something like that. That's a little bit of a weird move, but it's not a bad one. You don't think it makes sense if you're getting hit by something really small? To see, I don't see it as some. This is okay. Let's be frank here. Let's be frank. I'll be Donald. You be Frank. I feel like I agree with you to a certain extent, Tradosio, in that the logic of it, from like a physics perspective, isn't there. I would also argue that I think that is the wrong way to think about what this subclass is, because maybe I'm imagining it differently, but this is essentially an anime character.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
This is Cloud. This is Cloud with his giant sword. This is Guts with his giant sword. And one of the things that I feel like happens in those things is the exaggeration in all directions. So from that perspective, I feel like it mostly fits. And we can only do this proficiency bonus times per long rest, which I think is a good way to balance it. Because it's doing a couple things, right? It's a bunch of movement, it's no opportunity attacks, and it's a damage reduction. Additionally, your insights into your oft-laden movement.
Yeah, it's another college thing right there. I was like, I can use that.
What does oft laden mean?
Often. It means it's just often. It's just an old way of saying it.
I'm not against it. I just wasn't sure what it meant. Your insights into your oft laden movement have made you otherwise light on your feet, allowing you to ignore the effects of non-magical difficult terrain. I would change the language here to make it so this is such a little thing, but instead of flavoring it around your light on your feet, I would flavor it around like you can use the momentum of your weapon to pull you forward. You don't have to do that, but that's what I do. The imagery is you getting smacked by a big thing, then sliding back as a result of the force. Unless this is meant to be you jumping back to reduce the blow, it doesn't make sense to scale with speed. I feel like Tradosio, I feel like the imagery could be either, right?
You can use it as whatever you want, but I feel you're not wrong with the speed thing. I probably will make it like 20 or 15.
What's going on at 10th level? I really like it though.
This is the shakiest feature as far as I'm concerned.
All right,
because
it's quite long.
Yeah, the idea behind it was I wanted to originally make this just a greatsword subclass, but I was like, people want to use whatever weapon they want to use, and so this feature would need to be able to shift based on what their weapon is.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look. Indiscriminate assault. As you fought, the size of your weapon has been a bonus, but its use has been largely conventional. You can get rid of this whole sentence. This sentence has nothing. You now begin to put its weight. I would say, you now begin to put the weight at 10th level. You now begin to put the weight and reach of your weapon to work. Stay that. Much to the ire all around you. Fine, that's good. When you would activate your massive force feature, you can choose to forgo its effect and instead activate indiscriminate assault. Does that mean that you don't get these features?
You don't get the effect of massive force.
Oh, just this.
Just massive force.
Okay. All right. Let's see what it does. I want to read the whole thing, or at least most of it, before I say anything. You can choose to forgo instead of blah, blah, blah. The effect of your indiscriminate assault changes depending on the damage type of your empowered weapon, and is amplified if you move at least 20 feet at an enemy before attacking them. Your indiscriminate assault is equal to. Your indiscriminate assault is equal to your strength plus your rage damage.
Indiscriminate assault damage, which would just be damage specifically related to this ability. It's a bit overcomplicated. I need to find out.
Don't make a new title. Just write it in here.
Okay.
If something deals extra damage, just instead of say they take this, just say they take damage equal to your strength plus rage modifier.
Okay, just say it in there. Okay.
Yeah. And the damage type is associated, blah, 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 blah. Any DCs associated with your indiscriminate assault are equal to. So, if we're getting more than one feature in the game that in the subclass that requires a save DC, the way that what I always suggest doing is at level 3, just put it in here. Say, any abilities that require a DC for this class, use your Titan DC, which is going to be, and then you just say what it is, 8 plus whatever plus whatever, and then you can just reference Titan DC here, and you can reference your Titan DC here, sort of like how Battle Masters work. So that way you only just say it once. I'm gonna read what these things do, but I'm gonna suggest something almost immediately. If these things are not super strong but medium strong, I would completely change the way that this thing works, and I would not make these a replacement for massive force. I would make them like a once a rage feature, like a big special move you get. Bludgeoning, your target and all creatures in a 10-foot cone originating from your target and pointing directly away from you. Don't say and, you can just get rid of the and. Must make a strength saving throw as the force of your blow smashes into them. On a failure, they take some amount of damage. Just write it. And are pushed back 15 feet. Oh, that's fun. Amplified on a failure. They're also knocked prone. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna read. Let's read the other one. I know what my feedback's gonna be immediately though. Let's see if there's anything super crazy that stands out here.
Piercing is super crazy. It's one that I know I need to redo.
You target all creatures in a 10-foot line. They make a con save on a failure. They take a level of exhaustion for a round. I probably wouldn't do exhaustion for a round. Exhaustion doesn't really do much. as one level. It's 2 levels, which I see happens here, does not. But what I would probably do is just pull the feature. So I'd probably say, if you do it regular, they have disadvantage on the next attack roll they make.
Yeah, that's a better way of doing it.
And then if you do 2, they have disadvantage on all attacks they make until the end of their next turn. Or they have disadvantage on attacks and creatures have advantage on attacks against them or something.
Yeah, because that solves one thing that I was really afraid of with piercing, which was that if you did it 2 rounds back to back and they failed both times,
yeah,
they would get 4 levels of exhaustion for like a tiny bit of time, but that halves their health, which is not okay. So that's a much better way of doing it.
Oh, Tradosio also brought up an interesting idea. I think that he's still talking about the knockback of the Wall of Steel, where if you could reduce damage by a certain amount and you're pushed back 5 feet for every 5 feet of damage you're reduced. That's kind of an interesting idea.
That is not a bad idea at all.
Slashing your target and all creatures that are both within 5 feet of your target and within your reach. Let's make a dex saving throw on a failure. They take some damage and their speed is halved. On a bigger failure, they take a second instance of your damage as necrotic and cannot regain hit points until the end of your next turn. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. Most of this is a pretty cool idea. I would completely get rid of the mechanic for how to do it. This is what I would say. I would say indiscriminate assault. Once per rage, like you now gain the might of the giants. Blah 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 blah. Once per rage, when you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can choose to use one of the following special features, depending on the damage type of your attack. And then you list these 3 things. So it's a once a rage thing. That's the first thing. Second thing is if it's a once a rage thing, you make everything a lot bigger.
Yeah.
Make the cone 30 feet. Make the line 30 feet or maybe even bigger. Just make this all creatures within your reach. You don't need to worry about that being too strong then. Probably make the damage more. Like, think about it like almost... I think about it almost like a spell. Like I would say it's you know, it's like it's going to be doing a good amount of damage anyway, just because you're going to be hitting it with your attack. But it should feel like I would honestly, if it's a once a rage thing, I would say it should feel about as powerful as a 2nd level spell. If it was a once a day thing, it should feel as powerful as a 3rd or a 4th level spell.
Okay.
And that allows these to be a lot bigger moments also. And then it also doesn't force you to sort of pick and choose between massive force and other stuff.
Okay. Part of the reason that these aren't set up like that is because the 14th level feature, so you'll need to read it before.
Okay, let's look at the 14th then first. You've become so accustomed to the empowering of your weapons that you've become able to throughout your rage, rather than just when it. Wait, what? Let me read that again. You're able to empower. So you're able to empower your weapons that you've become able to through your rage. What the fuck? Am I reading it wrong? Am I getting tired? You've become so accustomed to the empowering of your weapons that you've become able to throughout your rage. Yeah, there's something weird about this sentence. Rather than just when it begins. I'm just going to skip that sentence and we'll figure out what it means in a second. As a bonus action while raging, you can empower an unempowered weapon that is on your person. This ends... Oh, I understand. At 14th level, you've become so accustomed to empowering your weapons that you are able to shift that empowerment during your rage, period. That's how I'd write that. This ends the empowerment of your current weapon, which cannot be repowered until the end of your next turn. Additionally, when you use a massive force with a weapon that you empower on the same turn, the target is disadvantaged on saves. It's pushed back twice as far. How much do you care about this feature? Do you like this feature?
I could shift it. I could shift it. I could change it.
I don't know how cool this is.
The idea was, I guess it is kind of an anime thought, where you switch out from one weapon that you have to another weapon on your person, empower it quickly, and attack with it. And then you could switch to another weapon and so on and so forth.
Okay.
And that would allow you to, with the 10th level ability, like juggle the effect.
Yeah, no, I understand. I don't know if
somebody
that's the
made
way
a comment
to do
about it being so overcomplicated earlier, and I mean, they're not wrong. I do that with every class. I really have an issue.
It's not... This mechanic, the 10th level feature is overcomplicated, but when you cut off, when you trim the fat a bit, it's pretty straightforward. I don't know, man. I feel like this is not the move. I feel like the 14th level feature. If I were you, this is how I would plan it. And I don't know what the options are, but between 10th and 14th level feature, I would make one of those features devoted to big anime showstopper stuff, and then I would make another feature into generally you are better. And I think that I would make the 14th level generally you are better. So like when you said like the empowered, like I would lean into like massive force does more. Like I feel like what if at 14th level
Massive force just becomes better?
Yeah, what if at 14th level the damage die of your big weapon increases, massive force just becomes better, and, you know, maybe, I don't know, one other thing. I don't know what it would be. Maybe when you attack with your weapon, it deals double damage to objects and structures or something. But like, I feel like making it an improvement that ties back to your core stuff is the move, in my opinion. Or maybe at 14th level you can use massive force twice per turn instead of once per turn.
Okay. Also, as a response to you, Tradosio, the spin attack, that was supposed to be the slashing option, essentially.
Yeah,
well, no,
like
it was
a whirlwind.
Really yeah.
Yeah, make it a whirlwind. Make it everybody within 5 feet of you.
Okay.
You could even make it everybody within 10 feet of you if you're trying to like lean into the flavor of it's a giant weapon. 2d6 is better than 2d6 is better than 1d12, depending on what you like as a player. It is on average it's going to do more damage than 1d12. Well, let me rephrase it. Consistently, it is going to have more higher average damage. 1d12 is a lot swingier. You also can't roll a 1. Yeah, you can't roll a 1 on a 2d12. Yeah, you can't roll a 1 on a 2d12.
Average of 2d6 is 7.
Yeah. But overall, it's a pretty fun idea. You know, it's so interesting. Somebody sent a piece that was a similar idea not too long ago. They made the Barbarian only get 1 attack. And I feel like this direction, sits a little bit closer to it. Although you did the same thing that they did a little bit, where you felt the need to do the disadvantage thing. I think this is such an interesting habit that we have as writers, where we feel the need to balance power with a lack of power. And I think it comes from an older school mentality towards D&D, and I wonder how much it is in other systems. But I genuinely don't know if we need that. Like, I feel like disempowering
I wasn't really trying to give them disadvantage as a holdback, more as an incentive to play in a certain way.
Yeah. So I would say the best way to give them that incentive to play in a better way is to give them tie the bonuses to the incentive.
Yeah. I with the tying it into Titanic Force, that is genuinely a very, very good idea, and I'm going to do that immediately.
Yeah. All right, cool, man. Any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
Nah, thanks. I'll see you.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. God damn it. This is wild. Can I just say something for a second? Look, I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad or anybody feel good. I want all of you to feel good, but I'm not trying to sometimes I don't like to point things out because I don't want people to feel like, oh, he didn't point something out, or he did point something out. But whatever. I'm a streamer and it's for entertainment. I feel like I have seen a shocking amount of improvement in Undine as a creator since I've started to see his stuff. And I don't know if that's because he has sent me more recent stuff versus older stuff or what. But I hope that our little community has played somewhat a part of that. It's pretty wild, actually. It's like noticeable improvement as a writer in terms of like design and mechanical perspective. Oh wait, shit. Phil, you're next, but we got to give Undine a round of applause. Chat remembered, I forgot. Woo! You've learned a lot in the last few months? Yeah, man, it shows. It legit shows. It's very good. It's very good. It's cool to see growth. You submitted something for the 8th? Hell yeah! Love to see it. Okay. Let us... Oh, I lost the page. There it is. All right, Phil. Phil, this is not Baba, right? I'm assuming it's not. No, Baba's there. Okay, it's a different Phil. Phil, are you in the Discord? Nope. Okay. First Homebrew submission, but I enjoy good criticism. Cool. Phil, oh, you're Jucifer. I see. Let me grab you. Hello, what's up? You gotta unmute when you have a second, and I'll speak to you.
Oh, there we go.
Welcome. How's it going, buddy? Hello, how are you?
I can't complain. Oh, I'm getting like an echo here. That's weird.
You probably have the stream open.
Yeah, there we go. Got it fixed.
Data, why'd you say, wait, what? Is something wrong? I sounded way different when I said speak to you. Different Phil. All right, whatever. People are getting confused. Hi, how's it going? Cleric of Entropy. Let's take a look. Wait, tell me about it first. What's the goal here?
So essentially I feel like a lot of clerics are kind of more order aligned, and I mean there's like Death Domain and all the evil clerics, but this is more like a chaos kind of aligned cleric.
Okay. Cool. There is but one certainty in the grand scope of stuff. There's but one certainty in the grand scope of time. Everything falls to disorder. This should probably be a semicolon or a colon, not a comma. Great civilizations rise, only to fall to decay. I don't think there should be a comma here at all. Clerics of Entropy Domain embrace this reality and shape it to their will, but momentarily. Put a comma before the word but. Or, no, right after it. For they know they too will eventually succumb to the disarray. Cool. I like that. I like it. I think you got to work on where you put your commas and your periods a little bit, but the general vibe of this flavor text is really solid. Let us see what is going on with the spells. You're horrible with commas too? Yeah, man. Everybody is. It's okay. Long Strider, Zephyr Strike, Blur, Misty Step, Slow Haste, Blight, Resilient Sphere, Telekinesis, Will of Force. Huh. The spells don't match the flavor text. That's the first thing that I'm noticing. Is it entropy from like a physics perspective? Like, why is it so much like speed stuff?
Yeah, it's entropy from a physics perspective. So it's essentially decay, rot, like controlling the flow of time so that you can like basically force people to kind of take extra effects that they wouldn't, or protect your people from effects.
I would probably make that more clear in the flavor text, that this is about time dilation and the entropy, not terms of rot and decay, but in terms of like because when I think of entropy, I think of things fall apart. I don't think of things like Zephyr Strike or like, I don't know. Just, like these feel like much more sense if you're like if you make clear the time manipulation. I think. Okay. Kinetic Jaunt instead of Misty Step, and Ashra and Arshardalon's Stride instead of Slower Haste. Yeah, I could see either of those making a lot of sense actually.
Are those like UA or?
No, they're in Fizzbands, I think, or they're in, one of them might be in Fizzbands Dragon Book, and then the other one I think is in Tasha's. Yeah, if you don't have access to them, it's fine. But those are good spells to look up if you want some try something else. I forget what Kinetic Jaunt does, but the Stride one essentially makes you run faster and like leave fire behind you, which kind of I think fits the vibe of like you're like tearing through reality.
Oh yeah.
Bonus proficiencies at level 1, you gain proficiency in martial weapons, and you can choose proficiency in either. Okay, so you get a brainy stat, and you get martial weapons. Is that really all we get at level 1? Huh. Very little. Let's see what the Channel Divinity is. Maybe it makes up for it. As an action, pick a number of creatures within your sight up to twice your proficiency bonus. Okay. Any armor these creatures are using, natural or worn, begins to deteriorate at a rate of -1 AC per turn. Dang, son. This feature can lower AC equal to your proficiency bonus per creature. The effect lasts for 1 minute. Upon the effect ending, time snacks back and AC is restored. Okay, so a couple things. One, there's a couple things going on with this that I think need to change. One, I don't think it's nice or clean design to have you be able to target a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus, and then use your proficiency bonus to calculate something else later. There's too much calculating happening here. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, it's also just too much. The second thing is there's no saving throws here. There needs to be some element of saving throw. Something, there needs to be a way that a creature can resist this or push back against it or prevent it. There just has to be one. Something as simple as Blessing of the Speed at first level would help. You touch a creature for an hour, its movement speed increases by 10 feet. Yeah, I agree with Tradosio. Something like that would be a good other first level feature. I think this should target one creature. I don't think it should target multiple creatures. And I think they should make a subsequent saving throw at the end of each of their turns.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of trying to make
the way that this would be balanced, and I know it's not what you want it to be, which is why I'm suggesting the saving throw thing, is for it to be -1 to their AC for a minute, and that is it. One target, -1 to their AC for a minute, and that's where it starts and ends. That would be balanced, I think. If you want it to feel like deterioration over time, then I think you need to start incorporating a lot more potential for saving throws for the creature to turn it off.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, yeah. Having an effect that has no counter feels bad.
It's just a little too strong, right? Like it's just a little bit too much. Tradosio says maybe at higher levels you can make it -2, but that's always going to be good. Yeah, it's a little bit like so there's this idea in the game design of D&D called bounded accuracy, which is like a pretty core fundamental to the way that D&D 5e specifically is written. And in the briefest of nutshells, it essentially means the numbers don't ever get that big. So like it's like a spell like Bless gives you +1, you roll a d4 and you add that to your attack roll. That is incredibly good at level 1, and it is incredibly good at level 20. Because getting a +1 to 4 on your attack roll is just as valuable at level 1 as it is at level 20. And that's because your proficiency bonus increases, making your plus to hit increase, your ability score increases, and monster ACs are designed to increase in that same rate. So while your numbers go up, their numbers kind of go up. So the difference between your numbers and their numbers is kind of going to be sort of similar at level 1, in the same way that it's going to be kind of similar at level 10, at level 15. So the differences of going up and down in either direction should not get bigger by too much, because then it can outscale itself.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's what I was trying to do with the lower AC equal to proficiency bonus only, but your proficiency bonus gets to be like
it becomes +6 eventually.
4 at like level 12, so that's kind of absurd.
If a creature gets a +1d4 to hit the target for 1 minute, that way it's a channel divinity, a single target bless. What if a creature gets a +1 to 4? Well, I think the goal here was that it was a deteriorating. Tradosio, I'm not against your idea, but I do think we have to keep in mind the goal here, which is an entropy cleric, which is not about helping, it's about destroying. So I think we got to lean into I think we lean into the debuff, but I do think it's worth thinking about that. And I think that, yeah, I mean, I would say it's stacking. I'm not exactly sure like how I would make it stack, honestly, because I'm not sure how I would handle it. I mean, the saving throw every round I think is not a terrible way to do it, but it's a tricky thing. Mechanically, it is very... No, mechanically, I agree, Tradosio. It essentially accomplishes the same goal, but the flavor is so different of giving a boost versus giving a debuff that I think I would encourage we stick to debuff, just because I feel like that is so much more aligned with the flavor, even though mechanically it sits in the very similar space. I think you could do a -10 feet per turn with the -1 AC per turn if you add a saving throw. Maybe concentration. You could do something like that if you added concentration on top of it. It's an interesting feature. You just got to figure out how to tone that cumulative growth.
I feel like if I went concentration, I would still want it to be multiple targets, just because concentration's kind of weak early on.
I think that radically would depend on how if this grows, I would not make it.
Oh yeah, no, got to take away the growing if I do that.
Concentration save at the end of every turn to end the effect. Yeah, something like that could make sense for sure. Channel Divinity to cast Bane with no concentration, maybe. You could do something like that, maybe. But again, Bane is fluctuating, right? It's not that. It's not the inevitable, which is, I think, the vibe that we want here. By round 4, you have a minus 40 movement and minus 4 AC, so I think concentration is fine for Channel Divinity. Oh, Databank was saying that this would yeah, it's true.
Oh, so he's saying do both effects. Okay.
Yeah. Data saying they kind of want it to grow. I agree. It growing is, I think, interesting. I just think we got to figure out how to temper it a little bit. But I agree. I see the value in it growing because it ties into the feeling of the degradation, which I think is nice. Let's look at but yeah, you'll have to. There's a couple different directions to go in that. I feel like making it grow, making it a save at the end of every turn, and making concentration, that's not a bad idea.
Is there any specific like, I know certain saves are like wisdom or dexterity are probably your most common ones.
I would probably make this a
wisdom
constitution saving throw, just because I feel like constitution is like your veracity, it's like your life force.
Yeah, that totally fits.
Yeah. Good morning, Squid. It looks like Tradosio literally just typed the same question. That's so funny. All right, 6th level distorted. Let's look at 6th level. Disordered strike. At 6th level, you can affect the outcome of an attacks around you. As a reaction, if a creature makes an attack on an ally within 10 feet of you, you can redirect this attack towards yourself. The creature must make a Wisdom saving throw against your spell. On a failure, the attack misses completely. What does that mean? Wait, so reaction. Automatically, the creature has to attack you. They make a Wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they just lose the attack.
Yes, but if they succeed, you just take a full attack to the face.
This can't be infinite use. This
Would
is
you do
really
it
strong.
For proficiency bonus, probably?
I'd probably make it Wisdom modifier.
Okay, yeah.
Or once per short rest, maybe.
Oh, I do like once per short rest. Especially clerics seem to get like nothing between short rests.
Tradosio says, I wouldn't make it a saving throw. If the attack roll hits, it just hits you. You could also do something like that. But yeah, it's a lot to be able to be able to redirect an attack is a lot. And then to be able to potentially just negate an attack, it's essentially counterspell on an attack, is pretty intense. Yeah. So you got to put some limits on that. Tradosio Texgum disagrees with proficiency bonus times per long rest on classes. You got Texgum, you and Tradosio agree on that disagreement, or somebody does. I think it's Tradosio. It might be Databank. One of the two of them really doesn't like multi-classing. I think it's Tradosio. We'll see. Yeah, it's Tradosio. I'm right. I'm so smart. See, I know who my fucking followers are. Okay. Divine Strike is force damage. I get that. And then at 17th level, we get Chaotic Shielding. At 17th level, you can manipulate the chaos around you to an even greater degree. When you use Entropic Decay, you can choose a number of allies up to your proficiency bonus. As an enemy's armor deteriorates, you can save this energy to both allies. Okay, I have two thoughts. One, I don't think this should be tied to Channel Divinity. I think you should just get something cool and different. We don't get that many class features as a cleric, and if they're all tied to the same resource, it's a one and done class, and that's lame. So let's you could do something like this, but I would not force it to be tied to Channel Divinity. The other thing that I'm gonna say, and you don't have to agree with me here, but I think that the entropy feature from a vibe perspective, I get it. I'm on board. It sells the flavor. Chaotic Shielding, even though I think mechanically I'm not on board. I think that but I'm not on board specifically because I don't like how it's tied to Channel Divinity. Flavor-wise, I'm on board. I feel like it sells the flavor. Yeah, Trad, and you disagree. I see. I feel like Disordered Strikes doesn't sell the flavor. I feel like this feels out of place. I'm almost wondering if there's like another thing you could put here. Like, can I tell you what I think that this thing is really missing?
Yeah, no, hit me with it.
I feel like you should be, and maybe this is an element of maybe this is an alternative Channel Divinity or whatever. Like you move things around, but I want to be able to like touch something and have it like rust. Like I feel like I should be able to touch a bridge and it like starts to fall apart. You know what I mean? Like there's an element of like I want to be able to like age. Like I want to be able to make entropy happen.
And how would you like flavor that for? I mean, that would be great for out of combat. I guess in combat, if you could like do something to people's weapons.
Well,
maybe
this is the way that I would probably do it. I would not make it a. Actually, here's what I would do: Channel Divinity. This is what I would do. Call it Channel Divinity, Entropic Decay. As an action, you can touch an object and rapidly that fits within a certain area size and rapidly decay it. And you could almost use like the opposite of the mending spell in terms of like figuring out the language for that. And then you clarify if the object is being worn or carried, the creature that's wearing or carrying it can make a dex saving throw to try to avoid it. And if they fail, the object takes some AC bonus. If it's a weapon, it gets a -1 penalty to attack and damage rolls. If it's an armor, it takes -1 to its AC. So it's sort of like the same mechanic. You can just use it out of combat to like rot a lock or a door, or in combat to like fuck with a weapon or an object.
Yeah,
I would do something like that. Tradosio says they'd make it something similar to Shatter. I think you could also do that. That's kind of a different direction to go with it in. But that could also be it too. Like it could be like you shoot it like a missile, and everything within 10 feet potentially like decays a little bit. But that's a piece of the puzzle that I feel like is missing here. And in terms of the 6th level feature, if you really like this, I feel like that is fine. But the 6th
I'm not super attached to that one.
The 6th level is a pretty open-ended one from the cleric perspective. Like it doesn't need to be that many things. Sometimes it's a secondary use of a channel. Sometimes it's a secondary channel divinity option. Sometimes it's like an improvement on some level 1 feature. Sometimes it's something brand new. So this would be another thing where it's like, you should think a little bit about like, what does it mean to be an avatar of entropy? To be a somebody that is praying to entropy, that is wielding it like a divine force. And maybe that is, some version of like inflict wounds or something, or like a touch damage thing. Like what Baba just said, or maybe it's like a radial effect that you can activate, and then for a minute, like, things wither around you. And the flavor of that could be a lot of things, but the mechanics could almost be like a passive damage output or something like that. But I would think about like, what does it mean to be a priest of entropy? What does it mean to be somebody that goes out into the world with the goal of wielding entropy, in worship to entropy? And then I would try to go in that direction. And I don't think this is a bad feature. It's an interesting feature, but I just don't feel like it's an entropy feature.
Yeah, that's more playing with like the idea of randomness, which is also entropy, but like I feel like the decay disintegration is a much better flavor and more understandable from like the outset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because that's like thinking about randomness. That's more like thermodynamics. Yeah.
But I like the idea. It's a very interesting idea. Yeah, lean more into the physicsy stuff in the description to get us there. Do you have any thoughts, questions, curiosities, yearnings, aspirations, woes?
So clearly the first like few spells, I see those are bad. What do you think of like?
I don't think they're bad. I just feel like they're not the flavor isn't selling them.
Right. What do you think of like the 7th and 9th? Do those?
I kind of feel the same. I don't feel like the flavor is selling them. I would lean more into like, but again, because I don't feel like, is telekinesis entropy? Like, to me, entropy is things fall apart. So I would lean into those sorts of
things. Would be more like controlling entropy, like the inverse of that.
Yeah. How do I feel about the channel divinity being touch 1 1d10 necrotic damage per round, -2 AC, -10 movement, save at the end of each turn? So like you touch a creature, and then every round they take 1d10 necrotic damage. No, so this is what I think this is what Tradosio is saying. It's a touch attack. You do a touch spell attack. Poof, I touch you. Now you get a -2 to your AC and a -1 to your movement speed. And every turn, You take 1d10 necrotic damage. And then you have to make a save at the end of your turn, or that happens again next turn. So the AC and the movement don't stack. They are a permanent debuff during that, and then the damage is continuous. Yeah, I think that could work. I think it could work. It's a neat idea.
Would that work with force damage? Just because I feel like necrotic is playing a little bit too much into the whole like death domain style thing, whereas this should work against undead too.
Yeah, I think it could work with force damage. Again, I think a lot of the force damage stuff is going to be you got to just sell it harder in the flavor text. Make it like you got to really, because it sounds like you're sort of using flavory language to be like the decay of society and the fall of, you know, you use like the grand scope of time, but you're literally talking about time. This seems like flavor. It's like you got to dive into it a little bit deeper, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool, man. Really fun piece. Thank you for sharing. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Thank you.
All right, Phil.
That's my final thought.
See you. Bye. That was Phil. After this next spin, I'm gonna go get a biscuit. Kyle or Candle. Oh, I think I saw them in the chat earlier. I wonder if they're still here. My first homebrew I ever wrote them for a scrapped campaign I'm writing. I still think they're cool, though. If you look at all of them, great. If not, you want help with the lightning and poison ones. I think that is Candlemaker, yeah. Let me see if they're in the Discord. They're not, so we'll see if they want to come by. Which ones did you say you want me to look at? The lightning and the lightning or the poison. All right, we'll look at the whichever one is first. It actually does matter. Jack wouldn't jump over Kyle. I would jump over Kyle. I jump so high. Lightning one is first, so we're gonna check that out. This is a lightning Genasi. Ooh, I'm a big fan of Genasis. I will say though, the lightning Genasi. If we're making a lightning Genasi, we have to see how is it different than an air Genasi. Did I spell Genasi right? No. So the air Genasi, let's just familiarize ourselves. 35-foot movement, dark vision. They can hold their breath they can hold their breath forever. They are resistant to lightning. They get shocking grasp, featherfall, levitate. That's the wind. That's the air Genasi. Okay. So we want to make sure that the air Genasi and the lightning Genasi are pretty different. If they're not that different, I think that that's going to be the main piece of feedback that I have for you is make them more different. Let's see what they get. Humanoid, same dark vision, same. I would probably not make your movement speed the same as the air Genasi and give you lightning resistance. Let's see what else we get, but that already is like a little too much the same. Torch Hand. You can cast Mending only on metal, and you can cast Heat Metal at a range of touch at level 2. 1 charge per long rest. You are going to dramatically benefit from reading how this works. I would write it in this way. You know the Mending cantrip, period. It can only be used to affect metal objects, period. When you reach 3rd level, you can cast... Actually, Heat Metal is a 2nd level spell, so you probably shouldn't be able to do it until 5th level. So I would say, when you reach 5th level, you can cast the spell Heat Metal with a range of touch, period. Once per long rest or whatever. So this should be 5th level you get this, not 2nd. Also, I do feel like people are saying thunder damage would be more unique. I kind of agree. I feel like Shatter would make a lot more sense here. Or Thunder Wave, honestly. You can cast Mending. When you get to 3rd level, you get access to the Thunder Wave spell. Like, I'm not sure why we're heating metal. You were talking about the air Genasi? Yeah, this does feel more like fire than... And then we get Lightning Rod. When you're attacked by thunder or lightning damage, you can use your action to absorb the damage and deal it back out as an action. After 10 minutes, it will disappear. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. This I'm going to tell you what I think you mean by this, and I'm going to tell you how to write it if you want it to mean that. But I will also say that this is much too strong a feature in general. Whenever you take thunder or lightning damage, you can use your reaction to absorb the damage and take no damage instead. Period. You become charged. You become charged for the next 10 minutes. At any point during this charge, you can use your action to make some sort of attack against a creature. If on a hit, that attack deals damage equal to the damage that you absorbed. That is overly complicated and tedious to keep track of and way too powerful. So, if you want to do something where you're getting access to spells, you can't be given stuff this strong. For example, let's look at the Air Genasi. What do they get? They can hold their breath indefinitely. That's it. This is stupidly strong. Speed boost. Instead of dealing the lightning rod damage, you can take the damage and make it into an energy boost that makes your speed 45 for 1 minute. Again, too strong. Too strong. So what I would say is you got to ask yourself a question, and that question is, what matters here? Is what matters getting a spell slot? Is what matters getting access to these spells? Is what matters movement speed and lightning resistance? Because if these are the things that matter, can't get much more. Can't get much more. Now, if I was going to do something like Lightning Rod, I probably would change it. So just saying, I would probably say, change it like this. Whenever you take lightning damage, you become charged. I wouldn't reduce the damage at all, other than the resistance, for the next minute. At any point during that minute, when you hit a creature, if you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, specifically melee weapon attack, as a part of the attack, you can expend the static, dealing an extra some amount of damage to the creature. And I would probably make the damage no more than 2d8. I probably would make it 1d8. Extra lightning damage. And then I would probably let you do that whole thing proficiency bonus times per rest. But I wouldn't make it last 10 minutes. I certainly wouldn't absorb and do no damage, and I would not make it do all of the damage back. And I would completely get rid of speed boost. And I probably would get rid of heat metal. Yeah, those are the things that I think about. It's a little too strong in its current state, and I think some of it feels too similar to the Air Genasi. What does Tradosio say? You're already resistant to lightning. I'd say when you take lightning damage, your next melee attack deals an extra 1d6 lightning on hit. Perfect, actually. That's really simple. We didn't gloss over the 35-foot movement speed. We talked about that already. I mentioned that both of these are pretty strong. Yeah, I think that a good... Actually, who said that? Was that Phil? No, that was Tex. Tex, I agree. I think much more fitting spells would be you get Thunderwave at level 3 and Shatter at level 5. Yeah, it's a neat idea. I like the idea of a Storm Genasi. I think, though, the Air Genasi basically is designed as a Storm Genasi, so you got to figure out how you can separate that and make it feel distinct. And then also not make it so this is so much more powerful than any of the other Genasis. All right, Candle. I got no more thoughts. It's an interesting idea. Thank you for sharing. I encourage you to I encourage you to aspire to make it more distinct and a little bit toned back in terms of balance. Tradosis says, I kind of don't want second level spells. I think if we got a better Witch Bolt per long rest, that'd be better. That's an interesting idea. Like, what if once per day you can cast Witch Bolt? But when you cast it in this unique way, it only costs a bonus action. You could do it a bonus Witch Bolt as a bonus action. It would be a pretty good spell. Something like that could be cool. And the resistances could maybe be changed to Thunder. Oh, I agree. Make it Thunder for sure. Make it Thunder for sure. Tradosio says maybe you don't concentrate on the Witch Bolt. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways that you could make it a little bit more powerful. All right. I like that. Yeah, make it thunder damage. I like that. All right. Thank you for sharing. All right, guys, I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I need to get a biscuit to energize myself. I'll be right back. Don't get too sad while I'm gone. Oh, shit. I got all sorts of snacks. I brought all the biscuits. I brought some pudding. So I'm ready to go. Oh shit, did something fuck up? Why is everyone crying? Oh, because I told you not to cry. Oh, you cheeky fucks. Ugh. Alright. I'm ready. Have you guys missed my super long homebrew review streams? I haven't really done any since in a little while. If anybody's like, oh man, I want to get my piece looked at, I feel like this is a good, see, members, if you become a member, become a patron, at some point I might need to change this system a little bit, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Baba is not going to make it tonight, unfortunately. This one's pretty wild. A 9th level spell that I think is close to Wish's power potential. Ugh. Let me know if you think its mechanic would be better off as an item, so that the DM has more positive control over when a player gets it. Well, I mean, it's 9th level, right? There's a lot of control the DM has there. You'll hop on Discord in a sec? Alright, no pressure, but let me know if you want to. Reality Fork. By the way, Baba still has the, Baba... Did I break that? Oh, I hope you didn't break. Okay, we're good. I thought I almost broke my, the thing I used to charge my headphones. It would be bad. Because then I wouldn't be able to charge them. Then I would be in trouble. Okay. Making a 9th level spell is sort of like making an artifact. Like, it's okay if it's a little busted. Baba, what I was gonna say, Baba is right now, unquestionably, because I read every single one of my fucking YouTube video comments, for better or worse, Baba is the best at consistently making funny comments on my YouTube videos. Just letting you guys know. What's up, Baba? Mr. Blackshoot.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
Good.
I was
almost. You had me right before bedtime. I was about to call it in.
All right. Well, I will try not to keep you too long, but I will say I was just commenting on your talent as a commenter on YouTube.
I try to keep it tight.
It's surprisingly good every time. I might not see all of them because sometimes I think I just miss some comments, but
sure.
Every time I see one, did you get me chuckling?
I'm glad to hear.
I gotta figure out how to be funny in a way that doesn't make as many people yell at me. I feel like every time I try to goof on something, everybody yells at me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna happen, especially more like people watch these shorts and videos. It's that, the more people are just gonna be unreasonable just because more people are there.
It's 20. Trudeau, you're unsubbing right now? Don't unsub. Oh, whatever. People are joking. All right, Reality Fork, 9th level Conjuration. It takes an hour to cast, range 30 feet. It takes a very pricey gem. The gem prices becomes irrelevant in terms of the gold value and is more of like a thing you got to find at a certain point. You and up to 6 willing creatures within range travel to an alternate reality. So far, it's not that different from Tales of the Blue Veil or whatever. You know that spell?
What is that? Is that a new one? What is that?
I think it's called Blue
Maybe I'm just
Veil.
unaware of it, but similar. Oh.
Dream of the Blue Veil. It's a 7th level spell that sends you to another dimension.
Okay. Oh, I wasn't aware of this, so I don't know. Maybe this is just me replicating something here.
When you cast the spell, you choose a time to travel to. You also specify an event that may happen in the future or a different outcome for an incident that has happened in the past. You travel to a universe where history is shaped by the events you specified, emerging in a location in that reality that corresponds as closely as possible to the location you cast the spell at. When the spell ends, any creature that you brought with you and anything you are carrying return. Any time spent in an alternative reality passes in your original time. Roll a d6 when the spell ends. On a result of 4 or higher, you can't cast the spell ever again. Oh, man. Okay, I have a couple thoughts. On one hand, I love this spell. I think this is a really fun spell. I think that limiting it to 24 hours is amazing because it essentially is a one-shot adventure spell. It's like,
right, exactly.
Let's go to Lego.
Yeah.
Let's go to the Lego universe. Let's go to the Star Trek universe. Let's go, like it creates a lot of opportunity.
Latihedral has it, the mirror universe generator.
Yeah, really fun stuff. I think that the problem that I have, and I don't know how to rectify it, is this dances with Wish in terms of its flexibility, and Wish has a built-in system if a player wants to interact with it in a way that is less flexible. So the way that Wish works, just for folks that are at home,
this is the
So Wish has a bunch of stuff it can do that it can just do. It can make a bunch of gold, it can copy the effects of any other spell, etc. And if you wanted to do anything crazy beyond that stuff, you essentially have to roll a die or you can never cast Wish again. This, I think what it's missing is the first part.
Utility version.
Is the version that is not going to just end things. That's one thing. And don't know exactly what that is, but that's what I think you got to think about. Maybe chat us.
Yeah, I can fill in a blank there.
But I think there should be something there.
Definitely, there's stuff to play with.
The other thing that I'm not sure about is if there should be some sort of check or something to see how closely aligned the place they go is with their intended place that they go. Maybe that's the way to balance it. So, like, what if when you do this spell, you roll a d20? If you roll a 15 or you roll a 15 or higher, you appear in the specified type of reality you want. You roll 10 to 15. Some aspects of it are what you want. Some aspects of it are not. If you roll a 5 to 10, it's like you're on the right place, but you're in really far. If it's a 1 to 5, you're in like the opposite of what. Right. Something like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the aspect of that I was basically intending to cook into the spell was that you specify the event that shapes history, but you don't specify how history gets shaped by it. Sort of in the same way that, Wish works, where you say, oh, I wish dragons couldn't fly, but then that means that, there's unintended consequences, right?
Mm-hmm. Shadowsia said, what if you could call forth a creature item aspect from another reality instead of traveling to it? I think that could work also, but I feel like it's such a different spell than this. Because to me, the point of this spell is to go on an adventure. Right? It's like, I need to... It's a quest spell.
This is Avengers Endgame, the spell.
Yeah, it's like, I need this magic item that was destroyed. We got to talk to this person who's dead, or this person who hasn't been born yet, or we need to go to a reality where Gratz is we need to fight. We need to go to a reality where Demigorgon is logical and can have a real conversation, so that we can learn where he comes from, so we can go fight him in our world or whatever.
Yeah, that kind of thing. It's like what if like the Aragorn and the Force of Good lost the Battle of Minas Tirith or something like that.
I agree with Matt that this needs some sort of the DM can choose how the affected event would change history, etc.
To specifically lay that out.
Yeah, just I mean, in the same way that Wish kind of does, where like there's a lot of DM discretion built into the spell.
Yeah.
Or same with like the cleric feature, like what's it called? The one where you ask the god for help.
Divine intervention.
Divine intervention.
Yeah. It can't hurt to be specific with the intent here, because that's definitely.
I like it a lot. I almost don't know if it needs to be a 9th level spell. The only reason why I think it makes sense being a 9th level spell is I agree with the logic that you shouldn't be able to cast it more than once a day.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, and that's kind of everything that we've kind of talked about is also why I was wondering if this is just better as an item. You know,
if you
like
made
a single-use item or something like that.
If you made it an item, this is how I would make it work. I wouldn't make it an item that you carry. I would make it like a platform. Like a big, heavy object that you could like go stand on and hit a button, like a teleporter. Or I would make it a 2-part magic item. I would make it a console, a control console or something.
Like a gem that you power it with or something.
And then associated like bracelets or necklaces or rings. So it's like a box that has a big crystal in it, and then it has 4 rings that have little crystals, and whoever's wearing the little
and
crystals,
everybody has to wear that's fun. You have to wear the little.
And then if you take it off or you lose it or somebody else grabs it, like the ring comes back with whomever is wearing it, or the ring just comes back if no one's wearing it.
Yeah, something like that. Exactly. Kind of a. You ever watched the show Sliders?
Yeah, not in so long, but yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't know if anyone's watched that show anytime. But that was all over 90s TV.
Sliders was fun. Man, I got so mad at that show once. Do you remember the episode where they go back to the main character's home? Like they go to they go to his dimension, and he's like back. But then the lady can't breathe there, so they have to leave again. It's like,
oh yeah, that was bullshit. I do remember that.
It's like, you're never gonna make that loop again, my guy.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
And then it was also like, what the fuck? Why has that never been an issue on any of the places they go? It's just on regular Earth. It's like, logically, there should be lots of places where some of these people can breathe and some of them can't breathe.
Fuck.
Yeah, but Sliders was great. Did I tell you I have this idea for I think I've talked about this in the mod chat, but I have I have a hard time figuring out what sort of streamed game I would want to run if I was ever running like a live play on stream. And I think that the way to do it in a way that would be fun and kind of different would be I would do it where it would spotlight homebrew that people would submit. So like we'd tie the homebrew thing in. And so people could like watch people playing their subclasses, using their magic items, fighting their monsters. And I would base it, I think, the plot around Sliders or like Quantum Leap, where there are
you're
people,
going to different realities.
Yeah, every time they go to another reality, they're like changed, and so that you could make space for people being new classes, races, things every
so like the characters themselves are changing?
Yeah, because I would want to make sure, because if we don't do it that way, then it would be like, okay, Jojo Banana Pants picks this Barbarian subclass, and that's the only thing that gets spotlighted ever, right? Like I would like it to be the kind of thing where it would be like every couple weeks, maybe every 2 or 3 sessions, it would change, so everyone would have a chance to potentially have their stuff being used.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would be a fun, but running a live game is so
it's tedious, and it's like
it's a whole animal.
I know, and I haven't even tried it yet. But at some point I'd like to, and I think that it will require 2 things. One is a little bit of a better tech setup on my part, like hopefully getting the lighting doesn't matter there, but I think I would need to get a stream deck, which is like, I don't know how much money they cost, but I can like something that I need to be able to change scenes really quickly without like digging into OBS, which I don't know, which is what I have to do now.
Right.
And then I need to have a good squad of people who like want to play, are willing to commit the time, and I think this is something that we've talked about before. are performers. They have to be performers. They can't just be, I love you, Cinder. Let's be on your show. Because it's like, how is your mic? How is your camera? How is your lighting?
Exactly.
Like, do you
all the other stuff and
all the
and being
shitty,
able
all
to
the
put
shitty, tedious stuff.
Performance aspect of the game first instead of just playing it as a player that's something that is not.
It's hard to
easy,
do.
I think
it's really. I mean, I struggle with it sometimes.
It's a completely different muscle.
Yeah, like when I'm recording a podcast, I struggle with it sometimes. That's not even live.
Sure. Yeah, did I ever tell you that I used to help run a Star Wars podcast? A Star Wars.
You did a little while ago. You didn't tell me much about it. I think it came up in the Discord at one point.
Yeah, it was about a like a Star Wars miniatures like battle game. But the opening of that podcast was always me making some sort of like doing like a bit in character that I sprung on the rest of the cast, and then they had to like roll with. That was always the most fun I had in that.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Drake the Snake says they would put in an application and act out a script or something. Yeah, man, I know a lot of people would. A lot of people would. A lot of people would. That's the thing. Is like there's a lot of, and I mean, I can talk. I'll be really honest because I don't give a fuck. Let's be real. How much draw do you have?
Sure. Yeah.
That's a shitty thing to have to think about, but it's true. Like, if this is what I'm doing for a living, and I'm gonna spend hours more prepping for a stream than I would for one of these streams that I still need to make money on and still need to try to make a day's wage on, are you gonna bring me an audience? Like, I hate thinking about it that way, but it's actually important to think about, because it's like this inevitably doing a live play, doing an actual play, genuinely will lose you money. No one makes money on actual plays other than Critical Role and Dimension 20 and like 2 or 3 others. But it's a money loss. More often than not, you're losing money on it. So the goal is that you're gaining attention, you're gaining notoriety, you're gaining connections.
It fuels your other stuff.
And it's a shitty way to think about it. And I fucking hate that I have to think about it that way. And it's one of the worst things about being a content creator. Yeah. But it is something that I have to think about. Which is part of the reason why I haven't run it yet. Because I like engaging with my audience. I don't want to have to not engage with my audience. Like, it sucks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a tough one. I don't know if it would ever make sense, really, but
I listen, it could make sense in a world. I have this, if I can figure out how to get better at editing more quickly, I'm actually looking into hiring an editor to help me being faster at editing, and I can start putting out more videos that hopefully will do decently better numbers. We'll see, knock on tabletop. Then I don't have to stress about what I'm doing on stream as much. But we'll see. Right now, because stream is my main revenue. All right, cool. Baba, this is a really fun, goofy spell. This is the kind of spell that I could see a dungeon master getting really frustrated that their player took, but not in a way that I think is any issue that you have to deal with.
It's a interesting way for a player to throw a curveball at a DM.
Yeah, honestly, it is a great 9th level spell though. Like it's I wouldn't change it because it's a curveball. I think that's just the nature of it, you know?
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point.
Yeah.
All right, I will head out.
All right, Baba. Bye.
See ya.
Click. Oh my god, what a sweetie he is. I missed some chat. First of all, who just sent me 10? Dylan, thank you for the 10. You look out for you. We love you. We love this, and you. Oh, you're very kind. I'm happy to be here. Okay, what did you say? I play Pot of Greed. Have you guys seen? Cinder has said that auditions would feel bad for those who don't make it. Yeah, that's actually the main reason, is because here's the situation. Let's be honest. Let's be very honest. At this point in our relationship, chat, I feel like I am, to some of you, a television show. But to a lot of you, I'm a guy that you want to impress. And I accept that. You want me to like you. You want me to like the thing that you make. And I accept that. Even though I say very explicitly, I don't give a fuck what you make. I'm not judging you based on that. You make something, you send it to me, I like you. You're done. You win 100% of my validation simply by participating in the thing. Validation given. That being said, I know that y'all want more validation. And I think that in the same way that I don't want to judge contests because I don't want to be like, your piece is better than your piece, I don't want to judge your roleplay. Or like, I don't know. It would be such a bummer. Like, I'm trying to put myself in the position, I'm trying to switch position. Like, if I fast forwarded like 5 years or 6 years, like when I was still working regular jobs and before I started trying to do all this, and I was involved in a streamer's stuff and I really liked their stuff, and I had the opportunity to audition for a show that they were on, and I didn't get on the show, it would make me sad. And I don't want to make you sad. I'm almost more okay with making you embarrassed by you having bad grammar, because that's something that we can fix. And that's not really me judging you. That's kind of me judging your piece and talking about it comically. But as soon as I'm judging you, I feel like I'm doing something that I don't want to do. I hope that makes sense. I think it'd be fun as a once a month kind of thing, giving you more time. Yeah, that might be the move. It's just not having it super regular. Would there be a wheel for subclasses and stuff to pick for the live play? The way that we would do it for the live play is I probably would do something where I would use some combination of like the OG, like the people that are very active in our conversations. Like, you guys recognize them. There's people that are very common here. I probably would reach out to some of them or have my mods to reach out to some of them, and they would be the filter. And people could submit stuff, and then they would be the filter, and then I would be the final filter, and then I would present the filtered objects. I would present the filtered player options to the players, and they would pick. So it wouldn't be random. I would let the players pick. Does that make sense? I look sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I have a biscuit, and I have my little pudding. You see what this is? This is chocolate pudding. This is more powerful than chocolate ice cream sometimes. Hey, Tex Gum, you're up. You're sleepy? Yeah. The thing is, sometimes I get sleepy on stream. I get really sleepy at the end of stream. Like when it's, let's see if you're in the thing. Tex Gum, do you want to come on stream? If you want to, come into the Discord. If not, don't worry. I get really sleepy as soon as stream ends. As soon as that song starts playing and I'm like closing up, I feel myself. But when I'm in performer mode, I can usually keep it going. At some point, I'm going to do a subathon where I think... Uh-oh. Wait, no. I clicked the wrong thing. At some point, I'm going to do a subathon. And I think the way that I'll do the subathon is I will review Homebrew until the timer runs out. So we could potentially be in a situation where I review Homebrew for a long time. Or for only like an hour, depending on how much people want to do stuff. But we'll see. Wow. The adrenaline cuts off? Yeah, exactly. And for now, I can reboost on adrenaline with this sweet, sweet chocolate pudding. Okay. Nice picture. Path of the Illithid. Very cool. Oh, is this... That's probably fine. Tasted a little funky. No, it tastes fine. You were taken aboard an Illithid ship and forever changed. A new lingering power lurks within you. You are now part Illithid and forever bonded with the psionic energies of the Elder Brain, yet mysteriously you retain your freedom and willpower to make it through what has been borrowed time. This is a really nice flavor text. The only thing that I would potentially add here is you say mysteriously you retain your freedom, blah, 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 blah. I feel like there's an opportunity for you to put in a sentence or two that's like implies that there's like potential questing or mysteries to like where that comes from. Yeah, they said it was Baldur's Gate 3 based earlier. We have at 3rd level, we get 2 things. We get Elder. Don't do this. Just for organizational sake, if you have a page break between features, make sure the title is on the same page of the feature. You saw my short on the speed brewing Mind Flayer Barbarian? Yeah, it's a cool idea. I'm so curious what you did. I love the idea. All right. Yeah, just hit enter one more time. Yeah, it's just a formatting thing. It'll make it so much nicer looking on the page. It's always better to have a little bit of blank space at the bottom and the title connected to the same page. Starting at 3rd level, you can speak telepathically to any creature you can see, provided the creature is within a number of feet of you equal to 10 times your level. The way to say that in a lot simpler way is at 3rd level, you gain telepathy to a range equal to 10 times your level, period. I would also probably say 10 times your level in this class. This should not extend if you're multi-classing. So if you're a level 3 Barbarian, range 30 feet. This is actually maybe too strong. I might just give you a range of like 30 feet to go with. I feel like telepathy at a really long range. I don't know. Telepathy at a range of like 60 feet feels like a lot. 10 times rage bonus might also work too. Yo, man, I don't know if you already did this, but I was considering doing up to 3 homebrew classes. You are more than welcome to send me a homebrew class to read. I will say, make sure you read carefully what I do with homebrew classes that people send me, because I do not read the whole class. If you send me a homebrew class, I will read the first features. Oh, wait, are you talking about homebrew classes? Are you getting classes or subclasses? I'll read the whole subclass, but you're more than welcome to send me subclasses. But if people send me whole classes, I don't read the whole thing usually. For once, I break my rule and say it should be 10 times level outright. As long as it can't naturally talk back, you're fine. You don't need to share a language with the creature for understand your telepathy, but the creature must be able to understand at least one language. All right, listen. Databank says it could be 10 times your level. Maybe it can be 10 times your level. Oh, talking about my idea for a speed brew. Oh, I don't know what you're talking. Okay, listen. Orin, you're more than welcome. Make some homebrew, my guy. Do it. I'm pro it. How has stream been? You've been working all day? Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, Bildo. It's been great. It's been great. Taking some time, allowing myself to not read homebrew every single day and to play Baldur's Gate this week has made it so I am excited to read homebrew on today. And I think I will be excited to read homebrew on Sunday. So I think that is a good idea. I know we did this thing where it's like, oh, we're going to read homebrew every day, but I actually think we are going to read homebrew some days is probably the best way to do it. And I don't always know which day those are going to be because it's a good activity to have if I don't know what I'm going to do on stream. Me not doing homebrew is probably better for your grades. I think that we're going to stick to Thursdays for members, Sundays for everybody, and then sporadically bits for everybody throughout the week, maybe, or something like that. I don't know. But basically, it's good. It's been a good stream. It's been a good stream. You know me. I am a crazy man. I like long streams. When I'm at the urinal, I want to be like 12 feet back. I like a long stream. That was a pretty good joke. I'm yet another feller who interacts with chat. You instantly replied, yeah, I never saw you before. Of course I interact with chat. Listen, Oren, I'm not a famous person. Okay? I'm barely surviving. And I need 2 things if I'm going to survive, if I'm being honest. 1, I need you to actually want me to survive, which means there's an element of I need to engage with you. And 2, I need to have the energy to do this because it's hard and takes a lot of time, and you give me that energy. Because it's a 2-way street, my guy. If I just play video games and don't talk to anybody, I'm going to get tired. But it's talking to you. It's this engagement. Like, it's teacher brain. I get into teacher brain, and teacher brain keeps me alive. Keeps me going. Keeps me sharp. Keeps me chocolate. Keeps me pudding. Now, the question is, do I finish the chocolate pudding or do I have a biscuit? We're going to wait till we finish reading this first, I think. I am 3 removed from famous. Yeah, I feel like that's fair. I feel like I am 3 removed from famous. But 3 removed from famous is not famous. Like, I would say if famous is not famous, like if famous is YouTube, D&D YouTuber famous, I'm 3 away from famous. If famous is like Hollywood famous, I think I'm much closer to like 8 away from famous. But I'm on Saturday, I'm streaming with some people that are closer to fame. On Saturday, I'm doing a stream with Davy Chappie and Blaine Simple, if you know who either of those YouTubers are, which should be fun. We're going to be playing some goofy games and fucking around. You cry because you're broke? Don't cry. Tradosio, listen. You owe me nothing. You give me so much joy and entertainment by being here. Truly. Brains to Brawn. Let's look at this other feature. We're being too gushy. Yeah, Blaine is a lot of fun. I really like him. Yeah, I'm hanging out with him on Saturday. Yeah, Tradosi also, you definitely gave 5 subs today at least. Brains to Brawn. You transform into an Okay, wait. The fuck? You transform into an illithid thrall during which the transformation bestows a great boon. You need to... when you gain this feature, your body's strength becomes... I think that you need to move these sentences around. I feel like this is not the first sentence for this feature. Maybe just get rid of it. Feels out of place. Here's what I would say. I would say, well, let's keep going, but I would probably say at 3rd level, your body begins to transform into that of an illithid thrall, period. And then I think you get rid of this whole sentence, and then you start this. Your barbarian features that require strength now can use intelligence instead. Additionally, your strength score and intelligence score can switch, allowing you to use your intelligence. Squid with the 10! Jeez Louise! Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. How close are we to our weekly goal? Oh my god, we're pretty close. We're very close. That's exciting. At 3rd level, you can add your intelligence. How expensive is steak? Depends on the steak, I think. Are we talking grocery store steak or restaurant steak? That's the first question. And then are we talking nice steak or reasonable steak? That's still nice. If we're talking grocery store steak, I would say really nice steak is like $20. Reasonable steak is like 15 or 10, depending on the size. Probably 10. And then if you're talking restaurants, they can get stupidly expensive. I've never paid that much. My favorite restaurants to go to have steak are Brazilian steakhouses. And I would say once a year, me and my brother and my brother-in-law and my other brother-in-law, my step-brother-in-law, I don't know what you call it, the brother of the husband of your sister, whatever. The 4 of us go to a Brazilian steakhouse every year, once a year, and it's so much fun. And we eat too much and I get tummy aches. It's great. It's the best. A wooden steak? That depends on the wood, my guy. You'd think it was cheap, but with all the fucking hipster bullshit, here's a $400 stump for a stool. I bet steaks of the wooden variety are actually, like, stupidly expensive sometimes. All right, a good cooked-at-home steak that's, like, a nice cut that you're like, check this out, stranger, is probably, like, $15 to $20. A good steak that I can make myself that I don't care about other people looking at is cheaper than that because I like gristle. So you know how like when people eat steak, they don't like the gristle? They just want the meat. I like the gristle. I like the fatty, tendony shit. So I don't need a nice cut of meat to enjoy it. I just you know. I feel like it's silly to pretend you don't like that stuff. Anyway, let's look at this. Texcom, you're being so patient. Additionally, your strength and intelligence score switch, allowing you to use intelligence score instead of strength for your athletics checks as well as attacks and damage rolls with strength-based weapons. You also learn the Mage Hand cantrip, intelligence spellcasting for it. Whenever an illithid subclass feature requires a creature to make a saving throw that is calculated as followed. Okay. So, I like this feature a lot. This is what I would probably do. I probably would talk about your strength and intelligence switching first. At third level, your intelligence score and your strength score switch. That's the first thing you do. And then you put an enter. And then you say, in addition, from now on, any barbarian features that require your strength can now be replaced with intelligence, or in addition, you can now you may make any strength-based ability checks or saving throws or that with intelligence and vice versa, or something like that. You want to sort of break it down, I think, in that order. You could say barbarian features. You could also limit the weapon types. You could say like anytime you take a melee, you know how like for example the battlesmith artificer can use their intelligence in place of strength or dex if it's a magic weapon. What if you could use intelligence instead of strength if it was a heavy weapon or a two-handed weapon or something like that? The meat part of the steak is the good part. The fatty, chewy, slimy bit is gross. Listen, Tradosio, we're all different. I am somebody that likes... I don't know where this comes from. Okay, wait, let's... we're getting into... Okay, first of all, this is good. Mechanically solid sound, like it, everything about it, into it. Pretty cool, pretty unique, and it does have some unusual benefits as well. Like, because this is going to affect all of your... Like, not only does this make you the same good a barbarian at hitting and stuff, you now have very high intelligence in terms of that, which gives you a lot of good skills. Now, I think it has to do with my nature in that I don't originate from this place and I have a different relationship with flesh than a lot of you guys do. But I like to eat viscera. I like to know that the thing I'm eating used to be alive. And I like to feel the parts of it that used to be the parts that did things. Muscle, separated from its connective tissue, kind of just becomes a lump. I like that connective tissue. I like the bone. I also like eating organs. I'm a big fan of organs. I've been to caves. Okay, let's look at Psychic Tentacles. At 3rd level, while raging, you can unfurl a set of 4 tentacles to daze your targets with psionic might. Once per turn as a bonus action while raging. You should clarify if this is something that you can do on the turn while when you're turning, like once it as a part of raging, or it only can happen this turn after you rage, because that does affect the power of it. You can force a creature within 30 feet of you to make intelligence saving throw. Against your Illithid save. You should still clarify that you're using your Illithid save. Or have one of the following effects happens. Their speed is reduced by 20. They have disadvantage on intelligence, wisdom. Okay, so I would probably not reduce their speed by 20. I probably would reduce their speed by either 5. I would probably reduce it by 5 times. I mean, you could do it by 20. 20 is fine. I was going to say you could also do it by 5 times your rage damage bonus, or things like that. You could also, there's a couple things you do. And then also I would say they have disadvantage on their next intelligence or wisdom saving throw. Not all intelligence or wisdom saving throws. On a success, the creature is unaffected. The effects of the psychic tentacles last until the end of your next turn. I also think this could do a little damage, maybe. Is that crazy? I feel like doing a little bit of psychic damage would fit, and it wouldn't be that busted, especially if it was not a crazy amount of psychic damage. What if they take psychic damage equal to your rage damage bonus? Because I don't think this is that strong right now. Data thinks you should drop the intelligence feature. I kind of like the intelligence feature. Not funny, some of us are more than 6% Neanderthal. Listen, I'm not even 6% Humanderthal, let alone Neanderthal. I'm not even elbow Thandor. I was gonna make a joke. Neanderthal. Elbow Anderthal. I'm not elbow Anderthal. I'm not Neanderthal. I'm not any of those. I'm not head Anderthal, shoulders Anderthal, knee Anderthal, toes Anderthal. 1d6 plus rage bonus damage could make sense, I agree. If it did that, there also I feel like you could potentially lower the speed reduction a little bit. Data says they feel like it's a little bit too much at 3rd level. I think that if it does feel like it's too much, I probably would limit the uses of this feature, maybe. I don't know. I kind of like the switching intelligence with the strength. I think it's fun. Maybe it is too strong, but I think the idea is really fun. I like the idea I like the idea a lot from a flavor perspective. I just had some chocolate pudding. It's my, it's giving me the power. Link. Oh, I'm sorry. There it is. I'll give it twice. Let's look at 6th level. Wait, did you want to come on stream, Tex? No, you didn't. Okay. Elder Brain. Boons of the Elder Brain. At 6th level, you can choose 2 Illithid boons. These boons allow you to unleash the might of the Illithid. You gain more Illithid boons as you reach levels of this class. Oh, don't do that. Don't. Is there a list of Illithid boons? Don't do that. Okay, I'm going to say something that you need to hear. You need to hear this. Listen up, Tech Scum. You want to do some fucking alternative Battlemaster maneuver, Rune Knight fucking bullshit? That is the 3rd level feature. Started at 3rd level. Don't shoehorn that shit in at 6th. Baldur's Gate 3 boons. To use an Illithid boon that affects another creature, you must not currently be using Psychic Tentacles. You cannot activate Psychic Tentacles while a boon is active on another. What the fuck? Why does this matter? I would drop all of this stuff. None of this matters. In order to take a boon with the prerequisite, you must meet the prerequisite. You can only have one 14th level Illithid boon with another. Honestly, dude, all this sucks. That's so mean. I don't mean that it sucks, but it's like, now we're getting into the fucking weeds in a place where it's like, you're explaining all of these fucking rules to boons, and we don't even know what they are. I hate that. I hate when we're getting rules to shit that we don't know what they are yet. I'm not going to read all of them. I'm just going to look at a couple of the 1st level ones. Oh, shut the fuck up. Yeah, it's too powerful if you don't keep it in check. The first attack roll or ability check you make, it gains a bonus equal to your proficiency bonus. Yeah, like, this is nothing. This is nothing. Get rid of this. This is flavorless, nothing. Force Tunnel. When you use your action to dash, you can take a bonus action to shove any targets. Oh, man. You're gonna fucking hate me. If this is the vibe of these, I say you completely drop this mechanic. This is... How does this have anything to do with being an Illithid? Doesn't. 0. Bonus action, you can deal extra psychic damage to any weapons attack you take. However, extra psychic damage at the start of your turn. This kind of sucks too. It's just like extra damage that you take and they take. It's nothing. All of this is from Baldur's Gate 3. It doesn't matter where the inspiration is from. We're not playing Baldur's Gate 3. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons. The rules are different. The balance is different. Dylan, you're lovely. I love you. Good night. Be good to yourself. Thank you, as always, for the support. I do desperately... I don't desperately. That makes it sound crazy. I do voraciously appreciate it. Okay, so I'm not even going to... Let's be honest. I'm not even going to read them then, and I'm just going to say, Tech Scum, don't do this. These don't work. They have no vibe. You don't have as much... Baldur's Gate 3 is not designed to be a multiplayer game. It has a whole system that is running back-end things. It's not D&D. Get rid of these. Get rid of these. Get rid of these. Come up with a 6th level feature. Whichever one of these you think is the coolest, or one that you feel like makes you feel like an Elder Brain person, put it here. But I'm telling you, drop the whole thing. Drop them all. Let's look at the 10th level feature. Mind Blast. At 10th level, while raging, you can unleash a blast of psionic energy towards your foes who dare fight you. Just towards your foes. You don't need who dare fight you. That's silly. As an action, all creatures within a 15-foot cone must make an intelligence save or take 46 psychic damage. On a failure, the creature is incapacitated for 1 minute. On a success, the creature takes half damage and isn't. A creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect. You can do intelligence modifier. I would probably make this once a day. Any effect that can remove the incapacitator suns ends it early. This is what I would do if I were you. If you want to make this intelligence modifier times per day, fine. Here's what you do. You make the cone bigger. You make it them incapacitated for a round, not a minute. Perfect. It's an intelligence saving throw. Tech says, Tradosio says, Tex, it isn't a bad idea, just execute it in a way that doesn't really work. Really look towards the Beast Barbarian for inspiration. Yeah. Or the Rune Knight, or the Battle Master. But like, but the thing is, like their whole their whole thing. Are you talking about this feature, or are you talking about what I was yelling about the Illithid boons? I don't know. Yeah, the DC is listed up here. It's the Illithid. It's the Illithid. I would just name it. I would call it your Illithid save DC. I think that you make the radius bigger. You make it a 30-foot cone. You make them incapacitated for a round. I think that's a little bit more fun and a little bit stronger. Not stronger, but stronger in a good way. You're having a larger impact more briefly, but I think that's still better. Yeah, listen, if you want to build a subclass around diversity of options that you're picking from, you totally can, but you got to do it from ground zero, and you got to really make sure all of those options feel balanced and are all vibe. And there were the first 3 that I read didn't feel like an Illithid at all, other than the fact that it did psychic damage. It was like, we're just... The reason why it can be so customizable in Baldur's Gate 3 because it is a single-player video game. You're not going to bed yet? It's the anime homebrew problem. When you base homebrew on existing thing, don't copy it, just take inspiration. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Although I understand the logic of copying it because Baldur's Gate 3 is so similar to D&D in some ways. So it's a little... I understand where that comes from, but it's still, yeah, it's still an important thing to think about. We had a second 10th level feature? Oh, then maybe don't make this one better. At 10th level, while raging, you can cast Mage Hand cantrip as a bonus action. You can replace one of your attacks each turn with a Psychic Strike. We're already getting a bonus action feature here. So I don't think this should be another bonus action feature here. I kind of disagree with that. I feel like this is strong enough. This is a strong 10th level feature. Incapacitating a group of creatures with psychic damage is really strong. I would just drop this part. Or drop this part and do something with this. Or do something with this at level 3. What's up if it's Sump Dump? You just submitted Homebrew, but you don't know if it's too late for tonight. No, it's too late for tonight, Alex, but we'll look at it on Sunday. Tonight is so basically I do 2 wheels. I do a big public wheel, which anybody can submit to. It's a little bit of a larger wheel. And then I do a smaller wheel for members, and Thursday is the member night. So if you become a member, if somebody graciously gifts you a membership, or you decide to become a member at the pretty cool, at the very cool or too cool for school level memberships, you yourself can also participate in the member review night. Or Patreon or whatever. I think you can make the earlier bonus action tied to the Mage Hand. Yeah, I agree. I would make the earlier bonus action tied to the Mage Hand. I would drop the I would drop Psychic Tentacles. Put it there. Or make it an alternative option for Psychic Tentacles. Like, don't call it Psychic Tentacles. Call it, like, Psychic Blockle or whatever. And make the bonus action that part of it, too. Illithid Steps. Dylan with the 5 subs. Soof Magoof. Thank you, my guy. At 14th level, you can tap into Planar Boundaries. Cross through an astral roadway once per day. You can cast Plane Shift while raging. What level can a... You shouldn't be able to cast this before a full spellcaster can cast this. What level can wizards... What level spell is Plane Shift? It's 8th level, right? It's 7th? Alright. Where's 7th? 7th level spells. 13th. Okay, so these guys could cast it at the same level, potentially. 'll be honest, it's not terrible, but like... I don't know, man. I feel like it's almost overkill. Like, I would encourage you to... Like, I feel like we need some... I would almost like... I almost want to like... I feel like we're losing sight of the vibe of, like, the tentacle psychic stuff. Totems get 5th level spells at 10th, so matching is fine for feature casting. Dylan, you're a champion. You're crazy. Should be able to eat brains. Yeah, I was thinking the 14th level feature should be able to be a brain eat. I think, okay, so that's my main thoughts. Like, listen, plane shift I think is fine. It's not the feature that I would go with. I would go with, we're missing the most important illithid feature, which is the brain eat. And I feel like we need a little bit of a brain eat. But if you want to do mind shift instead, I feel like plane shift instead, that's probably fine. I think it's a neat idea. I just think it feels like the whatever these boons are, it's just too much. It's like you're trying to slam two subclasses together, and one of them is too open-ended and doesn't have enough vibe. You got to be a member to have him react to your homebrew? Nope. Only on Thursday nights. Every other night of the week, it is public homebrew. And you can submit in the link on the video description. You don't have to pay me a cent. And you get added to the wheel. Thursday night is the only night that I only look at members or Patreons. Every single other night, I look at absolutely anyone's. So you're not missing out if you can't pay or you don't want to, because you don't have to, because you don't owe me a goddamn thing. All right, I like the flavor. I think you got to get rid of the boons and move some stuff around. But yeah, it's a really fun idea. Really fun idea. All right, let us give TechScum a round of applause, please. Very nice. Very, very cool. Really fun idea. I hope you keep working on it. I really, really like the flavor. I think it's doing some fun, interesting stuff. If I could offer you any feedback, it would be rely less on the boons and spend a little bit more time boiling down to the main things that this illithid should be doing and how you can fit those into places where they wouldn't have normally been. Like, you got room at 6th level. You could probably move some stuff around at 14, so you got some space to play. Got some space to play. All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. TechScum. Oh, the wheel's getting smaller. We only have 5 left, I think, tonight. I wonder if I'll get through everyone. I'm going to try to. I'm going to try to get through everyone. Derek is next. Who said that? Who was new? Glitchy! Glitchy. Well, listen, you don't have to become a member. Why don't you watch for a little bit and you decide if it's worth it? But either way, I do appreciate new people being here, and I do appreciate asking questions. And I hope you have a good time. And I will say that before you submit any homebrew, I would say Sump Dump is also new. Oh, I know Sump Dump is new. I said their name. They're goofing a gaff. I love that name. Sump Dump? Come on now. Oh, Sump Dump asked a question too. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Do we have any rules here that I should follow? Like, this is my first stream. Yeah, there are some rules. Rule number 1 is we're not trying to be dicks. So you don't need to agree with someone. You can think that their homebrew is a little bit busted and broken, but you never just want to say this is stupid or this sucks or I don't like this. You always want to try to be constructive in the criticism that you give. I try to run my stream like a writing workshop. That being said, I am a very harsh critic. So if you send me homebrew to put stuff in, when I look at it, I'm going to review it very harshly. That doesn't mean I'm going to try to be mean about it, but it does mean that I am going to judge it at a very high standard. And I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you at all. I'm not even judging your potential. I'm just judging your piece from my opinion where it stands. And I look at pieces based on a couple things. I look at how evocative they are, which means how cool, inspired, etc. That's probably the most important thing to land. But the other ones, the ones that I'm going to yell at you more about are, does it have good grammar? Is it easy to read? Is it well formatted? Are the mechanics clear and simple? And is it balanced? Those things in combination. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter if I like a piece or not to me, because I want you to make the things that you want to make, and I don't want you to try to impress me. But yeah, that's kind of it. If you send me something really, really long, I'm not going to read the whole thing, probably. If you send me a class, I'm not going to read the whole thing. If you send me something like this, where it looks like we're getting a full page of stuff, maybe I'll read it, but it's likely I won't. Yeah, you get what you get. You don't get upset. The main wheels are usually pretty big. They usually have like 60 to 120 or so submissions. And the member wheel is usually a little smaller. I don't always get to every piece on the member wheel. So tonight I'm going to try to, because I only have like 4 or 5 left. But I will often get through about 2/3 of the member wheel is usually about how much I get through. And the public wheel, I just kind of get through as many as I can. And I don't rush. I used to try to rush to get through as many as I could, and that was less fun, less educational, and I was getting bored and tedious. So now I let myself take my time. You enjoy the content, seen your shorts, like them a lot. Cool, welcome, love you. The Modern Viking, hey, just watched you create your Create Water video, and a way to make Create Water a deadly spell is if you combine it with Force Wall. Just create a bubble of force around the opponent's head. You can't really make a force wall around a person's head, just so you know. That's not how it works. This is one of those things that... We'll take a little break here because I can talk about this. Wall of force. You can't really make a wall of force that small, I don't think. We could check, but I'm pretty sure that's pretty specific. Let's see. Maybe you meant force cage. But wall of force is 10 foot by 10 foot panels. Or it is a dome in a 10 foot area. Create Water doesn't fill that much space. I would also say it's not an open container. It's a closed container. So that doesn't work. Did you mean force cage? Did I spell it wrong? No. Force cage also has very specific sizes. Also, all of which 10 gallons of water would not be a big deal in. So, and also is still not an open container. So I would argue that while you may very much want to be able to cast Create Water inside the bubble, again, Create Water inside the bubble, it's you can't like make a fishbowl and then make it a full sphere. Like that's not how the spell works, my guy. I guess you gotta make it like a fishbowl first, and then make it a full sphere of water around their head, and boom, you can drown your enemies on dry land. That's not how any of those spells work. You don't have the ability to make a fishbowl shape. It's very specific. So, while you're more than welcome to say whatever you want, that ain't how it works. We're looking at Derek's piece. Okay, so what did you make, Derek? You're not coming on stream. Let me read what you said. This is a race you made a while back and updated recently. You're watching from Sweden. Oh, Sweden. I'm pretty good at Swedish. It's one of the many languages I speak. I like to take things by their exact wording. Then if I hear a creative way to use it, it doesn't break the game, I allow it. I agree. I couldn't agree more. I wish I could hug you through the screen, Tradosio. Okay, all right. Yeah, man. You got to look at how spells work. I had a player who I love, great friend, but he couldn't get his head around that concept. He couldn't get his head around the concept that spells do what they say they do. If they don't just, you can't bend them casually. You can't assume that you can bend them. And he would so regularly try to do that literally every single time he cast a spell, we had to stop the game and have a conversation about it where we were almost having an argument. And it basically led to a situation where I basically was like, you either can't play spellcasters in my campaign or we probably shouldn't play anymore, because it was becoming such a big conflict. He ended up being a rogue and having a lot more fun. Heavenborn. Heavenborn are angelic descendants of avatars of the sun. How is this different than Azamar? Heavenborn frequently rise visions about. They tend to look similar to humans, slightly paler. How is this different than Azamar? How is this different than Azamar? I'm gonna yell that until you answer me, even though you're not here. All right, let's see what we get. They can be old. They can be medium. They can medium size. They got some languages. Seems like a fucking Azamar so far. It's got dark vision because everything does. Heavenly insight. Over the course of a minute spent interacting with them, you can read the fates. Don't say them when you introduce something, Derek. Come on. Over the course of a minute spent interacting with a creature. You need to introduce the thing before you give it a bland article. Over the course of a minute, I wouldn't even start with that. I would say, if you spend at least a minute interacting with a creature, you can read that creature's fate, period. Or a creature within 30 feet of you. They must make a wisdom saving throw. The DC is able plus your plus bonus plus the modifier you choose for your innate spellcasting trait. All right, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. On a failed save, you learn their intent towards you can either wheel or deal. Either wheel. Is this just augury? I'm gonna be really honest here, and I don't mean to be rude. This is not. Just give us. Just make it detect thoughts, my guy. That is literally... You're just overcomplicating, essentially making it detect thoughts. On a failed save, you learn the creature's intent towards you. Either wheel for no intent to harm, woe for dangerous intent to harm. Use feature number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. I would probably say malicious intent or non-malicious intent, but even then... It's a pretty fucking strong feature. And I'm seeing we're getting subclass. mini sub things. And then there's our spells like Knock, who can target any object with a mundane or arcane means of blocking asses. Belts, saddles, armors, wears clothing. Are you sure that's how arcane block works? I love how much people don't read spells. I love it. I love it so much. Did you read the spell, my guy? These are the things that it affects. It doesn't affect an object with mundane or arcane means of blocking. That's what it does. It's window, gate, chest, or other entryway. You know what's really funny, Cinder? This is in the Project Cosmic, and I said something very similar about the Detect Thought suggestion. Yeah, it's just like... I don't know, man. I feel like Augury is a tedious spell. Like, it's not well designed. I feel like it derails more than it rails. I would just go with Detect Thoughts here. Like, this seems overly tedious. You get a Moonborn, a Starborn, or a Sunborn. It's not even... Okay, let me rephrase that. It's not over tedious. It's using a mechanic that I don't think is good. I think it's using a mechanic that is ambiguous in a way that is misdirecting or boring. And I don't... we don't need to encourage people to be using Augury. Moonbeam. Moonborn. Let's see. You get innate spellcasting and Leader's Will. When you cast an enchantment spell, you can give one target of the spell disadvantage on the first saving throw against the spell. Once you use feature, can use against for long rest. And then you get the Light Cantrip and Guiding Bolt and Calm Emotions. Okay. And then Steel Mind. You're immune to magic that allows others to read your thoughts. You get Mind Sliver, Magic Missile, or Invisibility. And then you get, when you're hit with a melee attack, use your action to make a melee attack against a creature. Control Flames, Burning Hands, Continual Flame. Why? I don't understand what the goal of this is. Because this just feels like a different version of Azamar. It's meant to be flavored as reading the stars and the fate through that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't like that mechanic. Yeah, I think it gets too much too. Like, if you're gonna give... I'm gonna be very honest. Do you want to give Heavenly Insight or do you want to give Innate Spellcasting? I think you pick one of the two. Aton, I never go to bed. I never sleep. I am eternal. I am the timeless creature. I am the one who knocks. I am always dancing. While I am the shadow that brings light. I am the shadow that uplifts the light. I am the endless feather. I am endless feathers and fur. I am sight. I am the ozone layer. I'm your mom. So yeah, I don't sleep. It's not Azamar since it's not divine, but space themed. It doesn't feel space themed. I think I'm gonna just be real honest. It doesn't feel space themed. We're getting light and guiding bolt and calm emotions. How is that not divine feeling? Starborn is a little bit space feeling. Sunborn just feels like the fire Azamar, and Moonborn just feels like the any Azamar. I'm also a pirate king. Ugh, we haven't talked about that tonight. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's me, but I think that I just don't like classes that get. I don't like doing this lots of sub races thing. I'm not a fan. I don't think it's the best. I just like, I feel like if you're gonna do sub races, you got to do it in one of two ways. And I disagree with almost everything else, which also you never need to agree with me on. But I would say, here's what I would say. If you're going to do sub races, you either do it like the shifter, where everything is behind the sub race and they all get like one cool, crazy thing that is specific to them. Boom. That's one. The other is you do sub races and they all get different innate spellcasting. But I think that there's too much happening here. I think that if you want this thing to feel spacey, don't call it Heavenborn. And don't give it Heavenly Insight. And don't give it Cleric spells. And maybe don't give it Fire spells. I think you lean into Starborn. And you drop Moonborn, you drop Sunborn, you probably drop Heavenly Insight, and you put this on top of this, and maybe give it one more thing. And I think you're in a much stronger and specific space. Okay, I'll admit I read Wall of Force wrong, but I have a question. Is there any way to make a bubble of water surround someone's head? Like you wring out a towel and drown them that way? That's not really how drowning works in D&D, just so you know. Creatures can hold their breath for a very long time. There is a spell that puts somebody... There's literally a spell that forces somebody into a bubble of water. It's called Watery Sphere. You make a big ball of water and you can roll it around and creatures get caught up in it and they can't move and they can't breathe inside it. But there is no way to just make a creature start drowning, because creatures can hold their breath. And you can hold your breath for a long time in D&D. There's ways that creatures can make you as a player start drowning. Someone mentioned heavens referring to space and not celestial. I don't think that is valid in the way that this is written and designed before subclasses are introduced. Starborn could also have aberration vibes. Yeah. Also, I just thought, shouldn't Starborn and Sunborn be the same? That is kind of, yeah, there is something kind of playful there. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Honestly, though, I'm just saying, like it's not a bad idea. You are shooting yourself in the foot with this name. You're shooting yourself in the foot with the celestial vibes. Lean into Starborn. Drop a lot of the rest. Voidborn, I agree. Okay, yeah, I would do that. I would do two. I would do Starborn and I would do Voidborn. Yeah. I like that. I like that. What'd you say? Hate to pain you, but I had to grow up because of school, so I'll disappear for the night. Data, I love you. Have a good night, my guy. Thank you for hanging. Yeah, Voidborn does sound badass. Moonborn? That's this, the Moonborn. Yeah, Derek. Listen, none of this stuff is super jank. I feel like the fact that you get... I feel like all of the subclass options feel like a little bit too much on top of innate spellcasting. Like, each one of these, I don't know. It's just a lot. It just feels like too much. And I think that you're kind of missing the mark if you're trying to make it space-themed. And if you're not trying to make it space-themed and you're trying to make it celestial-themed, I would argue something that you've heard me say a million times, which is like why we have the Azamar. S. Obelisk, you've given up on sleep? Matt Thorne says, spells that control water can't damage or cause people to drown, even if it would make sense that a 5-foot cube of water might be able to do that, but it can't because the spell doesn't say so. Yeah. See, Matt, Matt Thorne is correct. I do appreciate when people want to do creative things with spells, but you do need to follow what the spells do. I would argue that the closest thing you could come to drowning a person with create water is if you have to be able to make the argument that a human's body counts as an open container, which I feel like is a big tricky thing to do because it doesn't. I think an open container dictates an object, and in D&D, the difference between a body and an object, like a living thing and an object, are very specific, and the rules of how those interactions happen. But let's say you ignore all of that, and you say create water can go in a person. what I would say happens is if you cast it on somebody, they would throw up a bunch of water, is what would happen. I don't think it would drown them. Or that's what would happen. They would throw up a bunch of water. I would lean away from augury every time someone does that. I can see the DM force themselves not to roll their eyes. Snotty. I don't know if you heard me, but I literally yelled about augury for like 5 minutes earlier. I like the idea of a star-based race, but yeah, I think you got to lean more into that. And I'm gonna say, if I were you, I would not do innate spellcasting. Let's get some more unique features. Getting to cast magic missile and invisibility, is it that specific of a thing? I would say no. I feel like innate spellcasting works better if there is lore to your thing being specifically intrinsically tied to the weave or magic, like tieflings or fairies or things like that. But I think that outside of that, I always feel like it makes like you know, if you're gonna give us something, do it like an Earth Genasi does, where you get access to a cantrip and then you can cast it in a unique way a couple times a day or something like that. A leveled version of Crown of Stars? No, move away from spells. Away. Let's get some unique features. All right, Derek. Thank you for your piece. Guys, let's give Derek a round of applause. Thank you, thank you all. What do you say? I want a one-shot with all level 10 wizards, and you can only read the name of the spell, and you have to guess or make up what it does on the spot. That's not D&D, it's a Calvin ball. All right, Tradosio, you're up next, my guy. You want to come on stream, probably? Yeah, let's grab you. You don't! I'm going to grab you anyway. Hey, did you not want to come on stream? It says no here.
I typically answer that when I know I'm working as like a backup if I can't come on, but I'm home and I've been home for a while, so.
So you want to be here?
Yes.
Then I won't hang up on you yet. What are we looking at today?
Infernal Soul Sorcerer.
Ooh, so I read your little blurb a little earlier, and it is a classic idea. It is one that really should exist and doesn't, and I agree with your idea that it should. So let's dive right in.
Some people were telling me that why not just play a tiefling, and I disagree. I want to play somebody that is tainted by infernal magic without having to be a tiefling.
Yeah, I agree. Get out of here, Sump Dump. Lovely to have you. Thanks for joining. Your bloodline has been tainted by fiendish magic, awaiting the moment for you to awaken this hellish power. Even though your magic comes from an evil place, how will you decide to use it? All right. Let's dump in.
It's a little different than my usual flavor text.
I don't mind the briefness of it. I think that if anything, I feel like I would probably break the first sentence into two.
Okay.
After I would tainted by fiendish magic, I would make a sentence, and then I would turn the second part into a sentence. And I think you probably feel a little bit stronger. Let's see. We get some spells. If we get new spells, they have to be enchantment or evocation from sorcerer or warlock spell list or bard spell list. Does this include that? Would just so you know, that would make it so you could cast healing spells. Is that a goal?
Enchantment and evocation. Yeah, I guess that would give you like healing word.
It would give you all healing spells. All healing spells are evocation spells.
I thought some were necromancy. I could be wrong.
The reanimating spells are necromancy.
Okay.
I would probably drop the evocation just because that's pretty strong to give healing. It's not like I don't know. I would try to dance around it. I would probably try to make it something different. Conjuration, I think,
transmutation.
Conjuration, I think, fits the vibe of devils too, right? They're summoning shit all the time.
I wanted evocation because Hellish Rebuke is evocation.
Yeah, but it's on the list. You got it right here.
Okay.
Any spells that are evocation, that's more of a reason to get them on this spell list. So if there's any spells in here that are charm spells that you want to replace with an evocation spell, do that. That's what I would say. We get Charm Person, Hellish Rebuke, Scorching Ray, Suggestion, Fireball, Magic Circle, Charm Monster, Wall of Fire, Hold Monster, Infernal Calling. Okay, I think this spell list is really solid. I think the move that you do... Oh, that's the other thing. No, I agree with Matt. Just drop the Bard aspect of Sorcerer or Warlock. Throw in Wizard.
Okay.
And then you're there. Because Wizards can't cast magic that heals. Or drop the Evocation, pick something else, and then pull out some of the enchantment spells for more Evocation spells if you need to fill that space. But the spell list is really solid. I like it a lot. Devil's Advocate. At first level, you gain proficiency in the Persuasion skill if you don't already have it. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability you can make that skill. Additionally, you can read and write Infernal. Okay, I like this. I'm going to make one suggestion. I think you should give the player a choice at this level, and they should pick between Persuasion or Deception.
All right.
Definitely don't have to listen to me there, but that's where my heart goes immediately. It's like I would want to be good at lying, or actually, what I probably would do is pick any of the charisma ones. Except for performance, I'd probably say Persuasion or Intimidation or Deception. If you don't like that, just Persuasion and Deception. Yeah, Devil's Advocate's a great name. Spaded Tail. At first level, you sprout a long, slender tail with a stinger at the tip. You can make a special unarmed strike with your tail against creatures within 5 feet of you. When you do so, you can add your Dex modifier instead of your Strength modifier to the attack and deal attack and damage rolls on a hit. On a hit, you deal 1d6 piercing damage and the target's disadvantage on its next saving throw to resist one of your spells.
It's kind of playing with this idea that you're up close and in the fight as a sorcerer, which is dangerous. But if you do multi-class into it from like a martial class, it's in the same space as just using a normal unarmed attack.
So that was an intentional choice to not tie this to using spellcasting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want it to be, you have to get up and get dangerous for that disadvantage on a saving throw against your spells to feel worth it.
Okay. I part of me feels like you should make it not be a Dex or strength based attack. Part of me makes me feel like it should be a charisma based special attack. If you did make it a charisma based special attack, you don't have to, but I almost want to say either way, it might need a limit. I don't know if it should be something that you could just do infinitely.
I didn't tie it to your charisma because then it would feel like stacking too much on charisma. So Dex is typically a sorcerer's second or third stat.
Yeah, but is that? I just don't know if that makes. I understand where you're coming from. I just don't know if I agree with that because it sort of puts you in this weird position where this is like better as a multi-class than as not a multi-class. I don't know how I feel about that.
It sits in the same space as like a short sword to me because it's the same damage. It's finesse.
No, I know, but I mean it makes it so this subclass has a core feature that makes it more advantageous to multi-class than to not multi-class.
Okay.
And I just don't know how I feel about that. Because I feel like the ability to make somebody have disadvantage on a spell is huge. And it would be so easy to take, a 2-level dip or a 1-level dip into this to get this. And then have the rest of it be, Blade Singer or something like that, or like, or even
Eldritch Knight,
or even Eldritch Knight, or even Ranger, something, or like, or Arcane Trickster, and I feel like you don't want to feel like you have to sacrifice too much to have the feature be advantageous. Like, I feel like it makes more sense to make it charisma based and limited in use.
I can see that.
You definitely don't have to go in that direction, but that's where my head goes.
I think early on I had it be a charisma based attack and then it was charisma modifier times prolong the rest.
The other thing that you could do with it is if that felt too strong to have it be based on charisma modifier, you could have it so they only have disadvantage on your Infernal Soul spells. That's kind of limiting in some way, but that might be a way to think about it. I like the idea of getting a Stinger Tail. I'm going to say something else. I'm a little disappointed that it doesn't do any poison damage.
Okay, that was originally in here, where it deals an additional 1d4 poison damage, or it has disadvantage on your next saving throw.
So let me make a suggestion. I would say, you don't have to listen to any of this, or listen to part of it. I would say make it a charisma-based attack. Make the attack do 1d4 plus your charisma modifier damage. Maybe even make it a bonus action. And then, after the attack hits, you can choose to have the creature make a Constitution saving throw. And if they fail it, they either take, like, 2d6 poison damage, or maybe more, or a little bit less, or they have disadvantage on the next saving throw against one of your spells. And then I would limit that to, some amount of time per day. Maybe Constitution times per day or something like that. Or maybe Charisma bonus times per day. Maybe, half your level rounded down. And there's a million ways you can make it work. Or you could tie it to sorcery points if you wanted to. Like it could. Okay, it could also be this. It could also be this. What if at first level it's this little extra tail attack, and it doesn't do anything other than damage. And then once you get to third level in the subclass, when you hit a creature with it, you could expend a sorcery point to do other things, to poison them, to give them disadvantage on stuff. Like you could tie the resource not necessarily to the attack, but to the extra things the attack does, and tie that to sorcery points.
Okay.
Couple different directions to go in. I like the core idea is really solid. I just think it's a matter of figuring out how to make it sit mechanically in the space. But getting a cool little tail that you can stab people with and fuck with them, I think is a lot of fun. And I feel like it fits the vibe nicely. The other thing that you might want to consider doing, and I actually think I would probably write in here if I was you, is maybe you can also manipulate small objects with a tail.
Like the elephant race's trunk.
Yeah, or like the I was thinking the plasmoid pseudopod also, where it can't do a lot. Like it's basically essentially the strength of Mage Hand, but with a range of 10 feet. So you couldn't fight with it, you couldn't do it, but you could like grab stuff. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but when I think of devil tails, I imagine them as being more animated. I think it's because of Hellboy. Did you ever see Hellboy?
Yeah.
Remember the part in Hellboy 2 where he's holding the baby with his tail?
Oh, 2 is a gap. I watched 1 a lot because my family really enjoyed it.
Hellboy 2 I think is better than Hellboy 1. They're both
Is
really
that
good.
the one with the multiple eyes on the hands in front of the face creature?
No, that's a different movie. That's Pan's Labyrinth. That's a great movie. Hellboy 2 is the one where the Hellboy has to go to like the troll market, and like there's a part where he's like fighting an elemental. The bad guy is like an elf prince. There's like the golden statues at the end. He has like a new teammate who's like a funny European ghost.
I feel like in 2 there was that creature also, but I could be misremembering.
There's an angel thing that has eyes on its wings in Hellboy 2.
Maybe that's it.
But let's keep going. I think there's a lot of space to play around. Oops, shit. I think there's a lot of space to play around there. I think the idea is pretty solid, though. I do think that there's space for it to be a little bit beefier. Charming defense at 6th level. Your devilish charm hinders your foes from attacking you. While you're not wearing armor or wielding a shield, your armor class equals 10 plus dex plus charisma. Ooh, that's pretty dang good. Additionally, you can channel your infernal magic into beguiling another. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell that influences a creature, such as any of those things, you can spend 3 sorcery points to make the creature unaware of your magical influence, regardless of if the spell succeeds or fails. Okay.
At 6th level, it's half of your whole sorcery point pool.
Yeah.
So you're probably only using it out of combat.
For sure.
And I tied it in with the unarmored defense thing because it's relating to charming creatures.
Yeah, no, I really like the... I mean, listen. This is a really solid 6th level feature. I also feel like 6th level is a great feature for something that expends sorcery points on. Most sorcerers get something that has to do with sorcery points at level 6. I'm wondering if Charming Defense should be like an always on... The first part should be like an always on thing. Or if it should somehow like tie to the second part. I'm not sure.
I like that it's always on because you're always this like charming, devilish rogue kind of character. But it doesn't have to be always on. It could be like a
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question. Do you think it would be too strong to make it where instead of it being 3 sorcery points to do this with one of these spells, it was 3 sorcery points to activate this whole feature? And it lasted an hour, or it lasted some amount of time, and during that time, this was your AC, and while this was AC, this second feature was also active, and you didn't have to do it every time you cast one of these spells. It was just on during that time. That's a slightly different direction to go in. I don't know if it's the move or not, but the idea that I'm imagining is the reason why I suggested is it's almost like you're like activating your infernal charm. It is both making you hard to hit and easy to dance around little bits of things. I think it's a pretty solid feature, though. I don't think you need to change it if you don't want to. That's just where my head started to go. Like, my question is, my question was like, do I want it to be 3 sorcery points for every casting of every spell, and this always on, or 3 sorcery points for this for an hour, but during that hour, this is all. The second part is always on. That's the question. That's what I think is worth thinking about. Which part should always be on more? I don't know. Worth thinking about.
Do you think 3 sorcery points is too much for that effect? Because I was like,
what if it was
around subtle spell?
Yeah. What if it was like a what if it was a number of sorcery points equal to 1 plus the level of the spell? So it was 2 sorcery points on Charm Person, 3 on Suggestion,
1 on Friends.
1 on Friends, yeah. Although 1 on Friends might be a little much. Although I don't know, sorcery points are hard. Like they're expensive. That's a big resource. I don't know. I think it might be fine. I also feel like if it's 1 on Friends, it makes it so using it on Friends is something you're gonna do a lot, which is kind of fun. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's where my head goes. But yeah, I think any of those could work. I think it's pretty solid. I will say, as I'm looking at this, I do still want some fucking poison damage on that tail. Okay, let's look at 14th level. At 14th level, you have drawn out more devilish aspects from your blood. As a result, your creature type becomes fiend, and you can choose one of the following options, gaining the benefits. You get dragon, you get devil wings, where you can fly equals your walking speed. You get a resist. You have advantage on saving throws to resist the effects of spells, or you can cast Alter Self at will without requiring concentration. You gain one or more options. You gain one more option of your choice at 18th. I think this one's pretty solid. I think that the only thing that I'll say here is I feel like a bunch of sorcerers essentially, like, I know at least one other sorcerer just gets a fly speed at level 14. I think it's the Tempest one.
At 14th level, the Dragon Soul sorcerer gets wings that are always on.
Yeah, and the Tempest one also gets a fly speed at that level. Or the Storm sorcerer, excuse me. And then the 14th level Moon Druid gets Alter Self at will also. So, with that in mind, what I would encourage you to think about is, are there other spells that would make sense to other abilities that could make sense for options for Shape Changer and for Devil Wings? If not, that's okay, because I feel like in its current state, I feel like the Magic Resist to me is the one that feels the most unique. And maybe that's not a big deal, but I think that it is worth thinking about a little bit, you know? Yeah. Glitchy. After you submit Homebrew, it is put onto a list. I have a massive list of the homebrew. I refresh it every week, and your piece will be on the wheel on Sunday. Would a class dedicated to building a kingdom or army be cool? Just brainstorming. How would you make that work? Mechanically, I don't know how that would work.
That feels like something in first edition, I think.
Yeah,
where
like that would
there was
work.
the character that's all about gaining followers.
Yeah, that D&D doesn't really work that same way anymore. There is a company called MCDM that has a book called like Castles and Kingdoms or Kings and Followers or something that does like large group stuff pretty well.
Strongholds and
Followers. Thank you. Yeah, I knew I was close. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be nitpicky with you because I know you can handle it in terms of you can come up with shit. If Infernal Awakening is fine, but I think that it is not making me go in the way that I want it to. And I would encourage you to try to think about things you could do to make it feel more. And maybe the move here is to take a look at some because what you're doing, I think what's happening here is you're pulling a lot of stuff that feel like they fit the vibe of Infernal in a in a broader sense. I think Infernal Awakening is where you should focus it in. So like, let me give you an example. In Infernal Awakening, you could have one option that's called Demon, one option that's called Devil, and one option that's called Yugoloth. And it could be like, you know what I mean? And like, you get you get like a very specific Yugoloth type feature, or a Devil Split type feature, or a Demon type feature, something like that. Or maybe just pick a couple that you like literally just go through the monster manual, look through some fiends, and find a couple features that you're like, that's fucking cool. Could I turn that into a player feature? And then do that. Like, you know, for example, let's just talk about Devil Wings for a second. There's a demon called the Chasm, that is essentially a giant mosquito, and it has a special ability where when it's flying, it emits a drone that like makes people go crazy.
I don't want this to be demonic.
You want to
specifically because I want it for devils.
Devils. Okay, I got you. So then, in that case, I would pick types of devils. I would pick a bone devil feature, a bearded devil feature, what you know what I mean, something like that. Maybe don't even have that be what ends up being what they are, but try to use that as inspiration. I think will help make these feel a little bit more evocative and specific.
Gotcha. I did not want to add Devil Sight. I tried fitting it in, but then
I don't think this needs
Sorcerer.
Devil Sight. Yeah.
Shadow Sorcerer gets it. Warlock gets it.
Yeah,
I was just like, you can get Devil Sight another way if you want it. But.
Yeah, and I like the idea that this is more of a physical body transformation than like a magic eye transformation. I'm totally on board for that. But yeah, and 14th level is a great level to have something explosive happen. Okay, let's look. We have one more feature, Arc Devil. At 18th level, you gain the service of some of Hell's forces. As an action, you can spend 7 sorcery points to summon one of the following options into an unoccupied space within 60 feet. 1, Aranus, which is that person with the wings and like the whip sword shit. 1d4 Bearded Devils, which are the beardy devil boys. Spined Devils are the ones with spikes that can throw fire, or 3d4 Imps. A summoned devil acts as an ally, and your companions can't summon other devils. It remains for 10 minutes until you die, until dismiss it. Once you and your can't summon. Wait, a summoned devil acts as an ally to you and your companions, and it can't. I would say, and it can't summon other devils, or it loses any summoning features.
Yeah, there was the wording that's ripped straight from these devils is that they have the optional thing where they can summon.
Yeah.
And
so
I just took that wording.
Yeah. That makes sense. Sumtum says, I was thinking more from a distance so they don't follow you around, but you can order them to take tasks like protecting a town. Sumdump, I would argue that that's not something that would make sense as a class mechanic. That's just something you could do in-game. Like, I feel like you go on an adventure to find people to protect a town for you. D&D in its current state, and Tradosio, you are more than welcome to chime in here, I feel like is a very action-oriented game where the camera lens sits very closely on the characters. So if you have a lot of features that require bookkeeping that isn't so action-oriented, it can be very tedious for the other players because they're just sitting watching you play The Sims. And that's not really what D&D is anymore. It might have been that in other editions, but it's not really anymore. And like, especially this example that you give of like, can you send people on tasks and stuff? Like, that's something you can just do in the game. I think any class could do that. I don't think that would be something you would summon.
I don't know if the Sump Dump has ever played the newest Dragon Age game, but the War Table is the most boring part of Dragon Age Inquisition, and I feel like they're trying to make that happen as a class, and it just doesn't work in 5e. There might be a fun session where it's like, because I've done this as a DM, where each of my characters had an associated faction, and they were closely related to it, and they could have influence over the faction, but they weren't getting into the nitty-gritty of like, oh, I want to send this group to do this. It was just like, I want to influence the group to do this, and then they did some role play, and then that was that, and then they heard about what was done later.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that was it.
That makes sense. Yeah, I've never played Dragon Age, but yeah, be careful with that. Why are you getting ads in the stream? Because it's YouTube, my guy. Have you not watched streams before? They all do ads.
But
question
also
for you.
to this thing, like we're just talking about too many companions and having to deal with it. Somebody commented that this is too many summons, and yeah, 3d4 imps can be a lot, but at 18th level, they can get wiped out really fast if you're using it in combat.
I was going to ask you why you decided to do this, because this is the way that it's written when devils and demons summon. I was curious why you decided to do this instead of a like a stat block, like a specialized stat block or something like that.
Simplicity. I was just like typing it up and didn't want it to get too complex.
Okay. That is something that I think if you do decide you want to go further with this and you're like excited to put more energy into it, I would play around with that. I would probably make it something more specific. And if I were you, what I might do is I might give you one. I would sort of honestly, I'd probably do this sort of similar to what you did, except I would make it, you could either summon one big special thing, 2 smaller things, or 3 smaller things. And I would make a stat block or something. I don't know. I'd play around with it like that. Only because there's an element. I mean, I understand it's kind of fun to have the dice rolling here because it is sort of like you're bargaining kind of, you never know what you're going to get vibe, but it can be tedious to do the thing that requires you to go through the monster manual and that sort of thing. And it can be kind of fun to like make something specialized specifically for your sorcerer, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'll think about moving forward. Because I don't want anything to create problems. Because when I was thinking, oh, I summon 3d4 imps, that's more for like, I want them to go and scout something. It's not a really combat use because they're too weak to really participate.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that you could think about it is, it could just be one thing that you summon, and it's very different depending on what type of way you summon it. So you could summon one very, like a hyper powerful version of a little scout creature. Like, you could summon a little devilish thing that is, maybe it does very little damage and it is invisible or can go into the ethereal. Like you could sort of fill that niche in a bunch of different ways. I don't listen. If you walked away with it being like this, honestly, it's probably fine. It's 18th level. It doesn't really matter. But if you are still like, I want to put more work into this, I do think that this is a thing to consider, is the way that you do the summoning of the devils as one of the things to put a little work into. Do you have any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations, etc.?
I do think that moving forward, I'll make the Archdevil feature summon less things, but maybe make them stronger.
Yeah.
Because I really only wanted you to use the Aranyas or the Bearded Devils in a combat, and that just feels kind of bad.
Yeah, I hear you.
It creates more complications than intended.
Oh yes, it do. All right, cool.
At my table, it really wouldn't be a problem because we do a thing where when somebody summons, everybody gets their little pet essentially that they control in combat. So if you did summon 12 imps, some people just have a couple turns they take as an imp. But
that makes sense. All right, cool. Thank you for sharing. I like it.
No problem.
It's very interesting, little fun, little infernal sorcerer. I think it's pretty damn close to being done. I think you got like a couple things to change, and a couple things to change less, and a couple things to change more. But overall, very solid.
All right.
Cool.
Have a good night.
See you, buddy. Click. No. Don't ban him. Jesus Christ. Calm down. All right, 3 left. And then there were 3. What's up, Tina Doe? I want to see the final version. You want to see the final version? Yeah, I want to see the final version too. Ban? No. The thing is, I go to click disconnect if you didn't hang up yet, and then if you leave, the mouse hovers over the ban button, and then I almost click it every time. Ugly Games, just a quick little magic item, definitely situational. I think I saw you in the Discord. Let me grab you. Oh, you're there. I see you. Hello, Ugly Games. How's it going? Welcome to the show. You can unmute if you want to. You might have fallen asleep. Stream's gone for a while. How long have we been streaming tonight? Is this a long stream? How long have I been going? Start at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, man. We're going on fucking 8 hours. I'm a god. I'm killing it. Ugly Games, I'm going to start reviewing your... Hello? Ugly Games, I can't hear you. Your mic's not connected. Exit Discord and come back. Exit Discord and come back. If you can hear me. I'll pull you back in when you come back. Yeah, we're a few minutes from 8. I know, I'm going fucking nuts. It'd be fine if you hated something I did so much you banned you. No. I genuinely don't ban people if they the only reason I ban people is if they're like hateful or obnoxious. Hey, Ugly Games, talk for a second.
Hello.
Oh, it's working, thank God. How's it going, buddy? How are you?
Doing pretty well. I'm sorry, one of my I think my stream is a little behind you, so I'll turn that down.
No, yeah, you shouldn't be listening on stream. You should be listening on Discord.
Awesome. Sounds good.
All right, cool. So we're looking at the Torch of the Lonesome Way. Anything you want to share before we dive in?
Yeah, I was inspired by like one of the shorts that I saw you make like a couple of weeks ago maybe. That was just about like interesting items with little interesting effects. I just try to make stuff that would possibly start a story, and I was wondering if this would do something like that.
Oh, okay. First of all, that's a fantastic reason to go in. Fantastic.
Yeah.
The coming into a piece of homebrew with the goal of like I want to tell a story, I think is like one of the best things to come into a piece of homebrew with. That being said, let's see what story it tells. Somebody said, when do you add homebrew to the wheel? It gets added automatically, or it doesn't get added automatically, but like the wheel that we're looking at tonight is the member wheel. So if you're not a member, you wouldn't put something on it anyway. But basically, the wheel, if you submit something to the wheel, it will be on the wheel for Sunday. And if you are a member and you submit something right now, you're gonna have to wait till next week because this is too late. It's crazy. That'd be a crazy late. Torch of the Lonesome Way, uncommon item. While held, the Torch of the Lonesome Way grants visible light in a 15-foot radius exclusively to you. Interesting. This should require attunement, or it should be clarified, or there should be some element of the wielder, because the you part, there needs to be some element of bond there. Awesome. In addition, you become invisible to all allies as long as you are holding the torch. What is allies? How do you clarify what allies are?
Yeah, I don't quite know. I've never seen a description that talked about
the way that I would probably
allies,
phrase it. I think you could have a couple options. You could say non-hostile creatures, but then it becomes pretty damn strong because there's plenty of non-hostile creatures. You could say non-hostile creatures that you are familiar with, And you could
Okay.
sort of use similar language to like, I forget if it's scrying or the spells that affect that somewhat, or the more familiar with the creature you are, the more, the easier it is to connect. Creatures that are friendly towards you. That could be another way to write it, is creatures that are friendly towards you.
I like that one, yeah.
Yeah, that might be the way to do it. The torch can only be burned for 2 hours at a time before it extinguishes. It can then not be lit for another 2 hours. I think that this should probably be a once a day. I think it should. This is what I would say. I would treat it sort of like the boots of flying, or where it's like the torch can burn for up to 2 hours, each day. And the minimum increments that a torch can be lit is 1 minute. Like if you put it out or if you extinguish it before 1 minute, it still extends that minute. And then after it has lit for a total of 2 hours, it can't be used again until the next day at dawn.
Awesome. And kind of flavor wise, my roommate was kind of talking about the downside and how this might be something like a cursed item. Would you see it that way?
No, because you have control over when it happens.
Okay.
I would say the main difference between a cursed item and a not cursed item is agency. A cursed item sort of forces you to deal with something in a very specific sort of way, while I feel like a non-cursed item might do something that is not always good, but you have a lot of control over how that thing expresses itself. Like the ever-smoking bottle is a good example of that. The ever-smoking bottle is a magic item that creates a big plume of smoke. It could almost be a cursed item in how devastating it can be, but you are deciding when to cork and uncork it. So this is sort of the same thing. So if you wanted it to be a cursed item, I would lean into that. I would consider giving it an element of more of like the invisible to allies thing has more of a downside to it. Maybe it would be creatures that you consider allies cannot perceive you. Or cannot target you with spells or abilities, or something like that. Because then the downside is like, if you go down, you're down. And the way that this torch works, if you go down, it's still going to burn for the whole minute. So that means that nobody's going to be able to grab you and bring you back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do I need to say something like true seeing or true sight, like sees the
I would probably say something like creatures. I think you could probably say something like creatures that have. I would probably say this doesn't affect creatures. You could probably say creatures with like blind sight, true sight, tremor sense are unaffected by this. You could probably say something like that. But if the thing is, if it's just the invisible feat, like invisible is a tag. Invisible like has mechanical meaning in D&D. So if you say invisible, that will already automatically tie in true sight, tremor sense, and blind sight, overcoming it.
Oh, okay.
So
that's
because
awesome.
invisible is a condition in the same way that unconscious is, or surprise, or any of that stuff. So it's sort of baked into the language of using the phrase invisible. It covers that ground for you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's a fun item, dude. It's a really fun item. I can see a lot of interesting uses for it. The thing that I like about it the most is that it is not shockingly strong. Like here's what I like about it. It's magic that requires a lack of magic for it to be impactful. Like does that make sense? Like it's magic where it's only really going to help you in situations where no one else has the ability to make magical light or is making magical light, you know?
Yeah, this was under one of the other items I sent you one time, and somebody commented that it would be great for solo missions.
Yeah, it would be great for solo missions. I think it would be great for lots of stuff. Because the other thing is, your party doesn't really need to be able to see you a lot of the time in D&D, especially if you're like traveling with them. You can just talk. You can be like, I'm over here, guys. You know what I mean?
Or just like hold each other's hands.
Yeah, I do think it should probably require attunement. And I also think that, or if it doesn't require attunement, it needs to be more specifically clear that it's like when you activate it, you are locked in to being invisible for a minimum of a minute to your allies. And like it can't like it's not turning off for that minute whether you're conscious or unconscious or anything. It's like whether you can't, you're stuck in that mode. That would be a way to make it more cursey, quote unquote.
If you attacked or anything, would you lose that invisibility? Would it work that way?
I mean, who are you attacking? You one of your allies?
Right, that's true. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, buddy. This is a fun little piece. Any final questions, thoughts, yearnings?
Yeah, I just.
Oh, yeah. All right. Listen, it's getting late. I'm getting sloppy. You got me. I'll give it to you. Let's give Ugly Games a round of applause. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody. Really fun little piece. Also, an extra round of applause for fucking getting me at the end there. Very nice. Very well done. I'll eat my crow, or my shame. Next is our dear Matty Thorn. Oh, the Patient Remainers. I'd like you to take a look at the first spell I ever created, 5th level Corrode Bones. It was made in response to a joking remark I heard in a level up stream once. I'll never learn this spell, melt bones at this rate. All right, let's take a look. Also, I see you in the chat. Let me grab you. Ahoy hoy.
Sup?
Welcome. We're looking at Corrode Bones.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have anything you want to share before we dive in?
Not anything in particular. It's kind of like my take on how people jokingly say, like, oh, wizards at high levels learn spells like brain aneurysm and that kind of stuff.
Okay, cool. Wait, before we read it, here, Tradosio, this is for you. I forgot to give an applause for Tradosio.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, there you go. Sorry, buddy. Continue.
Yeah. So I think this is actually the second homebrew I ever created. Technically the first.
Cool.
Because the first thing I ever made was pretty much I just ripped.
When did you start making homebrew? Like how long ago, realistically? Like when did you make
this? Was how long ago was this? Over a year ago.
Man, I wish I had my early homebrew. I like the earliest, because I started making homebrew. I didn't know about homebrewery. I didn't know about any of these things. So they're just like in random Google Docs that I like didn't do a good job of organizing. And like I don't even know how to find them. It would be so fun to look at like my old homebrew. So it's cool that you have it. Anything else you want to share about it before I dive in?
Not really.
All right, cool. Corrode Bones, 5th level transmutation, range 30 feet, 1 action. It requires a vial of acid worth at least 25 gold, which it consumes concentration up to 1 minute. A thin needle of corrosive acid flies out of its vial and strikes a creature within range. A creature targeted by this spell must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes, the creature takes 6d10 acid damage and falls prone until the spell ends. A creature affected by the prone condition caused by this spell cannot use their own movement to stand up, and has disadvantage on all dexterity checks. Okay, on a successful save, it takes half damage and does not fall prone. Undead have disadvantage on this saving throw. Oozes are immune to the effects of this spell. That is interesting. Huh. That is interesting. Now, I love that it's called Corrode Bones because there's also an element of it that is almost like pain. Like you can't get up because of the pain. But it's I think okay. Chat, here's the only thing that I'm not sure of here is do we feel like the damage is good to essentially create an ability that is a, once you fail the save, there are no subsequent saving throws. You are just prone for a minute unless somebody else helps you up. You have disadvantage on dex saves for a minute.
Prone is half movement speed, and attacks within 5 feet of you have advantage.
And attacks at range have disadvantage.
Yes.
Yeah. So my question is, do we feel like that is reasonable for a 5th level spell and that plus 6d10 acid damage? My initial thought is it is, almost certainly. I do feel like it could probably do 5d10 and also do that. Could I almost want to suggest, what I almost want to suggest is that it does a little less initial damage, and then it does continual damage on every turn. If you corrode the bones, do they become more flexible? That's a good question. Yeah, I could see an argument also for it being like 4d10 damage, and then 1d10 damage every turn until it ends also. Something like that. I might create ways that characters could get rid of it, but I like the idea. For an early spell, I think it's pretty solid. It's an odd one. If another creature lifts a creature up with it, then they essentially don't fall prone again, right? And they just have disadvantage on dex saves for the rest of it?
Yeah, that's part of the reason, like, this is kind of awkwardly worded in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I do feel like if you, like, fall down prone because of this, I do feel like someone else could definitely lift you up. Then, if they let go, would you fall prone again? Or, like, how would I even word that?
So here's probably what I would say. This is the way that I would say it. I would make it 6d10 acid damage, or however much acid damage you want it to be, and they fall prone. I would probably have it so either they can't get up and someone else has to help them up, or they can use their action. They can use half their movement and their action to try to stand back up on their own. Either way, whether it's them doing it with that or somebody else doing it, I would say that at the end of whatever turn is that they're standing up, whether it's theirs or someone else's, they have to remake the saving throw. And if they fail it, they fall down again.
And I assume then they take damage again.
Yeah.
At the same time.
So it would almost be like, it would almost be like, this is maybe too convoluted, but what if it was like, if they choose to stay prone, they don't keep taking damage. But every time they attempt to stand up, if they fail again, they take more damage as they fall again. Does that make sense? Would that work?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. So I remove the line of not being able to stand up. Just say, if they choose to stand up, should I even remove, you said like action, but maybe
yeah,
just
it's a 5th level spell. So I feel like it should require something for him to get up. Tradosio says for every 5 feet the creature moves, it takes 1d10 acid damage. That's really fucking intense.
That's intense.
Tradosio, this is Tradosio's suggestion. The target or another creature can use its action to pick the target up, ending the prone condition. And then it gets that other thing. But I think you could go in that direction too. But I kind of like the idea that you can kind of try to fight against it to stay alive, to stay up. But if you fail, not only do you fall prone again, you take more damage. So the creature or player that's affected by this is sort of having to decide, do I want to deal with the negatives of being prone, or do I want to risk taking that more damage and still, do I want to risk it? Yeah, go in that direction for sure. I also agree with the undead. Undead have disadvantage on this save? Oh, interesting. I was going to say undead
Mostly I was thinking like maybe if they have exposed bones and that sort of stuff then.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I guess I was imagining the prone having more to do with pain than literally your bones melting. But I could see
this was okay. I'll explain a little bit of backstory because I was literally trying to make like the wizard melts your bones, like actually melts your bones. But then I thought, that sounds like a quite high level spell.
Yeah.
I was thinking of trying to make it lower, and part of that was I was trying to make it so that both warlocks and artificers could use it with like their normal spell slots and stuff. Currently, I have an artificer removed from this because I try to keep my my brews like SRD kosher.
Yeah, for sure. That makes sense. Man, somebody once wanted me to do a sponsorship for some Kickstarter they were doing. And the first thing that I noticed in their Kickstarter was that they had a whole bunch of stuff for the artificer. And I had to be like, this is like illegal to do this, right? Like you can't do this. You can't make an artificer subclass. And then they told me that they could. And I was like, okay. And I didn't do the sponsored content for them. But it was one of those things where I was like, oh, all right, you're probably not going to get in trouble for this because they're probably not going to notice. But like, if they do notice, it'll be bad.
Yeah. I'm not really planning to sell anything at the moment, but like, just as a general principle, I try to.
Yeah,
I think it's correct.
I think it's not a bad habit to get into, especially if you are. I don't know. I think a lot of the times putting limits up on yourself sort of forces you to have some sort of creative ingenuity that generally makes you grow as a writer, regardless of what your end goal is. Like, the more limits you put on yourself to build your thing, the more you have to think about how to build the thing. You know.
I think I'll remove the disadvantage on undead, and then I'll try to incorporate the. I think I'll just use the wording Tradosia put in the chat. Like,
yeah, I like it, man. I think it's a pretty solid spell.
Can use their action.
Honestly, it's like shockingly good for a second piece of homebrew. Usually, people's second piece of homebrew is like, this is the sword of a million cuts. Whenever I take the attack action, I can take 2 more attacks, and I get +5 to my damage, and I can cast Time Stop and Wish, and it's like...
I'm ever so slightly more self-aware than that.
All right, good on you.
Generally, I try to do the lower level, power level stuff.
Cool. All right, man. Any final thoughts?
No, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no problem.
This... Wording-wise, this one makes me slightly cringe.
It's only edgy. It's just because it's edgy. You can fix that. You can clean that up. I think you'll be fine. I think the wording's not terrible. I think you're close. I think you're really close. All right, buddy. I'm hanging up on you now. Bye. Thanks for the piece. Truth Seeker. Hey, man. How's it going? Hey, Sally. Love your content. I'm a forever DM of 20+ years and just wanted to say thank you for doing solid work to educate new players and DMs who came down the 5th edition. Oh, man. Thanks for showing up at my stream at 3 in the morning. That's pretty cool. I appreciate that. All right, let's see who's going to be next. We have one more piece of homebrew to look at tonight. I wonder who it's going to be. Whose piece do we think it's going to be? I really don't know. It could be anyone. It could be absolutely anyone. Oh, it's Gladhedral. Hey, Glad, what's up?
I pulled you. What a shock! I thought it wouldn't be me this time.
Listen, man, you're the last person tonight. You're very patient. I'll give you that.
I just am a degenerate that doesn't sleep ever.
Well, if you want to be like me, you can quit your job and decide to be financially irresponsible and turn that degeneracy into trying to hang out online with people that you don't know and put on a little show. That's what
I haven't the charisma for that.
Oh, you gotta listen. It's all about You gotta reallocate some of your ASIs. You gotta go talk to Withers.
I don't want to talk to Withers. He's weird.
Dude, he is weird. He is such a little shithead.
I haven't done a Dark Urge yet, but
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
He does some weird stuff, yeah.
I'm loving the Dark Urge. I was thinking, okay, let's look at your piece. But I'm gonna be doing my next Baldur's Gate stream is gonna be either somewhere over this weekend or next week. But I'm gonna be reclassing some of the NPCs. I think I'm gonna have Karlak not be a barbarian. I think I'm gonna change her into being
blasphemous.
I know, but here's what I was thinking. I really like the party layout of paladin, cleric, wizard, rogue. Like, I like that a lot. And I feel like I can make Karlach a pretty cool cleric, or I could make her a pretty cool druid. And then I could kick out
that would be
Shadowheart, because I don't care about Shadowheart.
You don't like Shadowheart?
She's cool. She's fine. It's just like whenever there's already enough racism. It's like I need to get some of the racists out of the party, right? You know, like
Yeah, so boot Lae'zel immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I made a copycat homebrew feature once too. Yeah, man. Great minds. Okay, so what's going on here? This is a sorcerer?
Yes, this is. I was inspired by a conversation in the Discord earlier today, and threw this together really quickly. But
very cool.
It's a mimic sort of thing, like a sorcerer that came from a mimic.
Okay, I like it. I love mimics. I love monsters. This is the 4th sorcerer tonight. Honestly, it might be, and I am fucking here for it. Guys, this might be, holy shit. Is this the first... This is the first homebrew review I've ever done where there wasn't at least one monk and one paladin.
Holy shit.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's unheard of, I think.
I love it. No, I love it. Let's get some more other things. You can see the wear on Cinder's face about now. Do I look it? Here, how about this? Do I look like I've been streaming for 8 hours? All right, let's go. Let's dive in. You are a creature without form, without function. My eyes are always dark, just like my soul. Oh, that's so cringy and stupid. That wasn't even a good joke. That driving force that gives life meaning cannot be found within your heart, so you must take it from others. To live comfortably, you must copy the world around you. Become what people expect you to be, and then twist the expectations for your own gain. Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say 2 things. I'm gonna give feedback that I want to give, and then I'm gonna give feedback that Patrick Perini would give if he was here. The feedback that I'm gonna give is if this is about being a mimic, we should get a little bit of that in this. I think this is all sort of flavor around it. So if it's about the idea of mimicry on a broader scale, I think it's fine. But I think if it's specifically there's literally mimic stuff happening, we might want to get a little bit of mimic in here. The other thing that Patrick
the intention was a bit of both.
Okay, so I think we need more mimic. And then the other thing that I'm going to say is if my dungeon master was here, Patrick, he would say, I don't know what this thing feels like to be. That's what he would say. I think that you need a little bit of language in terms of like what is happening other than just on like a broad sort of philosophical sense. Okay. A little bit more feet on the ground. All right, let's see. We get illusion or transmutation spells from druid, sorcerer, or wizard spell list. Okay. Pretty solid. Longstrider, jump, primal savagery, magic aura, bark skin. Is this the one that makes it so you can like hide things being magic items?
Yeah, you can make things look like magic items,
it's
or
a really
make
fun
them
spell.
not look like magic items.
Yeah, really fun spell, and you can make it permanent. Fly, meld into stone, guardian of nature, elemental bane, seeming, skill, empowerment. I'm going to tell you the ones that I don't see the logic of, and you can decide you agree or disagree. Don't see why we're getting Longstrider or jump or fly or guardian of nature or skill empowerment or elemental bane.
So it'll make a little bit of more sense when you get to the 6th level feature, but the core concept I had for this was while you're hiding as an object or something, you observe other people and you copy their traits. So Longstrider, those spells I chose that are what I consider to be like the common things that you would try and copy, like primal savagery is like an animal's claws or bite.
Primal savagery also kind of fits because of the acidy nature of a mimic. If you're trying to copy things, I also think there's a couple spells you should think about. I think Absorb Elements is a fantastic one for that. I think there's also like literally shit like Disguise Self is also worth thinking about.
First level feature is kind of a Disguise Self thing. That's why I didn't put that on there.
Got you. All right, well let's dive into the meat. Everybody in chat's just talking about how tired I am. Listen, guys, First of all, I'm not tired. I never get tired. I never go to sleep. I'm always dancing. I am the infinite. I never end. I never begin. I am beyond design, shape, or measure. The smell of ozone after a lightning storm is probably the closest thing you're ever going to get to actually meeting me. The body is a little tired. I'll admit that. I can feel it draining, but fuck that, but fuck it, right? It's a waste of space. I picked a shitty one. It's fat and balding. It's like I definitely made the wrong move. But listen, it's fine. It doesn't matter. We're going to drag it crawling and screaming through this for you. And at the end of the day, it'll be ragged, but I don't give a fuck because it is just a vessel that I wield and its needs are secondary. Now, that being said, let's take a look at the first level feature. Assuming form. Starting at first level, you can alter your physiology to blend in with your environment. As an action, you can change your appearance to match any creature or object the same general size as you. Clothing, equipment you carry morph into your new form. Your game statistics do not change, and the creatures have disadvantage on intelligence, investigation, wisdom, perception checks to identify or detect you. You can stay in this form for a number of hours equal to your proficiency bonus, or until you use a bonus action to revert to your natural form. Two things. One, this should be limited to things you've seen before.
Yes.
And two, how many times a day can you do this?
The intent was as many times as you would like to do that.
Then why are you putting a time limit on it?
I just felt it seemed logical when I was creating it.
I think that if you want it to be infinite in use, you don't need to put a time limit on it. I think what I would say, is it a physical transformation? Like if I make myself look like a chair, do I feel like a chair?
I think when I was creating it, my mind was a physical transformation, not like an illusion or anything.
I would say that I would probably make it so I would probably put in language for like if the thing you change into is an object incapable of movement on its own, you are incapable. I would clarify it like that. So it's like,
okay,
the way you put limits on this aren't by with putting it on a timer, aren't by giving it resources. It's by genuinely limiting the things you can do when you're that thing. So like, for example, you could sort of treat it like meld into stone, actually, where like if you turn into a chair, you can just sort of hear what's happening around you. Like you don't have eyes, so you can't see. You don't have feet, so you can't walk. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. And that probably is the best way to do it. Horror dude, bro, I am infinite. I am inevitable. You guys ever see that Avengers movie with that guy Thanos? They stole that from me. I did that.
Just don't look behind the curtain or take off your green glasses.
Listen, I did that snap thing like 4 times at this point. Ain't no Avengers ever stopped me. We're on like round 6 of this. Okay. But yeah, that's how you put parameters on it. You make it so that when you are something that is a non-mobile thing, you're limited. Or if a thing that doesn't have a face, you're limited, right? Etc. Or you could even, if you want to be even weirder with it, you could even make it like when you make the transformation, you can choose to make your eyes a part of it. So like you can see, but maybe creatures will spot your eyes, you know? So it's like, okay, I want to be an armoire, but I want to be able to see, so I'm going to be an armoire, but I'm going to have a face still. I don't know why you would do that, but like you could play around with that if you want to.
Because why not?
Yeah. Think about it, play around with it. You said you put this together recently, so I think you have a little bit of time to like think about it. But I'm going to be honest, I love the simplicity of this feature. And I love the open-endedness of it, and I think that I really like the idea. Maybe it's late and I'm just getting crazy, but I really like the idea that this doesn't have limits, doesn't have parameters. The genuine limits and parameters are if you don't have a mouth or hands, you can't cast the verbal or somatic components of spells. You know what I mean? Like, that's fun.
I wanted it to be as weird as possible, but still be simple enough to understand.
Yeah. Depending on how much you want to work on it, I would not change that much about what you wrote here. I would just add caveats. So, like this is going to need to be this is going to be one of those things where this feature is probably going to need to be it might need to be almost, I wouldn't say it needs to be wild shape in length, but it might be close to wild shape in length. And that's okay. Sometimes features take a long time to explain because you need to get through the caveats and the things to make it work. a lot of that explanation ends up being like real technical stuff that people are never paying attention to, sort of like how wild shape works. So it's like you're not really reading through most of those paragraphs, but you do need that base of like, this is how it happens when you drop to 0, and this is how your stats change and how they don't change. It's like all that fucking tedious shit.
Yeah, I always have to go back and figure out how long wild shapes last.
Yeah, so play around with that, but I like it a lot. And I think that if you do make it infinite in use and timeless in use, it also makes it reasonable for it to be your only first level feature. I don't think you need more if you do that, because that is pretty strong.
Yeah.
The Witching Hour. How about the Warlocking Hour? Let's see. At 6th level, we get Copycat. Starting at 6th level, you can mimic the abilities of creatures that you have seen. As a reaction, when you see a creature within 30 feet of you use a feature that you cannot use, i.e. Mind Flayers, Mind Blast, Roper's Grasping Tendrils, you can spend 4 Sorcerer points to copy that feature. When the feature is copied in this way, you gain the following effects. You can use the copied feature once before your next long rest. You can only use one feature copied at a time. If you use your reaction to copy a feature while you already have one, you lose the other one. Your body changes physically to accommodate the new feature. You get big old throat if you're a dragon, etc. While these unnatural changes linger, you have disadvantage on Charisma, Persuasion, and advantage on Charisma Intimidation checks. The changes disappear after you use a copy. You cannot copy spells, multi-attack, legendary resistances, or legendary actions. This is a little bit dangerous of a feature, I think. I think there needs to be more
this was I was gonna ask if there were any more caveats or limitations you would put on that.
I mean,
because I knew this would be.
My
too
head
much.
immediately goes to a couple things. It goes to an Aboleth, which can mind control you for like a month at a time. Like it can just poke you. It's like you're enslaved by me now, and now you're just my pet forever. Like there's a lot of I don't know. There's a lot of features that are like really strong. Ghosts have some crazy ones. Even something like a Quickling just being under blur. Or what about a one of the Fey creatures? It's either a fairy dragon or a pixie. How like superior invisibility, where you're just invisible forever.
Well, you do have to see the thing being used, so if they're invisible, you wouldn't be able to do that.
This is what I would do if I was this wizard, if I was this sorcerer. I would find a wizard that was really pissed off, and I would encourage them to summon a invisible stalker to get their revenge. And then I would cast See Invisibility, and then I would see the invisible stalker, and then I would use this feature, and then I would be invisible forever. Or for 24 hours. At the cost of a 2nd level spell slot. Or I would look at a Ancient Dragon that has a breath attack that has a 60-foot cone and deals 100 d6 fire damage. So, like, you got to think about how to temper it a little bit. And I'm not exactly sure what that move is there. And I think, unfortunately, I think that you can't just whole cloth copy a feature. The Mind Flayer's Mind Blast is actually a great example of, I think, a feature that's too strong to give a player. I think that you need to put a little bit of limitation on this. I'm not exactly sure what that limitation should be. And
would like a CR table of like as you level up?
No, because the CR table doesn't really work because like, okay, like if you make it a CR table, then you still have things like the Catoblepus's Death Ray.
Oh yeah.
Monster abilities are too varied. That's kind of what it comes down to. Is that the way that I would represent this is I would not whole cloth copy monster features. I would give you a specific way to interpret copying monster features into very specific things that it could be. I don't know exactly what that would be because again, it's like you're gonna have to severely limit that. So like, I'm not sure what the move is here, but I think that you have to figure out. The question to ask yourself is, can I come up with something that isn't based on a monster, but isn't a monster feature that I could activate that could sort of capture the feeling of mimicking a monster? My first thought is I think an easier thing to do would be you could copy creatures' damage resistances, you could copy creatures' condition immunities, you could copy creatures' movements for like their movement speed options.
So like if you observe a creature for X amount of time, you can copy a resistance, a proficiency,
maybe something like that. But I don't know, man. I'm like I think that could be the move, but The other thing is like it's like the way that I would probably do this would be more like almost like when you like yeah, I'm not really sure because again, there's just too many broad features. I think you just need to pick something. Like I think it can't just be anything. Rakshasa spell immunity, Aboleth weather breathing mucus, yeah, all great examples of things that would just be kind of broken. But even like a quickling, right? Just having the blur effect on all the time. It's pretty fucking intense for 4 sorcery points. Or a skulk, right? Skulks are CR 1/2, they're invisible. So yeah, I'm not sure. I think that yeah, I genuinely don't know. This, to me, I would argue that this feature should be a magic item that is a artifact.
Okay.
That's what I would say this feature is in its current state. If you could think of if the way that I would try to interpret it would maybe be something like, if you see a creature make a attack, you can spend a sorcery point and copy a version of that creature's attack. You gain a special melee spell attack that deals specific amounts of damage that has nothing to do with the creature's special attack, and maybe it deals the damage type of that special attack. Or I don't know, something like that. But I know that doesn't feel like enough, but like that's sort of the way you'd have to think about it. Like you don't think about how do I categorize monster features, and then how can I translate the way that I categorize the monster features into things that are accessible for a player.
Yeah.
So think about it.
I think I like the damage resistance, etc. Change. That didn't even cross my mind when I was thinking of how this would work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Databank is suggesting when you see a claw attack, you can make your own, and if it deals extra damage type, you can deal an amount of extra damage equal on your claws, and that's number 1. Yeah, you could do something like that. But yeah, it's a little bit hectic. Your brain is destroyed. Well, man, welcome to the destroyed brain world. The best way to get rid of your brain being destroyed is to not think with your brain anymore. You gotta think with your nose, gotta think with your eyes, think with your elbows. Yeah, this is a hectic one, dude. This one is one that honestly I think it's just a whole cloth. I think it's just a whole cloth recreate. Maybe keep the advantage disadvantage second part, but I think everything else I would pretty much redo. You can't think with your knees. No, that's crazy person talk. Let's look at 14th level. Right under their nose. Starting at 14th level, you are able to confound your foes. And you transform using unassumed form. You become proficient in stealth and can add your charisma modifier to any stealth check you make while in your form that is not your natural state. Honestly, you could just probably give proficiency at stealth at first level. 14th level feels really late to get it. Additionally, when using your unassuming form, make a stealth check. As a result, if the highest creature you can consider it hidden. Okay, here's what I would do. I would give yourself stealth at first level, and then at 14th level, I would make it that while you're in your unassuming form, you can cast spells without requiring, like you can cast spells from it basically.
Without somatic and verbal.
Yeah, so it's like if you're a chest, you can still shoot stuff. Maybe some amount of sorcery points are required to do that, but sort of like subtle spell. But I feel like that would be the move. That's what I would do.
Okay.
The other thing that you could do is at 14th level is you could change it so you could become objects that are small or large as well as medium. Maybe.
Yeah. You can kind of ignore the 18th level that builds on copycat.
Okay, yeah. So then maybe at 18th level maybe 18th level is when you can become like all sorts of crazy sizes and stuff. It's a fun idea. I say build off of unassuming form. That's your gold. That's your gravy train right there.
So lean more into the actual mimic thing and less into the copying.
It doesn't even need to be a mimic, but the idea that you can become objects and you can become creatures and you can take on their attributes, I think is a really fascinating idea. And I think that if you aren't able to figure out super specific ways to interpret taking on their aspects, lean more into the ways that you have the ability to manipulate your shape and size and what you can do in that shape and size, or give you features that sort of reflect mimicking creature features.
Okay. I think I have a couple ideas.
Cool. Cool. Any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
No. I think I'm good, and I'm gonna go sleep now.
All right, Lala Tov. All right, guys. We did the whole fucking wheel. We did the whole goddamn wheel. And we're pretty close to our weekly goal for growing the crew. We did not make it to our daily goal, but that is okay. We can't always be winners. Well, that's not true. We can always be winners. And we are always winners. And you're always winners. But as with all things, this too must pass. And it is going to it's fucking late. But my goodness, this was a fun stream, guys. I think that I'm really enjoying. I think that honestly, I think doing some Baldur's Gate streams was like a fucking nice way to fucking. Trudosio, you just pushed us to our fucking weekly goal. Let's go. Ooh, he's wild. He's out of control. He's a goddamn maniac. No one can stop him. Not me. Not Moses. Not anybody. Trudosio. And everybody. Data. Texgum. Horror Dude. Matt. Nobody. Bildo. S. Obelisk. Snotty Man. Everyone that's still here. My God. You guys are fucking champions. Truth Seeker. Angel. Charlie Cope. Look at these fantastic late night loungers. Sean Bellevin. Shit, Sean. Why didn't you say you were here, my guy? I didn't know. All right, well, listen. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Tina, I'm gonna get some bed. Hold action, you're a king. You're all kings to me. And we'll be back on Saturday. And I would love to do, I genuinely don't know why my stream is fucking up so much. But, nonetheless, and less than none, we are going to say our goodnights and our goodbyes. Let's close this. Guys, you're the best. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves. And, yeah, I'll see you Saturday. And then I'll see you Sunday. And if you haven't submitted Homebrew for Sunday yet, make it. Send it. All right. Have a great night. Love you. Thank you again.
Think about it.
You're the best.
About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.